Hey everyone, this is Anson. Today I'm going to teach you how to get started with learning React. If you're trying to break into front-end development, whether to get a job as a front-end developer or just as a hobby, then this is the right place to be. Many of you will have different goals with learning React. Some of you want to build a web application, or you want to build a mobile application, or both. Perhaps you've heard about frameworks such as Next.js and Remix. Both are React based, and they provide lots of great tools out of the box for building modern web applications. Or maybe you just want to build a very simple and plain static website. Whatever the case is, this tutorial will serve as a foundation, as all of these goals mentioned will require this initial step of learning React. Now just keep in mind that we will be focusing on the web-based application. We won't be focusing on mobile applications, but learning React will enable you to learn React Native, which will allow you to build mobile applications. Now let's first understand what exactly is React. Well, it's just a front-end JavaScript library, and whenever you hear front-end, it just really means what the user, what the customer, the person that is using your product, your application, will see, what they will interact with, anything that they can view. Okay, so if you go on your browser and you type in any website, in the address bar, it will load up the document. That is the front end. With React, you use it to build components, which are just renderable bits that make up your user interface. So for example, you might have a website that has a navigation bar, it has a sidebar that you can scroll through posts, user activity feeds, whatever it is. You might have a main section that will display posts made by a user, and you can see comments and stuff like that. That entire thing is the whole user interface, but what makes up that user interface are these reusable components, which you'll learn more about later on in this tutorial. React focuses on the view. So in other words, what the user sees and what they interact with. React is also an unopinionated library, which just means that there's no right or wrong way to do things. When we talk about unopinionated tools, there's no limitation, there's no rule set that you need to follow to use the tool itself. Okay, so you can use React however you choose to. Now, why learn React? Well, first of all, it's still in high demand for front-end developer jobs. It's used by many companies, including Fortune 500s and startups. You can use it to build any type of application. So whether that be a web application, which is what we're going to be focusing on, or a mobile application using a framework called React Native, or if you want to build a desktop application, you can use something like Electron or Atari. It's simple to learn for absolute beginners with zero experience building progressive web applications. Now, like many things in life, there are going to be prerequisites in order to learn React. Okay, so these are elementary things that every single front-end developer will need to learn first before they learn any front-end library or framework, such as React, Angular, Vue.js. You get the point. So the three important things that you must learn is HTML, CSS, and client-side JavaScript. I'm sure many of you will probably already have these prerequisites down, but if you don't know these three things, I highly recommend you pause this video and spend some time just learning HTML, CSS, and client-side JavaScript. Now, many of you will be asking about resources. I would recommend w3schools.com. This is a free resource. This is what I used when I first started learning how to build basic websites. They have a lot of different resources available on this website to learn anything you want. But what you want to do is go to this website and just click on HTML, and then you'll see a bunch of different sections that you can go through. And you can start off with the basics, the introduction of HTML, how it works, what is the purpose of it, what is HTML, etc., etc. And then once you feel comfortable with it, click on CSS, and then this will teach you how to style your HTML document. And then once you are comfortable with that, you can then go into JavaScript. But specifically, you also want to make sure that not only you are trying to learn the actual programming language of JavaScript, you also want to make sure you know JavaScript for the client side. So you want to go to this section, JS HTML DOM, JS Browser DOM, and then JS Web APIs, and you want to go through those because this is actually what's going to teach you how to manipulate the HTML document using JavaScript. Okay, remember that JavaScript can also run on the server side with Node.js, And on the server side, there are different programming interfaces that you would encounter that are not existent on the browser environment. Okay, so there are differences. So that's why I specifically mentioned client-side JavaScript. Now, before we get started with setting up our React project, I do want to mention a couple things that you'll need on your computer in order to actually set up your React project. So first, make sure you have Node.js installed. I currently have version 20 on my computer, but you can just go to nodejs.org and then download the latest LTS version is what I would recommend. You need this because we're going to be using a build tool called Vite in order to generate the React project, and then we're going to be using NPM, which stands for Node Package Manager, to install our dependencies that are needed for our React project. So make sure you have this Node.js installed. Just click on this and it'll download the installation file for you, and it'll walk you through the wizard, and it's pretty easy to install. And in order to verify that Node.js was properly installed, you want to go to your PowerShell, your Windows PowerShell command prompt or Mac or Linux terminal, and you want to type node and then -v, and you want to make sure that it has the correct version that you just installed. If this works, that means Node.js is working properly on your computer. You also want to make sure that the command npm is working as well. So just type npm-v, and this will show you the version of npm. NPM is automatically installed when you install Node.js, so I just wanted to mention that. Now for the text editor, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. It doesn't really matter what you use, but I figured I would just bring that up in case some of you might not be familiar with Visual Studio Code. You might be using something else, but I would recommend using VS Code because it will just be a lot easier to follow along. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and get started with setting up our React project. So again, like I said before, we're going to be using Vite, which is a front-end build tool that allows you to scaffold front-end projects. Now we're specifically using it for React, but you could use it for other projects as well, such as Vue.js if you've heard about that framework before. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our Windows PowerShell or your Linux or Mac OS terminal, and we're going to type npm, and now you see why we need Node.js as well as npm in our computer. So we're going to type npm create vite at latest, and this will run the prompt for us to create a Vite project. So we're going to give our project a name. I'm going to call this React-tutorial, and then I'm going to use my arrow keys now to select the framework. So you want to make sure you select React. I'm going to hit enter, and then now you're going to select the variant. So we're going to go down and select JavaScript, and then now we are done. So it created a folder for us in the documents folder, and it named it based off of our project name, so React tutorial. So now we just have to cd into the React tutorial folder. So cd React-tutorial, and there are two more steps that we need to do. We need to install all of the dependencies, and then we're going to run the React project just so that we can see that it's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type npm install, and this will take a couple of seconds depending on how fast your internet speed is, because it is downloading these modules from the Node Package Manager registry. So that was pretty fast. So you can see that it added a bunch of packages, and then now we're going to go ahead and run the dev scripts. We're going to type npm run dev. So this is going to start up our React project, and we're going to hit enter, and now you can see that Vite is up and running. It took 394 milliseconds, and then you can see that it is currently running on port 5173. So now you can just click on this link or just go to your browser and type in localhost :5173. So I'm just going to go ahead and click that. All right, so now you can see it's just a plain website, nothing really fancy, just has some static assets, these vector icons, has some text, has a button, so nothing crazy. Now let's go into the actual code. Let's go into our text editor. So again, I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to have my project open up just like this. Now there are a lot of files in here, and it might seem overwhelming, but I promise you a lot of these files you don't really need to worry about. We'll go through each one very, very quickly. So for example, we have our vite.config.js file. You're probably not going to be working too much with this as a beginner. You can leave this file alone. But if you ever want to make configurations to your Vite build tool command, you would do that inside this object over here. Okay, we have a README file, nothing crazy with this. We have our package.json file. So this is our manifest file. It has information about the project itself. And you can see we have scripts set up over here. That dev script that we ran earlier is right over here. And you can see it's just an alias for this Vite script. and then we have our dependencies listed. So remember earlier when we ran npm install, what happens is it will look inside this package.json file, and it will install all of these dependencies listed over here. So it downloaded React and React DOM. These are two separate packages. And then it also downloaded all of these dev dependencies or developer dependencies, which help enhance the developer experience when you're working on your project. And all of these packages are hosted on the NPM registry, and then it downloads to this node modules folder right over here. So all of those packages, all that code gets downloaded and stored into this node modules folder in your project. We have our package lock.json file. We're not going to worry about that. I'll come back to the index.html file in just a bit, but I just wanted to mention that we also have our getignore file, and then we also have our ESLint file. You're not going to really need to worry about these things unless if you want to use ESLint. If you're a complete beginner, don't worry so much about it. I don't want to overwhelm all of you. So we have our source folder, and right now you see that there's a lot of stuff inside the source folder, but you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually delete all of these files except for one file. So let me go ahead and right click and delete everything in here, and I encourage you to do that as well, so that way you don't get overwhelmed with everything that's happening. Okay, so now we're going to go into this main.jsx file. So remember, delete all of the files except for the main.jsx file. The reason why we're not going to delete this is because this is our entry point to our application. So this is the root file for our React application. So you can see over here that we have a couple of import statements. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and remove this import app from app.jsx, because we just delete that file, so that file no longer exists, because you cannot import a file that doesn't exist. Otherwise, you're going to get an issue. We're going to also remove this index.css file because we no longer have that file. And then since we remove that app import, I'm going to also remove this app tag right over here. And this looks like HTML. And in fact, just a sneak peek, this is actually how you render components in React. But I'm going to go ahead and remove this as well. Okay, great. So now that we have a lot less stuff to worry about, let's walk through what's going on in this main.jsx file and why this file is important. So the first two things is it's importing React from that React module, and it's also importing React DOM. So this allows us to actually have these methods called createRoot as well as render. And what happens here is we need to set up a root for our React DOM, because remember, React DOM allows us to actually render these React components to a virtual DOM. So it doesn't actually render it to the actual document itself, it renders it to a virtual DOM, which makes it a lot more faster. So what happens here is we call this createRoot method, and you can see as an argument to this method, it uses this getElementById method that's part of the document API, and it looks for an element by the ID of root. Now, if you have went through the basics of client-side JavaScript, this might be familiar with you. If it isn't, that's okay. All you need to know is that this is using the browser API to search for an HTML element by the ID, and we're specifically looking for an ID of root. Okay, once it looks for that ID of root, it's going to go ahead and call this render method. And then this is where we're going to want to actually render our components. Earlier you saw that it had this app tag right over here. So it was actually rendering the app component, which we deleted. So don't worry. In fact, what I can do is I'll just leave this empty for now. And I want to show you what actually happens when we go into our browser. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'll go into my terminal and I'll run npm run dev. And let's go ahead and refresh the page right now. And you can see now we just have a plain blank page that has nothing because we deleted everything. Okay, now if I were to actually just set up a random div over here, let's just say hello world, you'll see that that hello world text will appear in the document, and so will that div. So if I actually go to the browser tool, so you can actually easily access these browser tools by hitting Control-Shift-I, or if you just right click and then click inspect, it'll open up this browser tool over here. I'm currently using Brave, but this works on really any browser. And then what you want to do is you want to go to the elements section, and you can look at the HTML over here. And then you can see right over here, we have our body tag, and then we have some tags over here as well. Okay, so now pay attention to this div right over here. Let me zoom in a little bit. You'll see how it has this ID of root. Okay, and then it also has this div. This is the div that we just rendered to the DOM, and it had our hello world text. Okay, so this div is what is being looked for right over here. Okay, this ID root can really be anything you want. Okay, it can be main, it can be root, you can call it literally anything you want. Now I'll show you what happens if we wanted to search for a different ID. So let's say if I typed main instead of root. Right now it's going to go ahead and give us an issue in the console. It's going to say target container is not a DOM element, and that's because there is no element in the document that has the ID of main. Now, if for whatever reason you want to change the ID, I'll show you how to do that. So we're going to go back to our index.html file that we skipped over, and you can see that there's a bunch of plain HTML that you should be familiar with. Okay, we have all of our basic HTML tags. We have our title tag, in the head tag, very simple stuff. We have our body tag that I want to focus on, and you can see right over here, we have our div tag, and notice how this div has that ID of root. Okay, so earlier when we had this argument as root, it was basically looking for this div right over here. Okay, well, let's go ahead and change this to main, and which means that we're going to have an element that has an ID of main. So I'm going to change that to main, and now you'll see that the error actually goes away because that document.getElementById call can actually look for an element that has the ID main. Okay, so again, this can be literally anything you want. You just need to make sure that you have that changed over here as well. Okay, the second thing that I want to mention is this script tag over here. So what happens is this. So let's say, for example, if I were to just comment out this script tag, you'll notice that nothing appears on the document. In fact, if you look at the browser or the source code over here, you'll see that the only thing that is being rendered to our browser is this div right over here, and you can see the comment is right over here. Okay, we don't have our hello world being rendered out. Okay, the reason why that's happening is because we need this script tag. So what happens here is it loads up this entry file, this main.jsx file. Okay, and these methods that are being called actually does something called client-side rendering. So it loads up this script file, and then it's going to go ahead and you can kind of think of it as like unpacking everything. It's going to go ahead and client-side render all of your React code or all of your JavaScript that you wrote in your React components, and it's going to generate those components into actual HTML elements. Okay, I'm not really going to go super in depth into that whole process, but I just wanted to mention that this entry point file is very important. Without it, you can see that your entire React application is not going to appear in the document. Okay, so hopefully this whole process makes sense. I wanted to go in depth on this because I think understanding this is very important because it also helps debugging and diagnosing issues a lot more easier. So in the next section of this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to get started with setting up your first React component. It's going to be a lot of fun, so I'll see you all in that section. In this part of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to create a component and render it to the document. Before we do that, I want to show you some diagrams to help you better visualize components whenever you look at a website. I'm sure many of you are just used to looking at a website as a whole, but not ever thinking about the individual pieces of the website in the form of a component that eventually build together the final view. So let's look at this first diagram that I have over here. We have a navbar component, which is responsible for displaying links so you can click on it and go to a different page on the application. You have a posts component, and its responsibility is to display posts made by either yourself or a user. Imagine this is some kind of social media app, okay? You have a feed component or an activity feed component, and this can display events that are happening, such as when someone adds you as a friend, when someone followed you, or whenever your favorite artist made a post to their social media page, it will display all over here. And then you may have a footer component that displays additional links or miscellaneous details. If we wanted to narrow this down and be more specific, keep in mind that a component can also render other components inside of it as well, and that is known as child components, okay? In this next diagram, you can see that I have this post group component. Now, this diagram is actually just a more detailed view of the previous diagram. So the post group component is really just the same component as the post component. They have the same responsibility of rendering posts, okay? Now, when we say render posts, what we really mean is that we are rendering multiple instances of a post itself. So we're going to call that component something like post item as an example, right? And each post item is going to have the same fields, the same properties, right? For example, each post item is going to have the title of the post, the author of the post, the date that the post was created, the amount of reactions the post has, etc., etc. Okay, but each post or each post item, their fields will have different values, right? Because remember, each post will have different authors, different reactions, different creation dates. You get the idea, okay? A better way to think of it, especially if you've learned about object-oriented programming before, think of it like this. You have post item as a component, and that component is a blueprint. It describes how you are going to display or render information to the page, okay? It's a blueprint. But keep in mind that a blueprint doesn't mean that every single final creation of that blueprint or every single derived creation of that blueprint is going to be the exact same thing, right? You'll have a blueprint of a house, and while the house follows that blueprint, the house can have different countertops. It can have different floorings. Like some houses may have carpeting, some houses may have tiles, some houses may have hardwood. I think you get the idea. Different houses can have different number of bathrooms. It still is the same floor plan. It's following the same blueprint. It just has different options. And in this example, we have the same post item instance. It's just each post item has different information pertaining to its field. Again, different author, different number of reactions, different content. Okay, you get the idea. The same thing applies to our feed component. Again, you have an activity feed. That is the parent component because it renders feed item. So it's the parent component of these feed item components. Feed item component is its own individual blueprints, and each feed item is going to be different. Okay? So I hope that this makes sense because it's going to really help you understand how to render components and how to design components effectively. One more example I want to show you is this mockup that I found on Dribbble.com. And you can see that this is a website that could potentially be a real e-commerce website. And you can see we have our navigation bar, we have our links, we have this part over here. And again, as a regular user, you might think of this as just a plain image, but you can think of this as a promotional banner component because its responsibility is to display a promotional banner for the user to tell them, hey, this item is currently on sale, buy it now. And you can see that it has an image, it has promotional text, and it has a call to action button. If you scroll down over here, this is a better example that fits the post group and feed example that I just mentioned. Okay, so right over here, you have these individual elements that are all products, right? You have headphones being displayed, but you can think of these individual products as product item components, okay? And notice how they all have the same format. They have an image, they have this heart button. This is known as a floating action button. And this is common on e-commerce websites. You can click on this button and it typically will save the item so you can view it later. You have the title, the name of the product, a description, the price, and then the number of reviews. You have the add to cart button. So these product items follow the same structure. It follows the same blueprint, but each one of them looks different. Okay. They all have the same templates, but each instance of this product item component is going to result into something different. They have different images, different text, different number of reviews. You get the idea. And then all of these product items are all wrapped inside a parent component, which typically we call a wrapper or a container component. And it's better to show you that in the form of an example, which you'll see when we actually get to rendering elements, rendering arrays, which is known as dynamic rendering. So hopefully this example made sense. Now let's go ahead and jump into the code. So one important thing to understand is that one, components are universal to literally any library or framework on the front end that you'll use. So if later on you choose to use Vue.js or Angular, well, the concept of components is ingrained in your head. You don't need to worry about that anymore because it's the same thing in Angular and in Vue.js and any other framework. You just have to learn the syntax. And another thing that you need to understand is that with all these frameworks, all these libraries, you will always have one root component that hosts the entire structure of the application. So in other words, we're going to need to have one root, one parent component that will hold all of the other components, also known as child components. So if you remember earlier, we had a component called app that was being rendered. We actually deleted it, and the reason why we deleted it was because there was just a lot of content in that file, and I didn't want to overwhelm you all. So what we're going to do is I'm going to remove this div hello world, and you can actually think of it like this. This div right over here is in fact our own component. It just renders the text hello world, okay? And the hello world text is actually its own child component. But I'm going to go ahead and remove this, and we're going to go ahead and create a new file. We're going to recreate that root app component. So I'm going to call it app.jsx. And every single component is basically just going to be a function. Okay. So in order for us to create a component, we need a function. So I'm going to call it function app, just like this. And then we also need to make sure we are exporting this function because we want to import it anywhere that we want to render this component. In our situation, we're only going to render it once inside our main.jsx file, or the entry point of our application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this as a default export, just like this. Now, with components, yes, it's a function, but this function needs to return something. And that something is known as JSX, which I mentioned in the introduction of this tutorial. But JSX stands for JavaScript XML. And I did mention that it does look a lot like HTML, and a lot of people mistakenly call it HTML because it's so similar, but it is JSX, okay? Semantically, yes, there are differences, and we're going to call it JSX throughout the entire video. So we're going to use the return keyword, and we're going to return some JSX. So what does that look like? Well, HTML actually is, in fact, valid JSX. So for example, if I want to use this div and then I want to go ahead and return, let's say, an h1 tag that says roots component, just like that. This is valid JSX. Although it is also HTML, this is also valid JSX. So let's keep it simple. What we're going to do now is go back to our entry point file, our main.jsx file. And I'm going to go ahead and import up top over here on line 3. I'm going to import that app component that I just created from the app file. And VS Code allows me to auto complete this, but I can just do this import app from app, just like that. So remember, because this is a default export, I need to make sure I'm importing it as a default import as well. Okay, so just like this. So no curly braces in this situation. Now what I'm going to do is in between this react.strict mode, in between these tags, I'm going to go ahead and render the app component just like this. It's going to look exactly like how we would render an HTML element to the document. So angle brackets app, and I could do it like this. This is the long way to actually render components in React. You would only do this if you actually were going to pass a child component into the component right over here into app, but we don't have a child component that we're going to pass into app. At least we're not going to do that right now for this component. So what we're going to do instead of using the long syntax is we're going to shorten it by doing this. So angle bracket app and then closing it like this. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead into my browser, and you'll see now it renders this h1 tag into the document. And if I open up the browser tools by just hitting Control-Shift-I or just right click and then just click on inspect or view page source, actually not view page source, sorry, just click on inspect, and then you'll see that right over here in the body tag right over here, I see my root div with the ID of main because we changed it earlier. You know what, let me actually change that back before I forget. Let me change this back over here to roots and then go over to index.html and change this to roots just to be consistent. But again, if I expand, you'll see that I have this div, and this div is right over here. This is the root div of my app component, and this div holds my h1 tag that says root component right over here. So there you go. That is your very first component in React. Now, obviously, we're going to see a bunch of other examples, but this is our root component. The app component is our root component. So I'll go ahead and show you some more examples with components. I'll actually create a new folder called components, and I'll place all of my component files in this components folder. So what I'm going to do is now I'll create a new file. And think about the component that you want to create. You don't have to copy the exact component that I'm going to create. You can be creative and try doing it on your own as well. But think of any component you want to create. So I want to create a component that represents a user profile. So I'm going to call this component user profile. And I'm going to use Pascal casing. So the first letter of each word is going to be capital, or capitalized. So user, the letter U is going to be capitalized, and profile, the letter P is going to be capitalized, and then end it with .jsx. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create my user profile component. So remember, every single component needs to, 1, be a function, and 2, return JSX. I'm going to keep repeating this throughout the entire part of this tutorial, so that way it is ingrained in all of your heads. So we need a function. So we'll use the function keyword, and typically you want to name your function based off of the component. And in my situation, I'm going to actually name it off of the file name so they all match. And this is common convention. So user profile is going to be the name of this function, which is also going to be the name of my file and the name of my component. And then remember that we also need to return JSX, so return. And you can use a div. You can also not just only use a div, but you can use literally any HTML tag you want. You can use a section if you want to. You can literally even use navbar, or not navbar, nav, if you want to. This is for navigation. But let's stick to div for now. And let's make sure we export this function. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to export this as a named export, because sometimes you might want to have other exports in this user profile file. It doesn't just necessarily have to be one single component that you might export. We only did a default export for app.jsx was because this is the root component, and there's going to be no other components inside over here. But you can do this as a default export if you really want to, but I'm just going to leave it as a named export just to show you different patterns and different use cases. So again, we have our div. This is going to hold all of our content for our user profile. And I'm just going to go ahead and use literally any HTML element that I want. So I can use a paragraph tag, and I'll just do username Bob. And let's see, let's do another div. And let's use a span tag. Let's do email. And I'll use another span tag. And then we'll do Anson at ansonthedev.com, just showing you some simple examples, right? And let's see, what else can we do? I can do something like, I can use a section. I could even use an unordered list. And let's just do something like this. Let's do, let's see, favorite food. And then let's do a break. And let's do sushi. And I'll duplicate this a couple more times. We'll do pizza and Mediterranean food. Hopefully I spelled that right. Okay, now that we've created our component and returned JSX, and remember this is all HTML, but we're going to call it JSX. We're going to go ahead and now render our user profile component inside the app component, because remember, your app component is the root component. Everything is going to belong to this app component. Okay, when we get into routing and navigating users or navigating ourselves between different parts of the application, you're going to see that it's actually going to be inside the root application itself. So let's go into inside this div. So right underneath on line 5, I'm going to go ahead and first let me import my component. So import, and I'm going to use curly braces because I'm importing this as a named import. So user profile, and this is going to come from the components folder and then the user profile file. And then we're going to use angle brackets to render our user profile just like this. And now if I go into the DOM or the browser, you'll see that my component is being rendered. And if I look at the dev tools, I can see that this is the div. You know what? Let me actually go into user profile. Let me give this div an ID. So that way we can easily detect it in the browser tools. So you'll see that right now over here, this div is in fact the user profile component. And then we have all of the other HTML right over here. Okay, so really what actually happens is we are writing JSX, we're writing our code inside our JSX file, and then when we actually render our component, React takes care of generating all of this from JSX into actual real HTML and renders it into the actual virtual DOM itself. Okay, and this is again known as client-side rendering. So hopefully all of this makes sense. I do want to show you another way just to create components. It's not the actual way that you're going to create components when you're writing your React application, but I did want to show it to you regardless. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and what I'll do is I'll create a component and I'll call this, let's do user favorite foods. And we're actually going to show you two things at once. So this is going to be a user favorite foods component. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to abstract this part of the user profile. So I'm going to take this section that had this unordered list and I'm going to move it into its own component. And again, this is something that you're going to do often in React. You're going to take components and put them into other components, so that way it makes it a lot more easier for you to manage individual components. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and import a function from React. And that function is going to be called createElement. And this is actually the old way of creating components in React. We don't actually do this anymore, but underneath the hood, React actually uses these functions to create the actual elements that gets rendered to the virtual DOM. So I'm going to use this createElement function, and I'm going to give the name of the function user favorite foods. And then I'm going to simply just first let me export this function. And then I'm going to return, and then I'm going to not return JSX, but I'm going to return the function call of createElement, just like this. Now, createElement will take a couple arguments. So the first argument is going to be the type. So this is going to be the type of element, the type of HTML element that you want to actually create. So we're going to use div. So we're going to do div. You can use literally anything you want. You can use section, you can use div, whatever you want. And then the second argument is optional. You can see that in the IntelliSense, it's telling you this second argument is known as props. We're not going to talk about props right now, but we will get to that in just a bit. We're going to leave this as empty. So you can either just pass in an empty object, you can do null, you can do undefined, whatever, doesn't really matter. We'll just put an empty object for now. Or actually, no, I'll do null. And then the third argument and every other argument afterwards, because this is actually all spread out, because you can see over here that you can actually pass in an indefinite amount of arguments after the second argument. So the third argument and every other argument afterwards is going to be children of this div element that you're creating. So what that means is right over here, what I can do is I can literally just pass in any valid JSX. So for example, if I wanted to pass in a div and say user favorite foods, and if I save this, and now what I'm going to do is let me just, before deleting the section, let me go ahead and render user favorite foods. So I'm going to import that inside my user profile. And now you can see how we are building our hierarchy. So I'm going to import that, and then right down over here, I'm going to render user favorite foods, just like this. Okay, and then if I go into my browser, you're going to see user favorite foods, that text that is inside this div element, and this div element is inside this div element as well, is being rendered. If I go over here, you see we have this div, which is this div, and then we have this inner div right over here, which is the child of our parent div. Hopefully that makes sense. I know that kind of sounds a little bit confusing, but let me do this now. What I'll do is I'll take this entire section, I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to just paste it literally right over here. And now you're going to see if I refresh, you're going to see that, so inside the user profile component, so this div right over here, you can see that I have this div, which is this user favorite foods component. And then in that component, it has this section as a child component or a child element, and it has our unordered list right over here. Okay, so visually it looks all the same, but from code-wise, from the developer's perspective, it's actually different. Okay, but to the user itself, they're not going to notice any difference at all. And one more thing that I will do is actually, I don't even need this div. I can actually just change this to section, and I can remove this section over here. Okay, and now what we can do instead is we can actually just put some commas right over here at the end of the span, at the end of the BR, the break tag, and then we don't need to do it for these list items because it's all encapsulated in this unordered list. But now if I refresh, and I want to show you this because this is very important, you're going to see that all of these elements, so this span, this break, and this unordered list, they are all part of the section. Okay, so literally any element you want to pass in as an additional argument is just going to be an additional element that will be appended to this section. Okay, so really what happens is it just adds the element to this section node right over here, okay, as a child node. So that's why when you actually hover over here, it shows you that this children argument over here is actually an array of React nodes or React elements, and you can pass an indefinite amount, and they'll just all basically be appended to this section element or whatever element it is right over here. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, and you'll notice that if I actually just take this whole thing, and if I put this in a div, and if I remove the commas, all of these elements now will actually just go inside this div. So they'll be immediate child elements of the div, but they will not be immediate child elements of the section. Hopefully that distinction makes sense. Okay, but again, you're never going to really use createElement to actually create your components. So you don't have to worry so much about this if this is a little bit confusing. Just stick to creating your components the first way that I showed you, just like this. But I just figured I would show this to you all just to kind of give you all a little history lesson, because this is what was how you would create components back then in very early stages of React. Okay, and I'm talking about like 9-10 years ago when React first came out. But okay, let's go ahead and move on. So now what we're going to do is talk about component props in React. So what exactly are props, or short for properties? Well, props are pretty much just data that you are passing in to your components. And those components can take in those props, they can take in that data, and they can do literally whatever they want with it. They can use that data and render it to the document. They can take that data and send it to a server by making an API call. They can take that data and pass it to another component. They can take that data and concatenate it, assuming it's a string or even a number. They can concatenate it with another piece of string or another number. They can do math operations such as adding that piece of data with another numeric value. Whatever it is, you can do literally anything you want with props. Okay? So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and let me create a couple more components. So I'll go ahead and create a new file. I'll call this username.jsx. And these are just going to be very simple components, but the idea is to show you how props work. So export function username. And this component's purpose is going to display the user's username. Okay? So we're going to return a div. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to also make sure I prefix the username with the actual, with a label or some text that indicates that this is the username. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a span tag. Or actually not span, I'm going to use the b tag, which bolds this text. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to render the username in this span tag right over here. Okay. Now here's the thing though, how do I actually render the username itself, right? Well, this is where we need to actually pass data to this username component. So how do we do that? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our user profile component. So where we are going to render our username component. So I'm going to remove this p tag right over here where I rendered this hard-coded username Bob text, and I'm going to render username just like that. Okay. And to pass a prop to a component, it's very easy. All you do is in between where these angle brackets are and right after where you have your component name. So after username, I'm going to go ahead and give my prop a name. Now, if you're using TypeScript, which since we're not using TypeScript, you would need to actually have type annotations for your components. Okay, which makes it very strict, which is actually a good thing, because that way you're not just randomly passing in random props to components that don't need that data. But since we're using JavaScript, I can literally pass in any prop, give it any name I want, but I'll show you also how to validate props later on using a package called prop types. So I'm going to go ahead and give my prop a name. So I'm going to call it username. You want to make sure you're giving your props relative names to the data that it is. So for example, if that data is username or if it's email, you want to make sure the prop corresponds to that piece of data. So username, and we want to have an equal sign. And we're going to be passing a string down to this username component for this username prop. So I'm going to use equal sign, and I'm going to go ahead and give it the name Bob, just like this. And now we need to go to the actual component that is going to be receiving this prop. And in order for us to actually be able to reference this username prop, the way that we handle that is, well, this username, remember that this is a function. And what's really happening is we're actually passing in this username prop as an argument to this function. In other words, when you actually render your components in React, you're actually really just calling the function itself. Okay, you're actually just calling this username function, except you're calling it by using these angle brackets tags. Okay, when you pass in props, you're actually just passing in an argument to that function. So all of those props, you can pass in as many props as you want. All of those props are all encapsulated into an object, and that object gets passed in to the component function, and that argument is just called props. Whoops, props, just like that. Let me show you what happens if I were to console log props. Let's go into our browser, and you'll see how over here, if I go to the console, which you actually may have already saw that already, but if I go over here to console, if I refresh the page, you'll see that we have username Bob, okay, as a field or a key value pair, and it's in this object right over here. As an example, let's say if I wanted to pass in some more props, so let's just pass in, let's just say trimmed username, just as an example. You'll see now both username and trimmed username are in this single props object right over here. Now, if I wanted to reference either one of these props, username or trimmed username, all I have to do is just reference it by just using the dot operator, so props dot, and then the name of the field, and that's always going to match the name of the prop. So username, just like this. Now you can see right over here, it is complaining because we have ESLint enabled. It's complaining about it missing prop validation. The code should still work. The application should still run. It's just that your VS Code is just giving this ESLint warning. Your application will work fine though. But if I refresh, you'll see now it is logging just Bob because I am referencing props.username. If I reference props.trimmed_username, it's going to log Bob as well. So hopefully that makes sense. Now we want to actually render the username to the document. We're going to do that inside these span tags. Now, in order to actually render the username, we know that it's coming from that props.username field, which is actually a field inside the object. Before we rendered a username by hard coding it to the document, but this time we actually have this value that is defined in a field, or you can kind of think of it as like a variable, right? How do we actually render that? How do we actually extract that value from that field and then render it to the document? Well, we're going to do something called evaluation. So for example, if I reference props.username right over here, this is a literal value. And in the document, it'll just literally render props.username. That's not what we want. We want to actually evaluate this object's field, so that way we actually get the value itself. To do that, we're going to actually wrap this in between a pair of curly braces. So this will evaluate this props.username field, and then it'll grab us that username value. So if you look at the document right now, you can see that Bob is being displayed to the document because this username field was evaluated. I'm going to go ahead and remove this console log. Now you can pass in other data types as well. You don't have to only pass in strings. So just as an example, let's remove trimmed username. Let's do this. So why don't I do this? Let's go into our app component, the root component, and we'll pass in props to user profile. So let's pass in the age of the user. So what I'll do is inside this div, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let me remove these two span tags. Let me remove this div actually. So I'll use a bold tag and I'll do age and then span. And then we're going to go ahead and expect props. So let me go ahead and pass that as a argument for the user profile function. And then we're going to go ahead and reference props. And the name of the prop will be age, so props.age. And then remember, we're evaluating that by using a pair of curly braces. So now let's go into our app.jsx file, or really any file wherever you are rendering the user profile component. And then we want to pass in that age prop. So since we are passing any numeric value, we need to actually use a pair of curly braces. Okay, if I actually used quotation marks like I did earlier to pass in a string, it would pass in this numeric value as a string. So if I put 20, it would treat that age prop as a string instead of a number. And you'll see right over here, if I actually console log props, and if I went to my browser, you'll see that it's treating the field as a string instead of a numeric value, which is not what we want, because you might want to do some kind of arithmetic, and you'll have to worry about parsing it first. So what we'll do is we'll use curly braces and then pass in the number 20 just like this. And now if I save and go back to the browser, you'll see now the number 20 doesn't have quotation marks in between or around it. So now this is an actual numeric value. So you don't have to worry about parsing it at all. Okay, and then now if you see right over here, it is rendering that prop. It is rendering the age 20 just fine. So that's good. And then you can also pass in booleans if you wanted to. So for example, let's say if I wanted to pass in, let's say for user profile, let's say we want to pass a prop called is logged in, and let's set this to true. Okay, and then let's just evaluate the prop right now. Props is logged in. Now it's not going to actually show you anything because this is a boolean, so it's not even going to render the text at all. But I could just do something like this where I call a function or call the string constructor and then evaluate that. So you'll see true is being rendered, and I can change this to false. Again, just showing you this as an example. Later on, you'll learn about conditional rendering. So you'll see how we can use a boolean to render specific stuff to the document. Okay, so that's just an example. You can pass in arrays. So let's just say, for example, for user profile, we have favorite foods, and this might be an array of favorite foods. So this will be like an array of objects. So let's just say name sushi. Okay, and then what you would do is you would reference the prop, which you'll see right over here, favorite foods. Whoops, let me go to the console. You'll see favorite foods is in fact an array. And then what you would want to do is something called dynamic rendering, or in other words, rendering lists. So you would take that props dot favorite foods array, and then you would iterate through it, and then you would render basically each object as an actual renderable element, which this is something that I will show you later on. Okay. So yeah, you can literally pass in anything you want. You can pass in an object as well. You can pass in, you can even pass in a function. So let's say, for example, if I had call me, so let's create a random function. Let's do this. Let's not use an alert. Let's just do console log hello. And then let's just do call me. Let's just pass as a prop. You'll see now the object props has this call me field, which is a function. And then you can see that it has the implementation right over here. But what I could do is I could just immediately call props.callMe like that. And you'll see that when I refresh the page, it console logs hello, which is pretty much calling this call me function. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, you can pass in literally anything you want. So now I'm going to show you how to use a third-party package called prop types. This is very important for type checking your component props, because you can see we are able to pass in any type of prop that we want without even validating it at all. And that's not good, because you always want to make sure you are validating what your component is taking in as a prop. And then you also want to make sure that those props are actually being passed in if a component expects one. So what we'll do is we'll install this package. So we're going to go into our terminal and type in npm I prop types. All right, let me go ahead and run my app again. Perfect. All right. So now what we're going to do is anywhere that we have a component. So let's go into user profile. Okay. We're going to go ahead and import this package. And I'm actually going to do this on the first line. So we're going to import prop types like this from prop-types, just like that. Okay. Once we import that, we can go ahead and take our user profile function. So user profile dot, and then you can basically dynamically attach this property, prop types, just like this, to your function itself. Okay, so user profile dot prop types. And then inside this object over here, you want to basically define the props that this component is expecting. So for example, this component right over here expects currently only one prop, but you know what I'll do is I'll actually do this. I'm going to take this username prop. Let's do this. Let's go back to app. I'm going to pass in a username to user profile. So let's just do Bob. And we're going to, this is known as prop drilling, by the way. We're going to take the prop that we passed from the app component to user profile. We're going to take that prop and then pass it to username component. So props.username, just like this. Okay, so I'm basically taking the prop that was passed to user profile and then passing it down one more layer to its child component username. And you can definitely do this. Okay, so we have so far, I guess, 3 props. So let's go ahead and go back to our prop types object. So the first one that we'll handle is username. So we'll define the prop name, so username, just like this. And you'll notice how as soon as I type username, this lint error goes away. Okay. So what we want to do is set the data type for username. So we'll do prop types. So we're referencing the prop types import from up top over here. And then we're going to do dot string. So this basically tells JavaScript as well as React that, okay, this username prop is a string. And then we can additionally also make this prop mandatory by adding this is required at the end. So dot string dot is required. So it's pretty much chainable if you think about it, like if you think of it like this. It's kind of like you're calling a method, and then that method returns the same instance that method was called on, and then you can basically call the same method again. So in this situation, we can call, or not call, but reference string, and then reference is required, and then there's really nothing else to reference anymore after that. But yeah, you get the idea. So now, watch what happens when I go to the browser. Let me go ahead and open up the dev tools. Okay, so watch what happens if I do this. Let's say if I go back to app.jsx and if I don't pass a username, and if I go into the browser, if I refresh, you're going to see that it gives us a warning. The application doesn't break, but it gives us a warning, and it says failed prop type. The prop username is marked as required in user profile, but its value is undefined. So this is basically telling you that you need to make sure you pass in the prop for username. So this is good because if we don't pass in a prop for something that is required, then it's going to complain. And notice how if I were to pass in anything but a string, so if I pass in an array, whoops, let's go back to the browser. You're going to see right over here, it gives a warning, a failed prop type, invalid prop username of type array supplied to user profile expected string. Let's go ahead and pass Bob back. And that should fix everything, so no more warnings. Good. Let's go ahead and type, I shouldn't say type annotate. I was going to say type annotate because I'm used to TypeScript. Let's go ahead and add prop or type checks for the other props. So let's go ahead and type check age. So we'll do age, and we'll do prop types. So this is going to be a number. So there is number right over here. And then we'll do is required. And then we'll do the same thing for this call me function. So we'll do call me prop types dot, and then there's this func property. And then we'll do, let's see, is required, just like that. Okay, so now we are making sure that username, age, and call me all are being passed as props. Okay, so these are all required. Now, what if you wanted to have a prop that was optional? Well, you can do that. So let's say, for example, let's say this is logged in prop. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. So is logged in. We'll do prop types. The type of this is going to be a bool or boolean. So they have bool. And then if you don't want it to be required, in other words, if you want it to be optional, then you just omit this is required right over here. So you don't add is required. Okay, you leave that out. So now, if I were to not pass is logged in as a prop, if I go back to the browser, you'll see that we don't have any errors. But if I were to add is required at the end, you'll see that now it complains about the is logged in prop because it is required. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, now you can also check the props for arrays as well. So right over here, I have this favorite foods prop, and this is an array. And let's say I want to make sure that this array has consistent values. Okay, so for this example right over here, I have an array of objects. Let's add a few more objects. And let me also add another property. Let me give this an ID, and let me capitalize this, and let me do the same thing down here. So let's do pizza and ID. Okay, and I want to make sure that this array has consistent objects. So in other words, I don't want this array to just have a bunch of random elements in there. I don't want this array to have a mix of numbers, strings, booleans, objects. I want it to have only objects. And I also want each object to be the same and have the same fields. So what I can do is I can go back to my user profile, and down over here, I can add a check for favorite foods. So favorite foods, like this. And then we'll reference prop types. And what I want to do here is I want to reference array of, not array, but array of, okay? If you have an array that you're passing as a prop that just has literally anything you want, and you only care that it's an array, you don't care of what the contents look like, then you would use array. So in other words, let's say if you're just passing in an array and it has a number, it has a string, it has an object, then you could just use array. Okay, array is good for just checking to see if the prop is an array, not for checking to see if the contents of the array is valid or not. So in our situation, we want to use array of. And then this time over here, I'm going to actually pass in prop types.shape because we care for the shape of our object over here. So prop types.shape allows us to check for a specific object and making sure that that object has a specific shape. Okay, so we're basically combining two things together. So now what I'm going to do inside when I call shape is I'm just going to pass an object, and then I can do the same thing that I've been doing up top over here for these four fields for the fields for the object. So I'm going to specify name, and then prop types dot string dot is required, and then same thing for ID, prop types string is required, just like this. Okay, it can look a little bit complex, but just know that what we're really doing is, one, we're validating the object right over here that is inside the favorite foods array. And then we're making sure that this favorite foods array is an array of all of these objects that have this shape. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So now what I'll do is this. So if I go to the browser, let me refresh, you'll see that we have no errors. But notice what happens if, one, let's just say if I pass in an object, you'll see that it complains because it is expecting an array right over here. it's saying that it expected an array. If I pass in an array, this works. But let's say if I pass in an array with an empty object, you'll see that it now complains because although we do have an array with an object, with one element, that's an object, that object is empty, but that object does not take in the correct shape. You can see that over here that the shape of the object does not have the name property that is required. Okay, now let's say if I add the name property, it's now going to complain saying that the ID is not there. Okay, so we need the entire thing. So let me go ahead and paste that back here. And now the errors are all gone, but notice how if I remove ID from just one of the objects, it's going to go ahead and complain. And also tells you the specific index of the array that it is having an issue with. So in this case, you can see it says index 1, so that's this element over here. Okay, so now you know how to validate arrays as well as validating the specific object for the array itself. So hopefully all of this makes sense. Now, one thing that I want to quickly mention with our components is that we actually have a parent to child relationship, and we also have sibling components as well. So let me emphasize a little bit about that, because this is actually a very important concept to understand when it comes to developing really any application, okay? If you understand object-oriented programming, this is something that should come easy to you. So right now we have our root component, we have app. Now app has one child component that we are rendering called user profile. The moment that you render a component inside another component, which is what we're doing right over here, that immediately creates a parent to child and child to parent relationship, okay, for components. So app has user profile, okay? If we go into the user profile component, we can see that user profile also has components being rendered as well. We have two components being rendered inside user profile, okay? If I take away user profile, if I don't render user profile, that means that user username as well as user favorite foods, these components that are being rendered inside user profile will not exist in the document itself unless if I explicitly rendered those two components directly inside the app component, okay? So user profile also has child components as well. It has user username as well as user favorite foods. So that makes user profile the parent of these two components, and these two components are children of the user profile component. Okay, and of course, the hierarchy can go down infinite amount of times. If user username had any child components being rendered, then those child components would be children of user username, and that would make user username a parent component. Okay, now because user username as well as user favorite foods component share the same parents, user profile, this automatically makes them sibling components. The nice thing with sibling components is that you can share the same props that were passed to its parent. So for example, all of these props, username, age, favorite foods, and this call me function that I am passing down to the user profile component, all these props can be passed to both user username and user favorite foods, allowing me to share those props between these two siblings. Now that's useful because sometimes we may want to share very similar props between different components. Maybe user favorite foods needs the username as well as the user username component. So we may want to consider passing the username prop to the user favorite foods component as well. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Later on, you'll see more examples where when we work with state, you'll see how when I update one state variable, you'll see how it will reflect all of the child components and the sibling components as well. Okay, and then I'll also show you how I can update data from a child component and have that reflect the parent component as well. Okay, but I just wanted to go over this very quickly because it is something very important to understand in React, but we'll dive deeper into this when we get into working with state. Now, one more thing with components that I want to talk about are React fragments. This is actually something very, very important to understand in React, and knowing when to use it is actually very, very beneficial for your situation. So right now, all of our components have one root element that we are returning. So remember what I said, a component is a function that returns a JSX element or JSX expression. In this situation, we're returning a div, and this div can have as many HTML elements as we want. However, if I remove this div right over here, you see that it actually errors out and it's complaining, saying that we must have one parent element. That's because by default, I can't just return two HTML elements just like this, okay? Now you might be wondering, well, maybe you might want this bold element as well as a span element to be rendered to the document. And let's say, for example, this user username component is being rendered inside user profile. You might want these two elements to be immediate children of wherever this component is being rendered. So it's being rendered right over here. So you want those two elements to be immediate child elements of this div right over here. Okay? Now, how can I achieve that without needing to wrap them inside a div, right? Because the moment that I wrap it inside a div, it becomes a child element of the div. Now, it still technically is a child element of the root div, the outer div, that wherever it's being rendered. But sometimes having these elements being wrapped inside another element can break CSS, or it can break your selectors. For example, you might have specific selectors that you're using that need to target immediate child elements. Okay, so I'm just using that as an example. So what we can do to add these two elements to the document without needing to add this div is use a fragment, and it's actually very easy to use. So there's two ways that you can use a fragment syntactically. So the first way is you can do it like this. You can reference react.fragment, just like this. Whoops, fragment. And then you want to make sure you close that as well right over here. Okay, we do need to import React up top over here. So import React from React. Okay, and now notice what happens in the DOM tree. So if I were to go back to my browser, and if I expand the HTML elements, you'll see now we have both of our elements that are from user username component, and they don't have that root div anymore, and they're immediate children of its parent component's root element, also known as the user profile component. Okay, they become immediate child elements of this div with this user profile ID. Okay, you can see that right over here. If I remove this React fragment and if I change it back to a div, you can see that that div gets added to the document, and it's wrapping both this bold element as well as this span element right over here. Okay, and again, there's no right or wrong answer. It's really up to you on how you want to structure your HTML. Remember, there's no right or wrong answer with HTML and CSS. It's how you want to structure things. I'm only showing you this because you might have certain needs that might make it so that you don't want this div to actually be added to the document because of styling issues, or maybe you might have specific selectors that you need to target this bold element as an example, and you cannot have this div right over there. Okay, so using a fragment would solve that issue. Now, the shorthand way to use fragments is actually, instead of just using react.fragment, you just use an empty tag just like this. Okay, so you literally just do angle brackets, you don't put anything in between, and then you close it just like this. So angle brackets and then put a /, and then you're done. And that's literally a fragment, a shorthand syntax for fragments, and it does the same exact thing. Okay, if I were to go into user profile, I can literally remove this div right over here and wrap all of these elements, all of my components and elements in a fragment. And if you see right over here, now all of these elements are immediate children of this div, and that div is this div right over here, which is the root element of app. Okay, since user profile is the only component that I am rendering, I can actually just remove this div, and now you can see that all of these elements are immediate child elements of the root div, which comes from our entry point right over here. Okay, so hopefully fragments make sense. And again, there are many different ways that you can use fragments. Like I said, you can use to group components together. So if I wanted to just render, let's say, for example, I want to render user username with user favorite foods together, I can group them together just like this with a fragment. And I don't need to worry about adding an extra HTML node to the document. Not that this would really change anything in terms of your tree structure for your application, but it is a way to group stuff together. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, because sometimes, like I said, you want to group elements together. You want them to be all grouped together, but you don't want them to be wrapped inside a div, because that div could, let's say, put them all in the same row, or maybe it might put them all in the same line. Whatever it is, it could break CSS. So using a fragment could help in some situations. Again, this all primarily depends on how you structure your CSS. So you have to make sure you understand, okay, what exactly is my CSS targeting, and should I use a fragment for this to achieve what I want to do? So hopefully React fragments make sense. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about styling in React. So this is just going to be a short little section. We're not going to go in depth on CSS because this is not a CSS tutorial, but I did want to show you how to at least style your React application as well as style components. So we're going to start off with some basic CSS files. So what we'll do is we'll apply what's called a global style. So a global style basically just means that you want to apply your styles globally throughout your entire application, so literally everywhere. So in other words, let's say, for example, I want to apply a global background. Maybe I want to apply a dark color background everywhere throughout the application. So how would I do that? Well, in order to apply a global style, we want to make sure that we have first a CSS file. So I'll create one. Let's create a new file. We'll call this globals.css. Okay. And this is where all of my global CSS will be defined. So what I want is I want to make sure I have a dark background color. So what I'll do is this. We'll start off with a body tag, and then we'll do background color. And then let's do, let's start with 000, and I'm going to use this VS Code feature to kind of like change the background color. So I'm going to use 1E, 1E, 1E. And then I also want to change the text color to be, I guess, white. Maybe not white, but just like a slight light color. So that way we can actually see the text. And now to apply the CSS to our actual application, because right now it's not being applied, what we need to do is we need to go to our entry point of our application, and we just want to import that globals.css file just like this. And now you'll see that the CSS is being applied to our application. We basically inverted the colors. We made the text white and we made the background dark. Okay, so that's how you can apply global CSS. So this is where I would recommend you set things such as the font family. So if you wanted to set a font family, you could do that right over here. So let's say if I wanted to set it to, I don't know, sans serif. Maybe I don't have that font. Oh, right there. Okay, there we go. The font just changed. Okay. If you wanted to set, let's say, you can also set like a height as well. Set the height to 100%. And basically any global CSS you want to put inside this file. Okay, let's talk about component level CSS, because obviously we have our global CSS, but then we have our components where you want specific CSS applied to it. Okay, so let's say, for example, maybe for my, let's do username. Okay, let's say for this username component, I want specific CSS applied to the font, to the color of the text, whatever it is, right? I want to make sure that I'm applying it only to this component and not globally throughout the entire application. Okay, so what I want to do is this. There's two ways that I can do this. One, I could just do an inline style. So I'll show you how to do that. So let's say if I wanted to change the font size of this username text, I could just go to the tag itself and I could do style and then equal sign. And then you want to provide a pair of curly braces. So with inline styling in React, it's way different than how you would write it in just regular HTML. So in React, you want to actually pass an object into this object over here or into this pair of curly braces right over here, just like that. And basically, this object will have all of these CSS properties. So for example, if you wanted to apply the font size, you would just do font size, and it could pass in a string. So let's do 32. And now if I go to the document, you can see that. Let me just make sure I'm not zoomed in. Oh, I was zoomed in. Let me see. Let's change this to, oh, it should be 32 pixels. Sorry about that. So now I can see that it is being applied to the username text. And if I look in the dev tools, you'll see that this B tag right over here has this style attribute, and then it has font size. So again, this is how it would look like in HTML, but in React, you want to make sure that you are applying it inside this object right over here. If I want to change the color, I would just do color, and then I want to set it to, let's say, maybe a red color like that, and then that would be applied right over there. Okay, so that's how you do it in line. Let's show you a couple more examples. There's also, let's see, there's font size, font family. Maybe you don't like the default font that we set globally, so you can do something like cursive, and then that will change right over there. Okay, there are a bunch. Again, you can just go through IntelliSense and look through all the other ones. But if there's one that you want and you know the name of it, just remember that it's the same name as it is in just a regular HTML attribute. You just need to make sure that you're using a camel case. So notice how in HTML, right, you have, let me show you. You have font hyphen size. That's how you would write it in just regular plain HTML. But in React or in JSX, you would write font and then capital S size and no space or no hyphen at all, just like this. Okay? And then you want to make sure it's inside the object. So hopefully that makes sense. So now let me show you how to do it, not with inline, but at the component layer with an actual CSS file. So what we're going to do is inside our components folder, I'll create a new file and I'll call it styles.css. And what I'm going to do here is just create a class. So I'll call it username and I'll just give it the same styles. And remember, this is a regular CSS file. So you're just going to write CSS regularly. So instead of font size like this, where we did that in the JSX, we're just going to do font hyphen size and 32 pixels. Set the color to red. Now we're going to go back to our username component. And in here, I want to import this styles.css file that I just created. So we're going to import it like this. Import, pair of quotation marks, and then the relative path styles.css. And then if you look in the browser, nothing has changed so far with the username. And that's because we need to make sure we apply the class name to whichever tag we're trying to style. Okay, it's exactly the same way that you would do it in just plain HTML. So I want to style this bold tag, this B tag. So I'm going to give it a class name. So we're going to use this class name attribute. In regular HTML, it's just class, but in JSX, it's class name. Okay? And this is where you're starting to realize the differences between HTML and JSX. Even though, again, 95% of it will look identical, there are still a lot of things that are different. Actually, I should say 90%. So we're going to do class name equals, and then now just the name of the class. So the name of the class is username. So we'll just do username just like this. And if I save, you're going to see now we see the style is being applied to username. It has a font size of 32 pixels, and then the color is red. And you can even look in the dev tools. We should see this right over here. So this element, this bold element, has a class called username, and when I click on this, you can see all of the styles that are applied to it. Okay. Now, one more thing that I do also want to mention too is even if I were to, let's say, go into this styles.css file, and let's say if I modify the body CSS, okay, so let's say if I do body and then background color, let's do aqua, okay? If I refresh, you'll see that it actually does not get applied to the actual document itself. Now I want to show you as well, right over here, if I go to body, you'll see that in the dev tools, it actually shows two body tag styles, okay? And this one right over here is actually just being ignored. You can see it has this line struck through. This one over here just means it's being ignored because we have this one overriding it, basically. Okay, if I were to remove this background color style, okay, and sometimes you do need to make sure you refresh as well because it doesn't actually reflect properly, but this time I can see that it is properly being reflected. You can see over here that I am setting the background color to aqua because in the global.css file, my root CSS file, I am not setting that CSS style in the body tag. Okay, but since I set over here, it's not going to override it. I could override it if I wanted to by just using the exclamation mark important. And then now you can see that it is being overridden. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. I do also want to show you one more way on how you can write CSS as well as style your components using CSS modules. Okay, and CSS modules are actually very, very common. A lot of people actually like using CSS modules because they're more prone to less issues when it comes to styling your components because one, they are locally scoped to the component. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and rename styles.css to styles.module.css. And instead of importing it like this, I'm going to go ahead and actually import it like this. We'll do import, and we're going to give it a name. So import styles, and then from, and then the relative path, styles.module.css. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of actually just passing in the class name as an actual string, we're actually going to use a pair of curly braces, and then we're going to reference styles as if it was an actual object, and then reference username as if it was a field on that object. Okay, so what really happens is this styles, this CSS module, basically takes all of your fields, and then it kind of like just puts them in an object, and you can reference it as an actual property itself, and then use that to apply the correct class to the element. Okay, so I'm going to save, and let me refresh, and you'll see now, if I go to here, you can see I have my B element right over here, my bold element. And you can see the class name is not exactly username, but it has like this underscore username and then some auto-generated text right over here, or this hash. Okay, so it's not the exact class name, but it is applying the correct CSS styling, which is what we want. Okay, and this is what a lot of people prefer to use when it comes to styling because one, it's again locally scoped, so you don't have to really worry about your CSS conflicting with other components. Now, many of you may be familiar with a CSS preprocessor called Sass. Now, there are plenty of CSS preprocessors out there, but Sass is one of the most popular ones. So I'll show you how to actually use it. It's actually very easy. So what we want to do is go into our project terminal. So in the directory, I'm going to go ahead and install the preprocessor. So you need to make sure you install the preprocessor before you can actually use it. So since we're using Vite, it actually supports Sass out of the box or SCSS. If you're trying to use a different preprocessor, definitely make sure you check the Vite docs first to see if it supports out of the box and see if there needs to be any special configuration. So I'm going to type npm i-d and then Sass, just like that. Okay, there we go. And then let's just run our project again. Now what I can do is create an SCSS file. So I'll just create a new file. I'll call this users.module.scss. You don't have to use CSS or SCSS modules. You can just use just a regular CSS file. It depends on what you prefer. Not everyone likes to use CSS modules or SCSS modules. Some people just prefer using a regular style sheet and then importing that and then using the class name as a string literal. It's up to you. That's why I'm showing you all of these different examples. So inside my SCSS file, I'll just write regular CSS. I'm not going to go in depth on using Sass, but I'll just do, let's do this. Let's see, what else can I style? Maybe I'll style favorite foods. So foods title. And let's do font weight bold. And then font size 64 pixels, just as an example. And since I'm using a CSS module, I don't want to have hyphens in my class name. So actually, I'm going to use camel case for the class name since I am using a CSS module. Okay. So we'll go to, let's go to user favorite foods. So here I want to style this text, this span element. So I'm going to first import my SCSS module. So import users, I'll just call it styles from users.module.scss. And then I'm going to go ahead and add the class name attribute. And then I'm going to provide a pair of curly braces. So class name equals curly braces. And inside styles dot, and then the name of the class. So foods, and then title, just like that. So foods title. And then now we should see it is being applied properly. Now, if you do prefer to use a kebab case, which is what this is known as, where you have this hyphen in between each word, you could use kebab case, but do note that you will need to use square bracket notation to access the class. So you would have to do something like this: styles, and then square bracket, and then foods title, just like that. Okay, it's up to you on what you prefer to do. I personally don't like using square bracket notation to access properties. Sometimes you may need to, especially if you're using kebab case. It's totally up to you. But hopefully this all makes sense. So yes, you can use Sass and any CSS preprocessor that you choose to. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you how we can take an array of elements or a list of elements. I'm going to use those two terms interchangeably. And I'm going to teach you how you can transform each element from a regular plain JSON object to a JSX element, so that way it is actually renderable to the document. It's important to understand this part because when you have an array of JSON objects, which you're going to a lot of times, especially if you're fetching data from an API, you cannot just take that plain JSON object and plug it into your JSX code and have it render to the browser. It doesn't work that way because the browser needs to be able to render something that's renderable. And a plain JSON object cannot just be rendered to the document as is. You need to take it and then transform it into a JSX element. Okay? So I'm going to teach you how to do that. We're not going to be fetching data from an API, but later on you will learn how to do that, and you'll be able to apply what you're learning in this section with fetching data from an API. Now, I went ahead and actually cleaned up our code a little bit. I deleted a lot of the previous code that we wrote. In fact, I deleted everything. And I'm going to create a mock array. So I'll do that right now. So const mock users. and this will be an array. And what I'll do is inside this array, we're going to go ahead and just create some plain JSON objects. So this is going to represent a user, an array of users. So I'll just give it an ID of 1, and then I'll give it a username. And let's just do email address. We'll keep it very simple. Okay, and then I'll do one more. So we'll have 2 users, and then we'll do username Michael, and then we'll do Michael at Michael, or for email, do Michael at ansondev.com. So now I have 2 users, and again, pretend like this data is coming from an API. Okay, even though right now it is mock data, it is local data, but pretend it's coming from an API. Because realistically, when you fetch your data from an API, this is what it could look like. Okay, especially if you're fetching an endpoint that returns multiple elements. So if you're fetching an endpoint that gets you, let's say, 10 users at a time, then you will have an array of users. Okay, so what we're going to do is we want to render all of these users to our document. Okay, because right now, if I try to just let's say if I try to do this, if I try to do mock users just like this, right? And if I go to my browser, nothing is going to happen. Let me just make sure app is being rendered. It is. Okay, nothing is going to happen. You're seeing that I'm trying to evaluate this array, and the browser is just clearly not showing anything. And you'll see that right over here in the logs. Let me actually refresh. Okay, so we have a bunch of errors, and it's saying that objects are not valid as a React child. Okay, and that should make sense because right now we're working with an object, mock user, which is an array, which is also an object, and then inside this array we have plain JSON object as well. So we can't render this as is, and that's the reason why it was giving us all of those errors. So now in order for us to render all of these objects to the document, we need to take our mock users array, go through each element, and transform each element from a plain JSON object to a JSX element, which is something that is renderable to the browser, to the document. And the easiest way to do this is to use a prototype function on our array called array.map. So if you look over here, we have our mock users array. I can actually call this map function right over here. And some of you may be familiar with this map function already. If you are, that's great. If you're not, I'll explain briefly what exactly this function does. So basically, this map function can be called on an array, and it applies a transformation on all the elements in that array, and it returns a new array with each element transformed. Okay, so it's just better if I just show you an example instead of just saying a bunch of things. So what I'll do is I'll go into the node shell right over here. And what I'll do is I'll define an array right now. So I'll just call this numbers. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like this. Okay, so I have an array, as you can see over here, and I have 5 elements, all numbers. What I want to do is I want to take each element in this array, and I want to multiply each well, actually, let me say it like this. I want this array to have each element multiplied by 5. Okay, so I want each element to be, let's say, for example, for 1 will be 5, 2 will be 10, 3 will be 15, 4 will be 20, 5 will be 25, and etc. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reference numbers, and I'm going to call this map function. Now, this map function is going to take in an argument, which is a callback function. Okay, and you should be familiar with callback functions. You can also call this a transformation function. Okay, so if I use both of those terms interchangeably, just know that I mean the same thing. Okay, so this callback function is a transformation function, and the reason why it's called a transformation function is because, one, this callback function takes up to 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be the element of the array, the current element of the array that we are trying to transform. Okay, so what really happens underneath the hood when you call .map is it actually iterates, it loops through all of the elements in the array. Every single element is going to be processed. Okay, so the first iteration the argument num will be 1. The second iteration, the argument num will be 2, and so on and so forth. Okay? So we're going to take that element that is in the array, which is given to us via the argument num. And what we want to do is we want to take this argument and I want to multiply it by 5. And you don't have to multiply it by 5. You can literally apply any transformation you want. You can add 1, you can divide it by, let's say 10. You can subtract. You can do anything you want. You can even parse it to a string if you wanted to. Basically anything, okay? What I'll do is I'll multiply by 5 just like this. And this value, this new value, so num times 5 will be returned, okay? And what happens is this new value will be returned, and it will be appended to a new array because it doesn't modify the original array itself, okay? So it will be appended to a new array, and then if I hit enter, you're going to see right over here that I actually get a new array outputted to our console. And you'll see that every element in the numbers array is now multiplied by 5. And the one thing to note is that the original array itself is not modified. So this map function is immutable. And what that means is it just basically doesn't modify the original array itself or the original value itself. So it creates a new array with all the transformed values. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. And there are plenty of examples that you can see online as well. I really encourage you to look up this array.map prototype function and really understand it as best as you can, because if you don't, you're going to have a hard time continuing with React because you're going to be using this array.map function literally all the time. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my code and I'm going to again, call mock users.map. So we're calling this map function. And remember that we want to pass in a callback function, aka the transformation function. So I'll do that right now. So this is my callback function. And remember, the callback function takes up to 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be the current element that we are trying to process. So in this case, I'm going to call it user because it represents the user object itself. So inside this callback function right over here, I can reference user and all of its properties. So I can reference ID, email, username, any field I want. Okay, and you can see as IntelliSense was picking up those fields. But what I want to do is I want to make sure that I am returning a value. You always want to make sure that you are returning a value, because if you don't return an explicit value, by default array.map will just return an undefined value. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to return JSX. Okay, because whatever you return is basically what is going to be returned into that new array. So we want to return JSX. So what I want to do here is I want to basically have something that is valid JSX, and that could be, you know, a component. It could be HTML, anything. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just return a div just to keep things simple. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take each field in the user object and I'm going to output it to the DOM by evaluating each field. So for example, let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and use a bool tag, and I'm going to render the username like this. So I'm going to reference user.username. Okay, and then I'm going to use a break tag so I can go on the next line. And I'll do the same thing for email. And I'm going to do user email just like that. Okay, and I'll actually do one more for the ID. So I'll do that before the username. So ID, and then span user.id, just like this. Oh, let me also make sure I have the break tag as well. Whoops. Okay, let me also do the same thing for down here. Okay, right now we have a bunch of red squiggly lines, a bunch of linting issues. I'll address this in just a bit. Don't worry about it for now. But I want to show you what happens if I go to the document, and you'll see now if I refresh, you can see that we are now displaying all of that data in the document. Okay? So just to kind of like recap what's happening, we're basically transforming each JSON object that is a user to a JSX element, because we're returning basically this JSX element that is renderable, okay? And it's just a plain div right over here. And remember that we can render divs to the document itself, okay? So what happens is we are transforming this mock users array of objects to an array of JSX elements. And in fact, if I actually did this, let me do this. If I were to console log this whole thing right over here, and if I go to the browser tools, and if I were to expand this, you'll see that the elements are now an array of React elements. You can see the type of is this symbol, React.element. Okay, so it's no longer a plain JSON object. It's an actual React element. Okay, and React will take care of going through each element inside this array and taking that JSX element and rendering it to the document. So you don't. So it takes care of that part for you. You just need to make sure that it is an element that is renderable. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. So let me go ahead and just copy this and remove this console log. I want to go back to addressing this issue where we have this linting issue right over here. So it's telling us that we're missing a key prop for the element in iterator. And you're probably wondering, what does this even mean? Okay, so whenever you are dealing with rendering lists or arrays of elements to the document, so right over here, this is what we're doing. We're trying to render an array of users. We need to associate each element that is being rendered to the document with a unique value. Okay, so in this situation right over here, you can see that we are mapping this mock users array. Okay, we're taking a total of 2 users, transforming those users from a plain JSON object to a JSX element, which in the end, it gets rendered to the document, and we see 2 divs that are added to our document. If I go to the browser, if I were to go to elements, and let me just kind of expand the tree right over here, you'll see that we have a total of 2 divs right over here. We have this div, and then we have this div right over here. We have 2 divs total, okay? And you can definitely assume that if we had, let's say, 10 users, then you'd be correct that there would be 10 extra divs, or I'm sorry, not 10 extra divs, 10 divs total added to the document, all of which represent a user element. Now we need to make sure that each one of these divs, and it's not just a div, whatever your root element is. So for example, if this was a section, if this was a nav, if this was any HTML element or even a component, which I'll show you how to do that in the next part, you need to make sure that this element has a unique key. The reason why this is important is because React needs to use these keys to keep track of how these elements are being appended to the document as well as being removed from the document. Now, you know, if your application is very simple, you might not really notice much of a difference, or you might not even notice the issue right away or at all. But down the road, as your application gets more complex, you're going to run into weird bugs where, let's say, for example, if you try to remove an element and then add the same element back again, you're going to see that the order is going to look very weird. Okay, so that's just one example of a potential problem that you might run into. There are a lot of other issues too that could happen. So it's very important that you have an associated key with your elements. It's very easy to do that. What you do is you just use this key prop right over here, or this attribute. We're going to call it an attribute because we're just using a regular div. So you're going to pass in this key, and then you want to make sure you pass in an actual unique value. Okay, so what you want to do is look at your resource, and you want to ask yourself, okay, what field can I use that is actually guaranteed to be unique? So, for example, I have this ID field, and majority of the time, you can always make this assumption that this ID is guaranteed to be unique, especially if you're using a database and your database is auto-incrementing your unique IDs. So it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on and so forth. You can assume that this ID will always be unique, okay? There might be some situations where you might not have a unique key or a unique ID that you can use. And in those situations, you might want to generate some kind of hash. We're not going to talk about that in this section. Okay, but for now, we'll keep things simple. And we know that this ID is going to be unique. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in user.id as a value for this key attribute. And now you'll see that this error goes away, or this warning goes away. And if I go back to the browser, all of my errors are gone, or all of my warnings are gone. Okay, and visually, you're not going to notice any difference at all. And even if you inspect your browser tools, if you go into the tree, what I'll do is inside the browser tools, right over here, I'm going to go to this div, and then I'm going to highlight it. And if I go to properties, you're going to see that right over here, that this React Fiber property over here, you'll see that it has this key, and the value of it is 1. If I go to the next div, right over here, this one, okay, same user element. And if I were to look at the properties, you'll see that the key is 2. Okay, if I were to add more users, so let me do this real quick. I'll just add 2 more users. I'll change the ID to 3 and 4 respectively. You'll see that the other divs right over here will have a key of 3, and then this one will have a key of 4. Okay, and underneath the hood, React will use these keys to keep track of each element. Again, there's a lot of reasons why you need keys. We'll probably dive into this topic in a separate video, but just again, remember that you always need to make sure you are assigning keys that are unique whenever you are rendering lists of elements. Okay, and just to show you what happens if I were to have, let's say, 2 elements with the same ID, you're going to see that React is actually going to complain. It's going to say encounter 2 children with the same key, 4, and it says keys should be unique so that components maintain their identity across updates. And this should make sense because, again, when you're trying to add or remove elements, React needs to know which element that it needs to remove or add. And having the same key is going to create conflict, okay? So now, instead of actually just returning a div and then having all of this JSX inside this div over here, we're actually going to move all of this code into its own components, okay? And this will teach you the basics of reusability. While this does work, we want to make sure that we're keeping our code more organized and clean and more readable, okay? And the purpose of this is because, for example, yes, this does work. We're rendering all of the data to the document, but we always want to make sure that we are creating components that represent the resource that we are trying to render to the document, okay? So what we'll do is instead of rendering, or instead of just returning this div, I'm actually just going to return this user details component, which we're going to build out. So let me do this. I'm going to just copy this right over here, and I'll delete this div over here. And what I'll do is I'll go into the user details component, and instead of returning this fragment, I'm going to return a div. And let me paste all of this code that I just copied from right over here. So it's going to look pretty much the same thing as what we had before. The only difference is that it's encapsulated in its own component, in its own user details component. Okay. Now, what's important is that inside this user details component, you can see that we need a reference to the user's ID, the user's username, as well as the user's email. So this should spark the idea that we want to make sure that we are passing those fields as props to the user details component. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to return user details just like this. Okay, so return user details with the angle brackets. And then we need to make sure that we're still passing in a key. So let's pass in that key, and we're going to use user.id. And let me just fix this real quick. Let me just change this from ID 4 to 3. And now we need to also make sure, oh, whoops, I need to import the component up top over here. Let's do that. Import user details from the user details file. Okay, so let's also make sure that we're passing in the necessary props. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in this user argument that we're getting from the callback function that we passed to the map function. Remember, this user argument is the user itself in this mock users element. We're going to take that user and we're just going to pass it as a prop to user details. Okay, so we're passing the user object into the user details component. So let's do that. So user, we're going to call the prop user, and then we're just going to pass in user just like that. Okay, so we're passing an object to user details. Now we're going to go into the user details component, and we need to take in the props as an argument. So we're going to add props as an argument to this function right over here. And now props is an object that's going to have this user prop as a field. So if I were to console log props like this, you'll see that when I refresh, you'll see that right over here on line 2, which is where we are logging the props over here, it has this user field, and that user field is an object with all of its fields. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I could do a lot of things. I can either just reference props directly and then just reference user.id for everything, and this would work just fine. And you'll see that everything is going to be rendered to the document just fine. We're getting these linting issues because we haven't done prop validation, but this works just fine. Or the other thing that you could do, and I recommend doing this, is actually just destructure the prop itself in the argument signature. So what I can do is, instead of just doing props.user for everything, I could actually just destructure it like this. So I'm basically unpacking the user field from the props object in the function's argument signature right over here. Okay, and then what I can do is I can reference user directly like this instead of having to reference props.user, and then it works the same exact way. Okay, now let's go ahead and just very quickly add the prop validation. Might as well. So now you can see that we're pretty much taking everything that we've learned from the previous sections and we're putting everything together. So let's add prop validation. So we'll do user details dot prop types. And remember, this P right over here is a lowercase. And then we need to validate the prop itself, which is user. Remember, we're only passing in one prop to the user details component. We're not passing in each element or each field in the user object individually. You could if you wanted to. I think it's just easier just to pass the entire object as a whole. Okay, so we'll reference user just like that, and then we're going to reference prop types, and then we're going to use the shape function to validate the shape of this user object. So this is how you can actually validate objects. Okay, so we need to make sure we validate the ID. So ID is going to be a number, so we'll do prop types dot number is required. Username needs to be validated, so we'll do prop types username is a string, and then is required. And then we'll do the same thing for email. So email prop types dot string is required. Okay, and now you can see that the linting errors go away. If I refresh, no errors in the console, no warnings in the console. And if I were to remove email from one of these objects, you'll see that it's going to go ahead and give us a warning because one of our objects in the mock user array did not have an email field defined. Okay, and that's the reason why it's giving us this failed prop type warning. So hopefully this makes sense. So now you can see that this is a lot more cleaner than what we had originally. You're encapsulating everything in a single component. And what's nice is that, let's say, for example, you might not necessarily render an array of JSX elements to the document, but you might want to render an individual user to the document itself. And having this user details component allows you to reuse this component, because all you need to do is just get the user, an individual user, and you can fetch that from your API, right? Assuming that you have an endpoint that retrieves a single user, you can pass in the user object and then render all of these details to the page or to the document itself. Okay, so this allows you to reuse this component over and over and over again. So you save a lot of time from just, manually rendering a div and writing out all of these tags and, rendering each field. So hopefully this makes sense. Okay, and other things that I would mention too is that this enables you to properly encapsulate state, especially when you need state for your components. We haven't talked about state just yet, but we will get to that later on in this tutorial, but it's just something to consider. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to perform conditional rendering. Now, the term itself should give you an idea of what exactly it is. You should already know what conditions are in programming, but essentially, whenever you are rendering elements to the document, you want to oftentimes control what the user sees based on some condition. And that condition can literally be anything. It can be if 1 is equal to 1, if 1 is not equal to 1. It can be if the user is logged in. A common use case in the real world is checking to see if the user is authenticated. And if they are, you may redirect them to their personalized dashboard. If they're not logged in, then you don't want to render to them or give them access to certain pages or components that are supposed to be protected. So in that situation, you would want to render either, let's say, a login form to have them log into their existing account, or a registration form to create a new account. So this is a common example of conditional rendering working on the front end side. Now, there's a lot of use cases with conditional rendering. So maybe you want to conditionally render a banner on your marketing website to display a coupon for new users only. Okay, and oftentimes websites will use cookies to check to see if a user has visited the website before or not. So if the user has never been on the website, then they'll check to see if that cookie exists and if it has a value. And if there is no cookie, then that means the user has visited for the first time, or they may have just cleared the browser cookies. In that situation, you would want to conditionally render a special banner that gives them a coupon, let's say 10% off of whatever product it is that you're selling. So that's just another example of using conditional rendering. I'm sure many of you will be able to come up with a bunch of different ideas when it comes to rendering elements to the document based on some condition. So enough talking, let's go ahead and actually take a look at some examples. So inside my main app component, what I'll do, just to start off with a very basic example, I'll go ahead and display a message conditionally to the user based on their authentication status. So we're going to create a fake variable called isAuthenticated. I spelled that wrong, authenticated. I'm going to set this to true. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a conditional statement to check the value of isAuthenticated. And the first way that I'm going to show you is going to be a very easy way where we use an if-else statement. And then the second way that I'll show you, we're going to use a ternary operator, which is actually more common. So what I'll do is I'll use a regular if-else statement. So if, and I'll check my condition. So isAuthenticated. Okay. So if isAuthenticated, if it's true, then it's going to execute this block of code inside this curly brace. So all we want to do is just return JSX. So again, you should already be familiar with returning JSX in your component. The only difference here is that we are conditionally returning specific JSX based on whatever the value of our variable isAuthenticated is. So I'm going to go ahead and return a div, and I'm going to also have an h1 tag inside, and I'll just say welcome user. Okay, if I go to my browser, you'll see that it says welcome user. Now let's say, for example, if I were to change the value of is authenticated from true to false, you'll see that now the browser does not display welcome user. Now it should be obvious because is authenticated is now false. So this block of code does not get executed. So it never reaches this return statement. And we're not returning anything after this check. So that's the reason why it's currently just a blank page. So what I could do is I could actually just add an else block over here. And I could just return another div, and I'll just say you are not logged in. I could wrap this in an h1 tag as well. I'll just do a span tag. And now you'll see it says you are not logged in. Now, you don't really need this else case. You can just actually remove that and just straight up just return this div right over here. Because if is authenticated is false, then this block is not going to be returned, or this line of code is not going to be executed. And then we're just going to just jump to this part and just return this default message if the user is not logged in. Okay, and that's literally it when it comes to conditional rendering. You just have an if condition, and then if you need, let's say, an else block, you can have the else block. If you need else if to check to see if the value is equal to something else, you can add an else if as well. Okay. Now I'm going to show you the more common way to actually write this. So instead of using an actual if-else statement, we're going to use a ternary operator. Okay, now ternary operators may be something that you might not be familiar with, especially if you're just new to programming, but you should definitely learn what ternary operators are because you're going to be using them everywhere in literally every single React project. Okay, if you work on an open source React project, you're going to be seeing them everywhere whenever it comes to conditional rendering. So the easiest way to explain what a ternary operator is and how it looks like is just by showing you some documentation. Now this is what a ternary operator looks like. You can easily get this page by just Googling ternary operator, and it should be like the first or second result on Google. Okay, so basically a ternary operator is also another conditional operator as well. And it basically takes 3 operands, okay? So this is what it looks like right over here. Let me zoom in just a little bit. So right over here, we have our ternary operator. And we have 3 operands. We have the condition, and then we have the 2 values that will be returned based on the conditional value. So the way that it looks like is you have your condition, and then you have this question mark, okay? On the right-hand side of the question mark, this is where you want to place the values that you want to return based on the condition. So for example, isMember is going to be a true or false value. It's a conditional value. So if isMember is true, what's going to happen is it's going to return this value over here, $2, which is on the left-hand side of this colon symbol. If isMember is false, it will return $10, so whatever is on the right-hand side. I honestly think this is the easiest way to understand ternary operators. So just remember that you have this question mark on the left-hand side of the question mark, you have your condition. And then on the right-hand side of the question mark, you have your 2 other operands where you're going to return a value right over here on the left-hand side of the colon if isMember is true. And if isMember is false, or in other words, if the condition is false, then it's going to return whatever is on the right-hand side of the colon. Okay, so I just recommend you practice ternary operators because you're going to be using them a lot. But hopefully this makes sense. So we're going to go into our component, and we're just going to go ahead and write the same logic that we had previously, but using a ternary operator. So we're going to use the return keyword, and remember we need our conditional statement. So the first thing that I'm going to do is reference is authenticated, because even though this itself is a variable that is a literal value, true or false, it still is a conditional statement as well. So return is authenticated, and then we need our question mark symbol. And then on the right-hand side of the question mark, we want to set up our 2 operands. Okay, so the first operand is going to be what is going to be returned if is authenticated is true. So that's what this div with the h1 tag will be. And I'll just say welcome user. Okay, now I need my colon, and on the right hand side of this colon, we're going to go ahead and return the div with the text, you are not logged in. And this div will be returned if is authenticated is false. Okay, so this is literally what it looks like as a ternary operator, or in the form of a ternary operator. If I go back to my browser, you'll see that right now it says you are not logged in, and that's because is authenticated is false. So when we go to our ternary operator over here, is authenticated is false. Okay, so it's going to go ahead and return what is on the right hand side of the colon. So this div right over here with the h1 tag that says you are not logged in. If I go ahead and if I change is authenticated's value to true, now it's going to go ahead and return what is on the left hand side of this colon. So it's going to return this div with the h1 that says welcome user. And if I go to the browser, you can see that this is what is being displayed to us. So hopefully this makes sense. Now, so far the examples that I was showing you dealt with values that only had two possible values, either true or false, and that's pretty simple. But sometimes you might want to check the value of a specific variable or property or an object that may have more than two possible values. Okay, so a good example of this would be, let's say you're building a system where you have a user and they have different statuses. Okay, so the user status can be not verified, which could mean they didn't verify their email or their phone number. And then the other status can be verified, which means that they verified their email or their phone number. And then the other status could be account disabled, which means that the user disabled their account, so they no longer want to be able to access the account unless they re-enable their account again. So in this situation, we have a status that has three possible values. There could be more. There could be 4, 5, or 6, or maybe even 7 different statuses. It's just up to you and your implementation. So what I'll do is I'll declare a variable and I'll call this user status. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll just set the value currently to not verified. Now I'll just leave a comment up top over here just so we can remember what the values could possibly be of user status. So we'll do not verified, verified, and account disabled. Okay. Now in a situation like this, we'll definitely need an if and else if statement as well. Because before we only did an if and then an else statement. We didn't do else if. So what I'll do here is I'll check to see if the user status is equal to not verified. So if it's equal to not verified, then I will return, and you guessed it, some JSX. So this will be a div, and we'll just simply use a span tag, and I'll just say are not verified. Please verify your email or mobile number. Okay. And then let's go ahead and check to see if the user status is verified. Okay, so else if user status equals verified. So if the user status is equal to verified, then we can display to the user, let's say their personalized dashboard. We can display, a confirmation screen saying that, oh, you are now verified, whatever it is, whatever makes sense to your application, of course. Okay, I'll just display something simple. I'll just say you are verified. Congrats. Click here to access your dashboard. Obviously, we don't have a dashboard built out, so I'm just going to write some text. And then now we need to check for the third status, the third possible value of our user status variable, which is account disabled. Okay, so in this situation, I actually have two options. Okay, since I've already handled not verified and verified, I've already checked to see if the user status is verified or not verified. So if we 100% know that these are the only possible 3 values, then I can actually just use an else case right over here. And this kind of just acts like a default case, right? Which implies that the status is account disabled. Personally, I don't like doing this because I like to be explicit with checking my values. But if you want to just use an else case, that would work just fine. Because at this point, we already know that the user status isn't not verified. It isn't verified. And that leaves us with only one other possibility, which is account underscore disabled. Now, you might have a situation where if you're building your application, and let's say you don't set a status on the user, you might set it to null or undefined, then you definitely will need to check with an else if case, you need to check the user status if it's equal to account disabled. And then you can have an else case, also known as the default case, which handles when the user status is null. Okay, so I'll actually show you both scenarios. So right over here in this else case, I know that the value is going to be account disabled if we reach this block. So I'll just go ahead and say your account is disabled. Okay, now let's go back to our browser and let's take a look at all of the possible scenarios. So right now it says you are not verified, and that's because our user status is equal to not verified. If I change the value of this variable to verified, you're going to see now it says you are verified. Congrats. If I go ahead, if I change this, let's if I just set this to null. Okay, so since I'm setting user status to null, that means this condition is going to fail. User status equals to not verified. That's obviously false. This else if, this is going to fail as well because user status is not equal to verified. So this is also false. And then what's going to happen is it's going to go to this else block, and then it's going to return this div with this span. And that's what you see over here. Your account is disabled. Okay. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that the account is disabled. It could just mean that in the system, you didn't actually explicitly set the status when you may have created the user. So this is obviously not a good way to, handle that situation. So what I'll do is I'll write an else if, and I'll say user status equals account disabled. And then now I'll just go ahead and copy this and paste this over here. And I'll just say your account is disabled. Okay. And if the user doesn't have any status, aka if the user status is null or undefined, I'll just say please contact a system admin. Okay, so now you'll see that it says please contact a system admin because user status is null. If I change it to account disabled, it will now say your account is disabled. So notice how we're not using a ternary operator in this situation. We're using an if else or if else if else statements, right? And in this situation, it's perfectly fine to use these explicit conditional statements because in with a ternary operator, you're going to need to actually nest a bunch of operands, and it's going to make your code look very ugly. And I just think it isn't really ideal. And especially if you use linters such as ESLint or Prettier, sometimes they might have rule sets where they don't want you to nest ternary operators. So avoid nesting ternary operators. If you have to check multiple values, more than 2 for a condition, definitely use an explicit if else statement. You can also use a switch case as well. And I'll quickly show you how to use a switch case or switch statement. So what I'll do is I'll use a switch, and I'll go ahead and just comment all this out real quick. Let's use a switch case. So user status will be our condition, and then we need to set up our case. So the first one we'll do is not verified. And then what I'll do is I'll just return, and I'll literally just return this right over here. I may need to, let me uncomment all this out just so it's easier for me to copy and paste all of this. Okay, we're just basically converting all this into a switch. Now let me go ahead and copy this to handle a case where it is verified. Okay, and let me remove this. And then let me go ahead and copy this right over here. And then that's going to be the case for account disabled. And then the default case for switch statements, default, just like this. Okay, so this is what it looks like as a switch statement. You have your switch keyword, and then you have your condition, which is user status, because we're checking the value of user status. And then we have 4 cases. We have case not verified, case verified, case account disabled, and then the default case, which is the equivalent of our else block that we had earlier. Okay, and then you'll notice that if I were to change the value of user status each time, it's going to go ahead and pretty much return the corresponding div with its text. So currently, user status is equal to account disabled, so it's going to say your account is disabled. If I change this to verified, it's going to return your verified. You can go ahead and play around with the values and see how it works, but hopefully this all makes sense. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to perform event handling on your HTML elements. Event handling is a very important thing that you must learn how to do, because majority of the time whenever you're building out your user interfaces, it is very likely that you will need to handle events. And there are a lot of different events that you can handle for your HTML elements, but I'll cover the most common ones that you will come across, such as handling events for user input. In other words, whenever you have a user needing to type data into a form and submitting that to a server, you're going to need to register events for that. So what I'll do is I'll create a new component and I'll call this login form. So we'll set up a very basic form that a user can enter their username and password. And then we'll also create a button that they can click on, and we'll pretend like that button is sending data to a server. Obviously, we don't have a server to send data to, but the idea behind this is to show you how to actually register these event listeners on these HTML elements. So I'm going to call my component loginform.jsx, or the file. And then we're going to go ahead and export a function called loginform. And then what I'll do is I'll just return a form. Okay. And what I'll do here is I'll set up 2 input fields. I'll set up one, which is going to be for the username. And we want to make sure we associate our input fields with a label. So I'm going to give this input field an ID called username. And then for the label, we want to have this HTML4 attribute. And then it's just going to be associated with whatever the ID of this input is, which is username. So we want these to match. And then for the label text, we'll just use username. And this should be it. Let's go ahead and render our login form in our app component. So let's render that, and let's make sure that it is appearing on the screen, and it is. And when I click on the label itself, you'll see that it focuses on the input field, which means that we've associated this label with the input field correctly. Okay, let's go back to our login form, and let's do the same thing for the password field. Before I do that though, let me go ahead and add a break tag after label, so that way it is on the next line, this input field. So I'll copy this whole thing and I'll paste this, and then we'll just change this to password, copy that, change the ID of this second input field to password as well, and then change the text from username to password for the second label. And then you can see when I click on it, it is properly associated with the second input field. Let me also go ahead and add a break tag right over here. And let's see, let me also do one more thing. I'll go ahead and set the type of the input to password. So that way when I type in here, you'll see that we have the password hidden. Okay. So hopefully this is pretty straightforward. Again, regular HTML form. So I can type my username and I can type my password. Let's go ahead and set up a button. And then we'll just go ahead and give it the text login. And let's also make it on the next line as well. There we go. All right, so now what we want to do is whenever we are typing into our input fields, we want to be able to detect whenever the user is typing in these input fields, but we also want to grab the data that they are typing. Okay, now again, there are a lot of different events that you can handle. So if you just go to this input field, this input element right over here, and if you just type on, you can scroll through all of these different events that you can handle. And again, some of these events are pretty self-explanatory. A lot of these events would not make sense to handle on an input field, but the most common one that we would want to handle is the onChange events. Now, this event is basically going to trigger whenever the value of the input field is changed, hence the name onChange. Now, the value that we want to pass to this onChange event, because it expects a value, it's going to be a function that it needs to call. And this is typically known as an event handler. So all it really is just a function, and I can just pass in a regular anonymous function inside just as a regular value for this onChange attribute. And I can just write a console log for now. So every single time the value of the input field is changed, it's going to go ahead and invoke this function. It's going to call this event handler. And you're probably wondering, well, what exactly do we mean by value of the input field? Well, I'll show you. So this callback function, this event handler function, actually takes in an argument, and it's known as the event object. Okay. To be more specific, it's actually a change events type. So I can actually console log this E. Typically, you can name it E or events. You can call it whatever you want, but commonly people name it E or events. Okay. And there are a bunch of properties on this event object. And one of them is actually the target. And the target itself references the actual HTML element itself. You'll see in just a second. So what I'll do is I'll go into the browser right now, and let me just refresh the page. And I'm going to go to the username field because that's the current element that we have our onChange event being registered. Now, whenever I change the value of the input field, and the way you do that is literally just by typing. So if I just type something, you'll see that it logs the actual target, so the input field itself, and then you'll see it says value changed. And every single time I type something, it's going to say value changed. And I can type literally anything I want, and it's going to keep on calling this function, this event handler, whenever the value changes. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Just to be more specific, this onChange event is not necessarily detecting whenever a user is typing. It's just detecting whenever the value of the input field is being changed. And in order to change that is by typing into the input field. So you can think of it as it is kind of like, detecting whenever a user is typing. But I do want to be more specific with what exactly is going on. There are actual events that you can register that specifically are for detecting whenever a user presses a key. So for example, there's an on key down event, and this event is triggered whenever you actually press a key. So for example, I'll just log E. Let me refresh, and if I type something, if I just press a key, you'll see that right over here on line 13, which is where we have our console log. So right now the on key down is being triggered, and it's calling this function. And keep in mind that you can have as many events registered on a single element. So you can have literally every single event possible being registered on an element. So right now you can see that the on key down event is being triggered. And there's actually this property that you can see called key. And this key actually tells you what the actual key was pressed. So if I do e.key, let me refresh. So if I type A, you'll see that it logs whatever the value of e.key is, which is A. If I type B, you're going to see it says B. C, you're going to see it logs C. And notice how if I hold shift, it literally logs shift. And then if I do shift A, you'll see that it logs shift A. Okay, now I'll go ahead and actually just remove the onKeyDown event handler just so I'm not confusing you all. Okay, so going back to our onChange event, the important field that we want to reference is actually the value of the input field. So in order to actually get the value of the input field, in other words, whatever the user is typing, we want to reference the value property on the event.target property itself. So e.target is an actual object, and it has this value property itself. Okay, and again, if you've worked with client-sided JavaScript and just plain HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, this target element is literally an HTML element instance. To be more specific, an HTML input element instance. Okay, so you can see that when I reference target, there are a bunch of different properties that you might be familiar with. Okay, you can scroll through all of it. So for example, if you wanted to see all of the possible classes that are associated with this input field to give it certain styles, you could reference e.target class list, and that would give you a list or an array of all of the classes that are on this input element. Okay, but we want to reference value, and now what I'll do is let me refresh. So if I type my username, let's just say Anson, you'll see that each time I type, it logs 5 times, but you can see that we have Anson at the 5th time it was logged. Okay, so this tells me that this is what my username is, because we actually want to get whatever the user last typed. Okay, whatever the last value is. So it's kind of like it incrementally builds up the username. So it goes from A to AN to ANS to ANSO and then ANSON. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So again, if I keep typing, let's just say Anson, the developer, the moment I stop, this is going to be the last value that was typed into this username field. And if I just went ahead and I just deleted the whole thing, you'll see that the value of the username field is empty. And I can actually just copy and paste stuff in here directly. And you'll see that it just goes ahead and gives us Anson, the developer, as the value itself without having this whole thing being logged. Okay, so this is why I said earlier that onChange event is not necessarily detecting whenever a user is typing. It's just detecting whenever the input field is being changed. And again, that can happen either by typing, either by pasting a value, or if you have, let's say, an image upload system, and you can also just drag and drop stuff into the input field, which is something else that we'll talk about possibly in another tutorial. But hopefully this makes sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the onChange event listener to our password field. And it's the same way that we do it for the username field. So we'll go down to our password field. So this input field right over here, we'll add the onChange events, add a callback function, aka the event handler. Whoops. And remember, the event handler takes one argument, the event object, and I'll just console log, and I'll use a template string so that way I can have a formatted display, so password, and an e.target.value. And then I'll do the same thing for username, so that way we have a more formatted text, so e.target.value. Okay, this is a template string right over here. So now what I'll do is I'll refresh and I'll just type Anson, the dev, and for my password, we'll just type password. And now you can see that right over here, I type ant in the dev. So it logged literally, let's see, a total of, I believe, 11 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it called the onChange event handler 11 times for the username field. Okay, and we didn't do anything else for that input field after. And then we went ahead and typed a total of 8 characters in the password field. So it called the onChange event 8 times. Okay, now if I were to click the login button, what would happen is we would want to submit whatever the latest values for our form fields. So for example, the latest value for the username field is Anson the dev, and the latest value for the password field is just password. So these are the values that we would want to send to the server because that's what the user last inputted. Now, there are many ways that you can handle form submission on the front end side. So right now, we currently have just a very basic form with 2 input fields, and then we have a button inside our form. Now, one thing that I want to show you that you should definitely know is there is a default behavior that the browser will do. Okay, so you can see right over here, if I actually just click on this login button, you'll see that it looks like the browser is refreshing. Okay, you can see over here that this refresh icon is going from the refresh icon to the X icon. So it looks like the page is refreshing. So if I were to type something in the username field, if I click login, notice how when I click login, the page refreshes and then the field is all cleared out. So this is the default behavior of the browser. You can actually prevent this, and I'll show you how to do that. But the default behavior of a form, what happens is this. So there are actually 2 attributes. There is this method attribute, and typically you set this to either get or post. It depends on what you're trying to do. Typically, if you're logging in or if you're creating data on the server side, in other words, let's say if you're creating a blog post, you would want this method to be post. Okay, so that is specifying the HTTP method that you are using. And then there is this action attribute, which is going to be the path that you're sending the data to. Okay, so this would literally just be something like /API/login. And if I actually go to the network tab right now, and let me just filter by fetch, you'll see that, whoops. Okay, so ignore this, ignore the network tab. Just look right over here. When I clicked on the button, you'll see that it says this localhost page can't be found. And you'll notice that the route actually got updated to /API/login. So it tried to actually make a request to this path on the same domain on localhost port 5173 /API/login. We don't have that path. So that's the reason why we're getting a 404 error. And that's okay. But I just wanted to show you what happens by default when you click on the login button. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to prevent this default behavior from happening, because actually nowadays, you don't actually want to submit data this way using the method and action attribute, because what happens is the whole page just refreshes and then you might lose some action from happening on the page. We want to do things asynchronously. In other words, we want to just send the data to the server without having to refresh the page entirely, because there might be something going on that we're waiting for to happen on the page that we don't want to necessarily cancel. Okay, so I'm going to remove these 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to handle an event called onSubmit. Okay, and again, this is just a regular event that takes in a callback function. And then it's also going to take in this event object as well. Again, every single event handler will have this event object that you can optionally pass as an argument if you need it. But what I want to do is I want to reference this event object, and then there's this method called preventDefaults. Okay, and I want to show you what happens now if I were to click on the login button. Notice how now when I click on the login button, the page does not refresh anymore. If I type into my form fields and if I click login, you'll see that the page doesn't refresh and our form fields are not cleared out. Okay, I mean, they were being cleared out because the page was refreshing, but you can see that it is not refreshing the page anymore. Okay, let me fix the path real quick. No more, it's not being refreshed anymore. But if I remove this prevent default, you'll see that it is now refreshing. So what this prevent default method does is it literally just prevents the default behavior of the browser. So remember what I said earlier is the browser will have its own default behavior that it will do for events. And there are a bunch of different default behaviors that the browser will resort to. And you can always override this by literally just calling this method, because sometimes you might not want to have the browser's default behavior occurring. You want to handle your own actions for your events. And we'll explore them as we handle different events. Okay, so what I want to do in this event is first I want to prevent the page from reloading. And then what I want to do is I want to get the latest values that were typed into the input field. So to achieve this, what we're going to do first is let me actually go to my input fields. And there was actually, this was something that I should have done earlier. I want to associate the input field with a name. So you typically want to give a unique name for your input fields. So for example, for username, I'm just going to give it the name username. And then for password, I'm going to give it the name password. Okay, so that way the actual form element knows the name of these input fields. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I need to actually get a reference to the form element itself. And we can do that by referencing this event object for the event handler that we used for onSubmit. So if I reference e.target inside this onSubmit event handler function, this would actually get me the HTML form element instance, which is the actual form element itself. Now, what we're going to use the form element for is we're actually going to pass it as a value to a form data class constructor. So form data is actually a class that you can use that will actually allow you to retrieve values from the form element itself. So the way that we can do that is first we'll declare a variable called form data, just like this, and then we'll create an instance of the form data class. So equals new, and then form data. And this is again built into the browser API. And then we'll pass in the HTML form element, which is going to be e.target. And now what I can do is I'll console log form data, and let's just see what it looks like when we log this form data instance. So if I click login, you'll see that currently it looks like it's an empty object, but I believe it's because it's not properly serialized. But what I can do here is I can actually reference form data, and I can reference get, and then I can pass in the name of the input field that I want to retrieve the value for. So for example, if I wanted to get the data for our username input field, well, I'm just going to pass in username, just like this. Okay. And remember, it needs to match this name value. So for example, remember how earlier I added the name attribute for my input fields, and the value of name for the username input field is just username. So that is what we need to pass in. So if I refresh, if I click login, you'll see right now it is logging the value of username. If I type Anson, you'll see that when I click the login button, it is logging Anson, which is the value that was retrieved from the form data.get function call. And it's literally just getting that data from the form data object itself. And notice how if I remove this name attribute from the input field, it's just going to return null. So you need the name attribute in order for this to work. Now, obviously, this is only one of many ways that you can use to handle retrieving form data. Later on, when we get to actually managing state, and you'll learn how to bind your input fields to state variables, so you won't actually need to do it this way. Okay, but this is one way that you can use to actually get the form data itself. Okay, So similarly, if you wanted to get the value for the password input field, well, you would literally just reference form data and then call the .get method. So doing the same exact thing that we did for username, we just do it for password. So form data .get, and then we pass in password, which is the value that we set for the name attribute for the password input field. Okay, so just again, if the name value was password123, then the value that you would pass over here is password123, just like that. And now, if I type something for password, you'll see now it's going to log that value on line 8 for password. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let me assign this to a variable. So form data.get username. And then we'll do the same thing for password. Let me just change this back to password instead of password123. And then const password equals form data.get password. And now what I'll do is I'll just pretend like I want to submit this to some server, right? So you might make some API call. So for example, there's a built-in fetch API that is part of the browser, and you can use this to submit data to a server. So you can pass in some URL. And again, some of you may not know how to do this quite yet because you haven't worked with backend stuff. But don't worry, we'll get to that later on. But just as a preview, you would pass in a URL to the server. So let's just pretend it's at localhost port 3001. And then you would pass in your data, just like this, and then username, then password. Something like this. Okay, and then for fetch, you also need to set the method. And typically we want to set it to post for logging in. Okay, so this is what a potential API request could look like, where you attach the username and password in the request body. And then you pass in the method type, which is going to be post. And yeah, and then of course you would just wait for a response from the server, and then you would handle that accordingly. So if the user successfully logs in, you may want to redirect them to their dashboard page. So hopefully all of this stuff makes sense when it comes to registering events for your HTML elements. Now, there are other events that you may want to register, not on a specific element, but sometimes on the entire page itself that the user is on. So a good example of this is, let's say you want to detect whenever the user is scrolling, or if the browser size or the window size has changed. So in that situation, you may want to actually use the global window object and then use this add event listener method, which some of you may be familiar with this if you have learned how to register events dynamically using plain JavaScript for your HTML elements. So window.addEventListener. And then there is this resize event, and then we'll pass in the listener function, just like this. And then I can just literally log e.inner. There should be a screen, I believe screen X, I believe is the property. Let me zoom out a little bit and let me open up the browser tools. So if I resize this, you'll see that every single time I change the size of the viewport, it goes ahead and logs this object over here, this window object. Let's see. Actually, I believe it's not E. We want to log window.screen X and then window.screen Y. Okay. And then now let's refresh. And if I resize, you'll see that every single time. I'm sorry, this is actually the position. Inner height and inner width is what I want. Sorry about that. Okay. So notice how every single time I resize the page, the height is obviously the same, but the width is getting smaller and smaller. Okay, you can see the current page size is 682 by 1359, and that is being logged over here. Of course, if I were to change the height, you'll see that that is going to be logged over here, 699 by 509, or the other way around. Okay, So that is how you can detect whenever the size of the page is being changed. So you might want to do this if you want to handle certain dynamic viewports using JavaScript. But a lot of times whenever you're handling responsive design, you want to do that with CSS. But there might be situations where you need to do that with JavaScript, and that's how you could do it using the resize events. Okay, now typically you don't want to do it like this. You'd want to actually wrap this inside a useEffect hook. I'm not going to show you that right now because we haven't gone to hooks yet, but later on when you actually learn about hooks, I'll show you another example on how to properly handle those events with hooks. Okay, so just wanted to show you a quick example. Hopefully this all makes sense, and I'll see you in the next section. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you about state. State is literally just a representation of data that can change over time. We use state to represent data that is stored in a component. You can think of state like a variable. It holds your data, but instead, state is actually just an internal object for the component that is managed by React. And React actually gives you the necessary tools to create new state values and manage them. State is necessary because it enables our components to store data that can be used later or updated. Imagine you're creating a card game, let's say blackjack, and you want to keep track of the number of cards dealt in every player's hand. You know that such information will change as the number of cards dealt will increase as the game progresses, and the player's hand will change after each turn. So you would need to track all of this information, and to do this, we would need state. Now, you don't always need state. All of the components that we've created so far have no state. I'll show you some examples now of how we can create some stateful components. Now, what I'll do is I'll actually create a form. In the previous example, I actually created a login form with 2 input fields, but I actually didn't use any state at all. We were able to track the username and password using the form data API, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some state, and I'm going to show you how to bind the state values or the state variables to our input fields. And this is actually known as data binding, and it's a very important topic to understand. And it's usually what you would want to do to create forms instead of just grabbing it from the form data API. So what I'll do is I'll create a new file inside my components folder, and I'll call this register form. So this will just be a form where we will have the user enter in their new account details. So if they want to create an account, they'll create it through this form. So let's do this export function, register form, and we're going to return a form. And I'm just going to simply create a couple of input fields. And what I'll do is this. I'll wrap every single input field in a div. I'll also make sure I associate it with a label. So let me give this ID. I'll do let's do a username. And we want to make sure we associate this label with the correct input field. So I'm going to pass the ID that I assigned to this input field as the value for HTML4 for this label. Whoops. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy and paste this twice. And then we'll do password. And then I'll just do display name. I'm not going to do a confirm password. You can do it if you want to. And then I'll just do display name, just like this. Let me go ahead and make sure I render this register form. I'm going to remove the login form render in the app component, and I want to render the register form instead, just so we don't confuse everything. I'm going to remove the import, and let's go to our application now. So I have my form displayed in the document. That's great. Now let's go ahead and define some state for each one of our form field. So basically what I want to do is I want to create some state variables or some state values that will represent my username, my password, and my display name. So whenever I am typing in the username form field, I want to update the state value for the username, for the password, as well as the display name. This will give me full control of each value, and I can do whatever I want with it. I can send it to an API, I can display it to the user in real time as they are typing, whatever it is. Now, in order for us to create some state, we need to use a function, and that function is called useState. And we can import this function from the React package. So we're just going to import useState like this from React. Okay, so import useState inside the pair of curly braces because it's a named import, and then from React, just like this. Now, one thing that I also want to mention is that useState is also a React hook. React hooks are something that we have not yet talked about, but don't worry, in a separate section of this React tutorial, we will formally introduce to you all React hooks. Remember that React hooks are also just functions, okay? So React hooks and functions are synonymous. So this useState is a function. It's also a React hook, and we want to invoke this function because just importing itself is not going to do anything. We need to invoke this function in order to do something. So whenever you want to create state, you use the useState hook or the useState function. You call it, and this useState function will always return an array with 2 elements, okay? I'm going to go ahead and console log useState right now before I do anything else. And I want to show you in the document what this looks like. So right now you can see that when I log useState or the invocation of useState, so I'm calling useState and I'm logging the value that's returned, you can see that it's an array and there are only 2 elements. The first element is undefined and the second element is a function, okay? So what the first element is actually going to be the value of your default state. So far, we actually didn't pass in anything into this useState function call. So you can actually pass in an initial state. And for example, if I wanted to pass in an empty string, I could. If I wanted to pass in hello world, I could. And then you'll see that when you log it, the array now has the first element is a string, hello world, and the second element is a function. Okay, so you can also pass in a numeric value. So you can pass in 1, and then you'll see that it logs 1. You can pass in a boolean, and it will log true. You can pass in an object, and then it'll log that object right over here. Okay, so I just want to show you how this works. You can pass in literally anything you want. In our example, we obviously want to make sure we're passing an empty string or just a string in general because we're working with text in our form fields. So it makes sense for us to have a empty string as a default value. Otherwise, it will just be undefined by default. Okay. Now, the other thing that I want to mention is this function. So before I mention that function, let me go ahead and show you the proper syntax of how to actually create state. So you do call this useState function, and remember that it returns an array. Now, you can actually reference that array in many different ways. So for example, I can just assign the return value of useState to a regular variable just like this, okay? And if I wanted to, I can just reference each element by referencing the index, so result at subscript 0 and result at subscript 1, okay? Now, obviously, this is not the correct approach. I mean, you can do this. It's not wrong, but I'm going to show you the right way to do this, okay? Because I know some people might think about, oh, can I just access like this? Yes, you can, but you shouldn't, okay? So remember that the first value in the array that is returned from useState will always be your state value, okay? By default, it will be whatever you pass in to useState as an argument. And then the second element is going to be your function. This function is a very special function. It's called a dispatch function. Some people call it a setter function or an updater function. All correct terms, but its responsibility is to update your state variable. Okay, remember how earlier I said React gives you the necessary tools to manage your state, and that entails creating your state, updating your state, etc., etc. Well, this is how we can manage our state. So what I want to do is I want to use array destructuring. And the way that it looks like is this. I'm going to go ahead and have my const keyword, and then after const, I'm going to have my square bracket. And then inside the square bracket, I'm basically unpacking the elements from the array, and then I'm giving it a name at the same time. So it looks like this. I'm going to call the first element username, and then the second element is my function, and I'm going to call it set username, just like this. Okay? If you haven't worked with array destructuring before, this might look a little bit weird, but all you need to know is that, remember, useState returns an array, and all I'm doing is I am just taking the values from each index, each position of that array, and I am giving it a name. So for example, the first value is going to be username, and I'm calling that value username. The second value is my function, my updater function, and I'm giving it a name called set username. Okay? You typically want to call your function, your updater function, set, and then the name of your state variable. Okay, so username, and then the function is going to be called set username. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for password and display name. So go ahead and do the same thing for the next two. So we're going to do const password, and then my setter function or my updater function is going to be called set password. And then I'm going to call the useState variable, or I'm sorry, useState function. And I'm going to pass it a default value of an empty string. I'll do the same thing for display name, and I'll call the state variable display name, and then the setter function will be called set display name, just like this. So right now I have created a total of 3 state variables, and each state variable has its own updater function. Okay, for the rest of this video, I'm going to call this function a dispatcher function. Okay, because that's the formal term. Because if you hover over this, it actually says that the type is a dispatch function. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take each state variable, and I'm going to bind it to my input fields. And the way that we can do that is like this. So remember that the input field actually has an attribute called value. So what I can do is I can say, okay, well, I want to associate the value of the input field with the value of my state. So for username, I'm going to associate username, or I'm going to associate the username input field with the username state, just like this. I'm going to do the same thing for the password. So value equals password, just like that. And then display name, we're going to do the same thing. Now, right now, if I go to my form, if I try to type right now, I'm typing right now, and you'll notice that nothing is actually appearing in the text box. I can't see what I'm typing, okay? And you'll also notice that we have a warning, and it's saying that you provided a value to a form field without an onChange handler. So the reason why we cannot see what we're typing is because we also need to make sure that since we are binding our state variables to an input field, we need to make sure that as we are typing, we are using an onChange event handler to update the state. Otherwise, it's never going to update at all. Okay, so I'm going to go through each input field, and I'm going to use the onChange handler. And remember that in the previous section, we did learn how to use event handling, and we did use the onChange handler. Remember that whenever you type or whenever you copy and paste something into that input field, basically whenever the value of the input field changes, this event is triggered. So what I can do is I can pass a callback function, and that callback function takes in one argument, which has the event object. Okay, and remember that event object has the target object, which has the value, and this value is basically going to have what you type or paste into the input field. So what I want to do is I want to actually update the state value of username whenever the value of the input field changes. So remember what I said, in order to update your state value, you need to use your dispatcher function. In our case, we have our setUsername function. So we're going to call that, okay? And then we're going to set the new username value with whatever the e.target.value is, okay? So in other words, whatever it is that I am typing or pasting into the input field is going to be passed as an argument to the setUsername dispatch function. And this will basically perform an update to the username state variable, okay? So now you'll notice that if I actually begin typing, you'll see that now I can actually type into the username box, okay? But obviously, you don't really visually see anything that's going on. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go ahead and render this username state variable to the document, just so you can see it changing in real time as I am typing. So what I'll do is right down below, I'll just go ahead and create a div, and I'll just say this. Username, and then I'll evaluate the username like this. So now watch this. As I am typing, you'll see that each time I am updating the states of my username variable, it actually is reflective on the document itself. And that's because I am updating the state by calling the setUsername function. Okay. Now, of course, if I removed this onChange event handler and if I refresh, you'll notice that as I'm typing, nothing is happening. Nothing is being displayed to the document because we're not updating the username state at all. Okay. Hopefully this makes sense. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for the password field and the display name field. So again, this is how you're always going to want to create your forms in React. Okay. We're going to have our onChange handler, and basically we're going to pass in that callback function. That callback function will have one argument, the event object. And then since we are binding the password state variable to the input field right over here, we want to make sure that we are calling setPassword whenever we are changing the value of this password input field. So I'll call setPassword and then pass an e.target.value. And then I'll do the same thing for display name. So onChange, and I can actually do this shorthand. I don't need the curly braces like this for this function. I can just do set, whoops, let me fix this. I can do set display name, e.target.value, just like that. Okay, just like that. So let me remove the curly brace real quick. Tidy this up a little bit. There you go. So now what I'll do down over here is let me just go ahead and copy and paste this a few more times and show you the values being changed in real time. Okay, so let's evaluate each state variable. So if I go back to the document, you'll see now the warnings all disappear because we have appropriately registered an onChange event handler to each form field since we binded the value to each input field. So if I type something for username, type something for password, type something for display name, you can see that it is being updated every single time I change the value of the username, password, and display name field, and it is being rendered to the document. Okay, now you're probably wondering, well, how does this form example differ from our login form example, right? Because in our login form example, we had no state at all, but we were still able to access the username and the password via the form data API. Now, the major difference here is that in our login form, we don't have any state, and we're getting the information from the form data API. And you'll notice that the only way that we're able to grab this data is whenever we actually trigger the onSubmit function, or I'm sorry, whenever the onSubmit event is being triggered, and then it calls this callback function over here. and then we create an instance of form data, and then we pass in the target, which is going to be the form element itself. And that's how we can grab the username and password. Now, here's the thing though, right? I could actually move this form data instance up a layer. So I can actually move this up top over here. Okay, but if I move this up top over here, so before the return, I don't have access to the actual form element itself. Okay, so I can't just grab the information like that. So the only way for me to get the username and the password is by clicking on the submit button. And sometimes we don't want to do that because clicking on the submit button means that you are going to submit the data to the API, but perhaps you're not ready to send that data to the server just yet. You want to perform some kind of validation in real time to give the user feedback so they can make changes to what it is that they entered in the input field. Okay, in this login form example, there's no way for us to access the data via state. The only way that we can do it is from the actual form element itself. Okay, and this is not necessarily good. In this register form example, I can literally grab the username field whenever I want. Okay, so for example, you can see that, like I said, we binded the username variable to this input field, and then every single time the value changes, we are calling the setUsername function, which updates the value of username. So whenever this field is updated, I can always rely on React to update the value of the username field, and I can get the latest updated value of username. Okay? In the login form example, we can't get the username without clicking on the submit button. So this allows me to do a lot of different things. Like for example, I'll show you an example, right? Let's go ahead and create a button, and let's call this sign up. Okay. Let's say, for example, I only want this sign up button to be enabled if all 3 form fields are filled out. Okay. How do we do that? Well, remember, now that we have state, what I can do is I can write some logic. I can write a conditional to check to see if username, password, and display name are all filled out. In other words, they all have a length greater than 1, or they're just all non-empty string. So what I'll do is I'll create a variable, and I'll call this isDisabled. So this variable is going to represent whether the button sign up will be disabled or not. Okay, so remember that if at least one of these form fields are not filled out, then we want the button to be disabled. That means the user must fill out every single form field in order for the sign up button to be enabled. So what I can do is I can just basically do this. Remember that an empty string is a falsy value. So I can just use the negation operator. So if not username or not password or not display name. So basically, if username is a falsy value, so if it's an empty string, and then we negate that, which evaluates to true, that will basically mean isDisabled will be true. This whole statement will evaluate to true, because remember, with the conditional or, if at least one of these conditions are true, the entire conditional statement is true. Okay, so if at least one of these evaluates true, then isDisabled will be true. And then what I'll do now is I will go to the button and I'll use the disabled attributes, and then I'll set it to the value of isDisabled. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll go back to the document, and you'll see now the sign up button is disabled. But notice how if I type one thing into username, if I type one thing into password, but if I leave display name alone, sign up is still disabled. But the moment I type something to display name, you can see that in real time, the sign up button is now enabled. If I delete something from the password field, like if I clear the entire password field, okay, so what happens is I remove the letter A from the password field, making that password field empty, right? And since I updated the value of the password field, set password was called, okay? The password state variable is now empty again, which updates this conditional statement over here, okay? Since password is empty, so remember password is a falsy value now, not falsy, which evaluates a true, makes this is disabled variable true, which means that the button will be disabled, okay? If I type something in password again, sign up is now enabled. So me having state enables me to create dynamic buttons like this where I can enable it and disable it based on certain conditions that occur whenever I am updating either something in the input field or perhaps something changes in our component. So hopefully this example makes sense. So now in this example, I'm going to show you how we can create one single object that has our username, password, and display name all set as fields. And instead of just having 3 different individual state variables that we need to update, we'll update the object and the specific field that we need to update. So what I'll do is I'm going to delete everything over here, and I'll create a state variable. I'm going to call it form fields, and then the dispatch function will be called set form fields. We'll call useState. This time we're going to pass an object, okay? We're going to set the object to have our username field, which will be an empty string. So this is going to be equivalent to having those 3 state variables just in the form of one single object. So we'll have password, initial value will be an empty string, and then display name, same thing. We'll go ahead and update all of the references to username. Instead of username, it's going to be form fields.username, because remember, form fields is now an object, and we can access the username property on form fields. Same thing with the password. So form fields.password, and then form fields.display name. We'll do the same thing down over here where we're rendering the data. And I'm going to temporarily just comment out the button. It's not really important right now. Okay, so now we have our initial values set for our username, password, and display name inside this single object. If I were to console log form fields, and let me go ahead and just do this. Let me remove all the original dispatch functions that we were calling, just so we can actually go to our browser tools. So let me refresh the page. You can see right now, when I render the state, when I render form fields, we have an object that has all 3 of our values all set to an empty string, and that's perfectly fine. Now, when it comes to updating the state, this time it's done a little bit differently because we're no longer updating a string, we're updating an object. So there's a couple things to keep in mind when you are updating something like an object. When you're updating an object, you need to pay attention to what exactly it is that you want to update. So for example, for my input field for username, I want to make sure that I am updating the username and the username only. I don't want to update the password or the display name whenever I'm typing stuff into the username box. It wouldn't make sense. So we need to be careful when we update the state. So this time in our onChange event handler, we're going to call set form fields. And remember, set form fields is going to update form fields, which is an object. So in order for us to update our object successfully without touching any of the other properties, the way that we want to do it is like this. Instead of passing an object, which you might guess, we might pass an object and then set the username to e.target.value, okay? You might guess that this is the right approach, but it is not. Because right now, by doing it this way, yes, you are updating the username, but what you're doing is you are overriding the entire form fields object, okay? So the way this would look like is you'll have the username updated, but password and display name will be empty, okay? If you don't believe me, I'll show you right now. If I refresh the page, I'm going to type something into username. Notice how now username, the username is the only field that exists in the form fields object. Password and display name no longer exist as properties because the object that we passed to set form fields is the entire literal object that we are updating form fields with. Okay, and you can even see that we get a warning. It says a component is changing a controlled input to be uncontrolled. Okay, and we no longer have form fields password defined or form fields display name defined. That's why this warning is popping up. So the correct approach to updating an object that you have as a state variable is like this. Inside our dispatch function, we can actually pass in a callback function. And this callback function takes in an argument. And this argument is actually a copy of the current state itself, which actually I shouldn't call it previous. I'm going to call it current state. Okay. So this current state is literally just whatever form fields is. So you can see I can reference the username, password, and display name, just like a regular object, because that's literally what form fields is. Now, what I want to do, and this is how you update state in React, and this will look very similar to any other framework or library that you may use, is you want to basically create a copy of the current state. So you want to take all of the values in the form fields object, and the way we're going to create a copy of the current state value is we're going to use the spreader operator on the current state object. So I'm going to go ahead and return a new object inside this callback function over here. So I'm going to use a pair of parentheses that will wrap this pair of curly brace. And this is a shorthand notation for us to return an object. And all I'm going to do is just use the spreader operator on the current state object. Some of you might be wondering, well, couldn't I actually just do it on the form fields object itself? You don't want to do this because form fields itself is the actual state, and you never want to actually modify the state itself. Okay, React has this immutable pattern where you want to never actually directly mutate data. You want to do things in an immutable way. And the other problem with actually using form fields is that you might not actually have the updated state for form fields, because the thing with updating state is that it is not guaranteed to be synchronous. Okay, so you always want to make sure that you use this callback function and reference current state, because this will give you the actual value of the current state itself. So we're going to use the spreader operator on the current state object, and what this will do is this will take all of the current key value pairs in the current state object and then unpack it into this new object over here that is wrapped in between these curly braces. So basically, if there is a current password, if there's a current display name, if there's a current username, it's going to go ahead and place it all inside this new object. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just override the username field, which is the field that we're updating, after we spread the current state object itself. Okay, so then over here, what we're going to do is we're going to reference e.target.value, just like this. So what this essentially does is it creates a copy of the current state object, and then you have a copy of all of the key value pairs of current state. And then you override the username field with whatever the e.target.value is. Okay, so this will basically preserve the password field and the value, as well as the display name field and value. But since we are adding this extra line over here, setting the username field explicitly, it's going to override the username field. So in a nutshell, you're basically creating a copy of the current state, but only updating the username field, so that way you preserve the password and the display name field. Hopefully this makes sense. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it for the onChange for password, but instead, and you may have guessed this, instead of username, instead of manually setting the username, we're going to manually set the password. Because remember, when we update the password, when we type stuff into the password field, we want to preserve the username, the display name, but for the password, we want to update the password with whatever the user currently typed. And the same goes for the display name field as well. Okay, we want to preserve the username, we want to preserve the password, but for display name, we want to make sure we update that display name with whatever we type into the display name field. Okay, so now watch what happens. I'm going to refresh the page, and if I type for the username, you can see right over here that it is updating the form fields object every single time. It's specifically targeting the username field. Okay, and then I'm going to type something in password. I'm going to type hello. Notice how it is updating the password field, and it is preserving the username and the value of username, which is Anson. So let me go ahead and remove this spreader operator on the current state. I'm just going to remove this entirely. And now I want to show you what happens when I update the username. So that works just fine. But when I update the password, you'll see that password is just being updated just fine. But because we are not using the spreader operator on the current state to create a copy of the entire state itself, we're not preserving the username or the display name, and the object itself is only containing the password field. So we do end up getting the same warning that we got earlier. Okay, so it is very important to make sure that you use the spreader operator on the current state itself to create a copy of it, and then specifically target the field that you want to update. So hopefully this makes sense. In this section of our React tutorial, we're going to continue with state, but I'm going to show you how we can actually define state for an array, because a lot of times you're going to want to render lists of elements, such as an array of users, and then you may need to make updates to a specific element in that array and have it reflect on the application itself, on the user's view. So this is a very important concept, so you definitely want to make sure you pay attention to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to create some state. So I'm going to have an array of users. So I'm going to call my state variable users, and then the dispatch function will be called setUsers. And then I'm going to go ahead and call the useState hook, and I'll pass in an array, and I'm going to just keep this simple. So I will pass in two objects. Both will be representing users. And one thing that I do want to also mention as well is that I have this user details component. I created this very early on into our tutorial. If you haven't been following along, then you can either just create your own custom user details component, or you can just copy this one. This one is very simple. There isn't any complex logic at all. It is just rendering plain text. Okay, it takes in one single prop. So we're just going to reuse this component just to save some time. Okay, so we're going to make sure that each one of our users have an ID, a username, and an email address just to stay consistent with our user details prop. So let's make sure we have an ID, a username, and then an email address. And then I'll go ahead and copy this object and paste it. So I have two now, and I'll just make sure I change the ID. Let me change the username as well as the email address. Now let's go ahead and render our users to the document. And we should know how to do this. This is known as dynamic rendering or rendering lists, which we've covered in previous sections of our React tutorial. So we're going to use a pair of curly braces because we're going to be evaluating some JavaScript. We're going to reference our user array, and we're going to call the map function. This function takes in a callback function, also known as a transformation function. And it takes in up to 3 arguments, but we only need the first one. And the first argument is just going to be the actual element itself that is inside the array that we are currently processing. In other words, we are currently transforming this user object into JSX, something that is renderable. So we're going to go ahead and have our callback function return JSX, which is just going to be our user details component. We need to make sure we import user details. So let's go up over here and import that from the components folder, user details file, just like that. Now let's go ahead and make sure we pass in our props. So the first one that we must pass in is the key. Remember that every single time you are rendering lists of objects or elements, you always need a key associated with it. So in this case, I'm going to use the user ID, as the key. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the user prop, just like that. And for the user props value, it's just literally going to be the object user itself. Okay, and there shouldn't be any issues because we have the same key value pairs, ID, username, and email address. So now if I go into the document, you can see now I have both of my users being rendered to our page. Now this is wonderful, but what if I wanted to make updates to my user's state variable? So let's say down the road you want to add the option for your administrator to create a new user on the spot. So you may have a form that allows the admin to add a new user, and then it will be updated on this view. So you'll now see 3 users instead of 2. Or perhaps you want to update a specific user's username, such as Anson, or maybe you want to update their email address, such as anson@gmail.com. And then you also want to make sure that those changes are saved and reflected onto the document. Or maybe you may want to also just delete the user entirely. So these are all things that I'm going to cover. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my user details component, and I'm going to go ahead and modify this component just a little bit, just so that way we can suit our example. So what we want to do is we want to give the user, in this case ourselves, the ability to edit each individual user to whatever it is that they want edited to. Okay, in order for us to do this, we obviously need some kind of text box for us to type stuff, so we need an input field. So this is going to combine all the things that we've learned so far, such as conditional rendering, handling forms, handling events, things like that. Okay, and again, if you haven't been following along with all of the previous sections up until now, don't worry, I'll do my best to explain every single thing that's going on as well. So what I'll do is the first thing that I want to do is I want to create some states. I basically want to represent whether or not we are currently editing our user or not. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable, a state variable. We're going to call this isEditing. So that's going to be the name of the variable. And then the dispatch function will be called setIsEditing. And then useState. So the value of this will be a Boolean, or the type of this variable will be a Boolean, and the default value will be false, because by default, we're not going to be in edit mode. Okay, we're going to just be in regular view mode. So now what I'm going to do is this. For each user, I also want to make sure I display an edit button that will allow me to change the state of the isEditing variable. So this will allow me to actually click on the button and then display all of the input fields in order for us to make updates to our users. So the way that I'm going to do this is, let's see, I think what I'll do is, I think on the top of every user, I'll just have an edit button. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this div and create another div that I will just paste this whole thing inside. And then up top over here, or actually maybe on the bottom, I will do another div. And I'll add a couple of buttons. So the first one I'll do is edit. So it'll look like this. Okay. If you wanted to get fancy, you can also style this as well. You can use like a flex box. But again, I'm not going to make this overly complicated. You know, let me actually move this up to the top, just so that way this one pertains to this one. Okay. I will also add another button as well. I'll add the delete button, because later on I will show you how we can delete the user as well. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is whenever we click on this edit button, we want to be able to toggle the state of isEditing. Okay, because when we click on the edit button, we want to change our view from just regular view to actual edit mode. So we need to register an onClick event listener onto this edit button. And we just want to make sure we pass in our callback function like that. This is known as an event handler. And all we're really doing here is just calling setIsEditing and then passing in true. But here's the thing though, if I only click on this button, this will always set is editing to true. I want to actually toggle this. So I don't actually want to set it to true. I want to set it to the opposite value of whatever the current state of is editing is. So in other words, if is editing is currently false, we want to set it to true. If is editing is currently true, we want to set it to false. The best way to do this is by passing in this callback function. And then remember, this callback function actually takes in an argument which gives you the current state. So this is the current state of is editing. And then we can actually just use a negation operator, current state. Okay, I actually showed you this example when we covered the register form example, where we, instead of actually passing in a literal value, you can pass in a callback function, because that callback function gives you access to the current state, and you can actually return the new value for the state itself. Okay, so what this will allow us to do is ensure that we are receiving the actual value of is editing and then just negating it, so that way it is being toggled on and off. Okay, so now what I want to do is this. Just very quickly, I'll console log is editing just so you can see that it is in fact toggling. So you can see now it goes from true, false, true, false, true, false, just like that. Perfect. Okay, so what we want to do now is I want to conditionally render a form field whenever we are in editing mode. So we know how to do conditional rendering, so that shouldn't be any surprise. So the only two things that I want to be able to edit or give the user the opportunity to edit is their username and their email address. We don't want to allow them to edit their ID. So what I'll do is for the username field right over here, I'm going to go ahead and edit this right over here. So I'm going to use a ternary operator. So is editing. So if we are in edit mode, then we will display an input field. Otherwise, we will display just their username. Now I will make some changes to this input field in just a second. I just want to show you how this will look like. So if I refresh the page, you can see right now we're currently in view mode. Okay, if I click on the edit button, it's going to take us to edit mode. Okay, so that should be pretty straightforward. We were previously in view mode, now we're in edit mode. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same thing for email address, because we also want to just allow the user to edit their email address as well. So let's do that. Is editing, input, or email. Okay, if I click edit, now I can see that we have our username field and our email field. If I click this edit button down over here, it will reflect on this user itself. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Now let's go ahead and go back to our input fields. We want to make sure that we have the correct attributes set. So first, for the username input field, let me set the name to username. And then let me give this an ID of username as well. And then let me go ahead and also set the value. So we actually want to bind a state variable to this input field, so that way we can actually track the state of whatever the user is typing into this input field. So we do need to create a state variable for the username. So I'm going to do that right up top over here. So const username, and then the dispatch function will be called setUsername, and then we call useState. Now, the default value, you might be wondering, well, I'm going to pass in an empty string, right? Well, you could, but actually something better that might be more appropriate is we can actually pass in the user's username and set that to be the default value. And the reason why this would make sense is because, first of all, it would give a better experience for the user, because think of it like this, right? When you've used the form before, let me zoom out a little bit. When you've used the form before, and let's say you have tried to edit your own username, when you click on the edit button, you'll see this input field, but then you'll also see your current username as well. And not every single application does it this way, but I personally think that it's better from a user experience standpoint. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and pass the username as a value for this value attribute. And then we need to make sure that we are adding an event handler for our input field whenever we are changing the value of the input field. So that's going to be the onChange event handler. And again, I also cover this in the previous section when we talked about the register form. So go ahead and check that part out if you haven't already. So just remember that whenever we change the value of an input field, in other words, if I were to type something or paste something inside the input field, it is going to trigger this onChange event. So it's kind of like it is detecting whenever you're typing something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is detecting keyboard strokes. Just want it to be specific. So we're going to pass in our event handler function. Remember that this function takes in the argument, the event object itself. And then what I'm going to do is every single time this function is called, we want to update the state of username. And to do that, we just call setUsername. And then we can pass in e.target.value. Okay. Now, since the default value is just going to be username, which is this state variable right over here, and the default value of our username state variable is going to be whatever it was that was passed in as this user prop, that means that whenever you are calling setUsername, it will basically just be whatever the user is either deleting or adding on to their current username, unless if they just Control X'd it. In other words, they just cut the entire input box and just paste it in something new. Okay, so if I refresh, you can see now if I click edit, you'll see I have my username, and then you can see that my current username is just right over here. And I can type and I can change whatever I want. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. We'll do the same thing for email. So we'll go ahead and I'll just duplicate this line. We'll change this from user.username to user.email. And I'll change the name of this from email to set email. Or I'm sorry, from username to email, and then from set username to set email. And then now let's go down over here to our input field for the email. And we'll just do the same exact thing. I'm going to copy all of these attributes and just paste them over here. And we're going to set the name to email, set the ID to email. And one thing that you could also do with email fields is you can actually set the type to email. So that way this ensures that the user is actually entering an email. Okay. But I'm just going to leave this alone for now. I'm not going to do that. We're going to bind the email state variable to this input field. And then instead of just calling set username, we're going to call set email. Okay. So now if I click on edit, you'll see that I have both my username and email fields being displayed, and it has the current status of our username and email inside the input boxes itself. Okay. So now what we want to do is I want to be able to make changes to my username by typing into these fields. And then I also want to make sure that I can click on a button to save these changes. And then when I click on that button, what needs to happen is we need to update that specific user object. Okay, so there's a lot of other things that we have to do. So we're going to take it step by step. The first thing that we want to do is obviously have our save button. So I think what I'll do is, I think up top over here, I'll just add a save button. Again, this is not the most pleasant viewing experience, but again, the whole purpose of this is to show you functionality over styling and looks. Okay, you can worry about styling this up yourself later on, but I just want to really just focus on functionality. So we're going to add this save button right over here. And then when we click on the save button, we want to be able to update the state of our users. Okay, so first off, how do we actually do that? Okay, how do we actually update this specific user as well as updating the user's state itself? Well, we need to actually first know which user we want to update. And remember how earlier I told you that I will show you how we can grab that. Well, it's actually a lot easier than you might expect. So what I'll do right now is show you what happens whenever I click on this save button. So on click, let me register this on click event, and then we'll just go ahead and console log the user itself. And if I go into the document, you'll see that if I click on this save button, which pertains to this user over here, I log the first user. You can see the ID, username, and email are all over there. If I click on this save button, it logs the second user. Okay, so this should tell you right off the bat that each one of these user details components are its own instances. Okay, so although we might have the same type of user component being rendered, they have their own state, they have their own identity, so they're not the same thing at all. Okay, so knowing this, I can very easily use the ID of the user to determine, okay, which specific user object do I want to edit? Because the way that we're going to update the state is like this. We're going to go through the array and we're going to find the user that we want to update. And then we're going to update the entire array as a whole. Now, there's actually ways to do this in React without actually modifying the original array. Because remember that React, you want to practice immutability. You want to make sure that you are not actually directly modifying, directly mutating the user's array itself. You want to do things in an immutable way. So while you might know how to necessarily directly mutate an original array's contents, you definitely don't want to do that in React. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We need to set up our components in a way where I can actually update the user's state, because right now we are kind of in a little bit of a situation. You'll notice that the user's state is actually in a completely different component. Now remember that the app component is a parent component of our user details component, making this a parent to child, child to parent relationship. Okay, but here's the nice thing though. Even though our state is defined at the parent level, we can easily still modify this user state either by passing in this dispatch function down to the user details component itself, or we can actually pass in a wrapper function to take care of managing the state for us. I'll show you both ways. The first way that I'll show you is just directly passing in the setUsers function. So what I'll do is this. So since we're going to pass in setUsers to the user details as a prop, and remember that you can actually pass functions as a prop to a component. So what I'm going to do is, since we are using prop validation, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I add this to the prop types. So setUsers will be a function is required. Okay. I don't know why shape was not required. I should have made this required. There we go. All right, so now let's go ahead and get setUsers. And let's pass this into setUsers. Oh, I'm sorry, let's pass in setUsers to user details. Okay, so now we can easily call this function. And I'm going to show you the proper way that we're going to invoke this function as well as updating the state. So remember that whenever we click on the save button, this is where we actually want to make the changes to the state itself. Okay, so what we're going to do is inside the onClick event handler function, this is where we want to make sure we are capturing the username, the current state of the username, so whatever the user updated it to, and same thing for the email address. Okay, so we need the username and then we need the email address, but then we also need to make sure we have the ID of the user, which we can easily grab from user.id. Now, how do we actually modify the elements inside this user array? How do we do that? Now, there are a lot of ways that you can go about this, but I'm going to show you the right approach that the React team actually recommends you to do. So it also allows you to modify your state without actually directly mutating the array itself. And I'm also going to mention one more thing. I'm going to use an actual if-else statement instead of using a ternary operator, because I don't want you all to get confused with the amount of parentheses that we're going to have. I will show you both, but I'm first going to show you how to do it with an if-else condition. So the first thing that we want to do is call our setUsers function that we passed in to our user details component. Remember that this function itself is our dispatch function, and remember that we can actually pass in a callback function. And the reason why we're going to pass in a callback function in this case is because I want access to the current state of users. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call this variable current users state. Okay, And then I'm going to use a curly brace right over here because I'm going to have my code executed inside this block over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and return current user state dot map. So I'm going to go ahead and call the map function on this current user state. Remember, this is an array of the current state of our users. And the reason why I am calling map is because what we want to do essentially is we want to replace an element in the array. And that's actually what this is all about. We're replacing a specific element in our array. And I think the easiest way, and this is kind of the reason why I think the React team recommended you doing this on their docs, is because this is the easiest way to do this without directly mutating state itself. Okay? Essentially, what we're going to be doing is we're going to go through each element and we're going to actually write a condition. So we're going to check to see if the correct user is being edited. And if the user is in fact being edited, then only we're going to replace the user with the updated one. I'll show you what I mean right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in a callback function to the map function. Remember, this callback function takes up to 3 arguments, but the argument that we care about is the element that's in the array itself, which is going to be our user. I'm going to call it current user because we have user already being defined up over here. And we will need to reference this as well to do the comparison. So that's why I'm not using user down over here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to write an if condition. So if current user .id is equal to user.id, and now you see why that I am renaming this variable to current user instead of using the same one up top over here. So basically what this is checking for is ensuring that we are editing the correct user, because we obviously don't want to manage every single user. We don't want to edit every single user. We only want to edit the user that is actually being edited. Okay, so if this is true, then all I'm going to do is return a new object, and it's going to look like this. I'm going to take every single key value pair from current user and create a copy of it inside this new object. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to explicitly set the username and email address, because we know that those are 2 possible fields that could be updated. Now, if the user didn't edit any of these fields, like if they just didn't touch the fields at all, then that would be fine, because by default, remember that the username of the user as well as the email of the user are set to these state variables by default. Okay, so if they didn't update the email address, for example, then the email would stay the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the username to the state variable username right up top over here. And then same thing with the email as well. So I'm setting this email field to whatever the value of the email state variable is. Now, since these are the same names, I can actually just remove the colon and I can just do it like this. Okay. And actually, I don't need the parentheses because I'm using an explicit return keyword. So you'll notice that my formatter actually automatically removed those parentheses. Okay. But when we use the ternary operator, we will need that. But don't worry, I'll show you how to do that as well. Okay. So this handles the case if the current user is matching the user that we're editing. But if we're not editing the user, then all we want to simply do is just return the current user. And that way, the users that are not being edited won't be changed at all. We're only changing the user that is being edited, hence why we have this if check right over here. Now, there's one more thing that I want to do before we actually get to editing our users. We need to make sure that we are out of edit mode, because otherwise we're not really going to see our changes being reflected. We'll only see it inside the input field, but we're not going to see it in view mode. So what I'm going to do is after I call set users, I'm going to go ahead and call set is editing. And this time I'm actually just going to pass it false. I don't need to do what I did on line 14 where I passed in this callback function and just set it to the opposite value of the current state, because every single time I click on this save button, I want to exit out of editing mode. And this is very common with any application. When you click save, that pretty much implies that you're exiting editing mode and you're done. Okay, so let's go into our document now and let's see what happens when I click edit And I'll just change this to, let's do Anson the dev. And if I click save, you'll see now the username is now Anson the dev. If I click edit, and let's change it to Anson the dev for the email, you'll see that the username and the email are both reflective. Obviously, we didn't change the username that time, so it's still the same. And if I go down over here, if I change the username from Mike to Mike the dev, you'll notice that it only affects this user and not this user up top over here, because we have this if check right over here. Of course, if I just didn't check for this and I just did the same exact thing for everything, and I'll just show you just as an example, you'll notice that when I click save, it updates it for every single user, which is not what we want. So that's why this check is very, very important. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. And just one more thing that I do want to do, nothing crucial, but I only want to show the save button when we are in editing mode. So I'll just do a conditional render. So let me copy that whole thing. So if is editing, or if is editing is true, and I actually don't need a ternary operator for this. I can actually do is editing and use the double ampersand sign. And then, so only if is editing is true, then it will also render this button as well. And this is another React trick that you need to know, because if editing is false, remember that this double ampersand sign, this is known as a conditional and. So both has to be truthy in order for this whole statement to be true. So if is editing is false, that means this whole conditional statement is false, so this button will not be rendered. But if is editing is true, we know that this button element is going to be truthy, so this whole statement will be true, and that will lead to this button being rendered. And you'll see right over here, when I refresh the page, you'll see that when I click edit, now the save button appears. And if I change it and if I click save, it no longer appears. So hopefully all of this makes sense. Now, very quickly, let me go ahead and actually tidy all of this up a little bit. So as I promised, I'm going to show you how we can use a ternary operator to make this look a little bit more cleaner. So what I'm going to do is, let me just remove all of this right over here. And I'm going to go ahead and do current user.id equals user.id. And then if this is truthy, then we're going to go ahead and return a copy of the current user while also updating their username and email. And then if this condition, current user.id, is not equal to user.id, we're going to go ahead and return what is on the right-hand side of the colon, which is just going to be current user, just like that. Okay, and I actually don't need this curly brace right over here, so I'm going to return it. And now you understand why I want to show you both instances, because it can be a little bit confusing with all of these parentheses in the way. So that's the reason why I want to show you both ways. But it works the same exact way. There you go. All right. Now I'm going to show you how to delete elements from our users array. In the previous section, I showed you how to update elements in an array for your state, which was actually more so like replacing an element in an array. But this time I'm going to show you how to remove an element from our array, so that way we no longer see the element in the document. So for example, if I want to delete this user right over here, it needs to be removed from the document, and then also needs to be removed from the actual user state itself. So what we're going to do is, first, let's go ahead and register an onClick event listener to this delete button. And let's call this callback function. And what we want to do essentially is we want to update the state. We want to update users to not have the user object that we want to get rid of. Now, many of you might be used to using mutable methods such as array.splice. We don't want to do that in React because, remember, in React, we want to practice immutability. So we're not going to use array.splice to update our user array. What we're going to do is we're actually going to use a method called array.filter. So think of it like this. We're actually going to be filtering out the element that we don't want. Okay, so I want you to think of it like that, because array.filter is immutable. It returns a new array, so it doesn't actually modify the original array itself, which we don't want to do. So what we'll do here is this. I'm going to go ahead and call the setUsers function because we're still going to update the user's state. Okay, we still need to update the state, and we do that by calling this setUsers function that we passed as a prop. It's the same thing that we did when we were editing users. So we're going to also pass in the callback function because remember that we need access to the current state of the users. So I'm going to call this current user state. And remember, this is an array, so I can easily reference it, and I can also call the filter function. Okay, so current user state dot filter. So if you're not familiar with what the filter function does, then you need to make sure you understand this because you're going to be seeing this in a lot of React code bases, and you're going to be using this often. So the filter function pretty much just literally filters out elements that you don't want. Okay, think of it like this. We don't want the element that we want to delete, so we're going to quote unquote filter it out. Now, the way that this filter function works is it takes in a callback function, and it's also known as a predicate function. And this predicate function returns a Boolean, a true or false value, which we're going to end up evaluating a conditional statement anyways. And this callback function also takes in up to 3 arguments, pretty much the same thing as the map function. The first argument is going to be the element in the array that we are filtering, so current user state. So this argument is going to be our user. And then what we want to do is we want to write a condition that is going to determine what elements get filtered out. So in other words, we want to filter out the element that we want to delete. So let's say I'm deleting the user with the ID of 1. Then we want to filter out that specific user where the ID is 1. Now, instead of thinking of it like that, we should think of it like this. We want to basically filter all of the users that don't match the ID of the user that we're trying to delete, because the filter method returns a new array with all of the elements that pass the predicate function. Okay, so the way that we want to write our condition is like this. I want to check if current user's ID is not equal to the user that I'm trying to delete's ID. Okay, so if current user.id is not equal to user.id, and remember user is this up top over here, this is going to be the user that we are trying to delete. If this is not equal, then we're going to add this current user to the new array that is going to be returned. Okay, so think of it like this. If everything so far doesn't really make any sense, think of it like this, right? Remember that this whole filter function is going to return a new array. It's going to return a new array that excludes all of the elements that fail this condition. So in other words, if this condition is false, then current user is not going to be part of that new array that is created by this filter function. Okay, that new array is what is actually going to be used to update the state of users. So it's basically going to look like we are removing the user from the documents. Okay, so think of it like this. If the user that we're trying to delete has an ID of 1, so that's going to be user right over here. That's the user that we're trying to delete. And let's say the current user, it just so happens that the current user has the ID of 1 as well. Well, obviously 1 is in fact equal to 1 because this condition is checking to see if the IDs are not equal, but 1 is equal to 1. So since this condition fails, then that means that this user with the ID of 1 is going to be excluded. It's going to be filtered out from the new array. Okay? If we get to the user of ID 2, well, 2 is obviously not equal to 1 because we are trying to delete the user of ID 1. 2 is not equal to 1, so 2 will be part of the new array. The user of ID 2 will be part of the new array of users. Okay, and all of that gets maintained in a new array that at the end gets returned, and then we're using that new array to update the state of users. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, but I promise you, take some time and practice the filter function. It's worth it. You need to understand how this function works. and not understanding how it works is going to make it a lot more difficult when it comes to updating your state in React. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is show you how this all works visually. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page, and notice how if I click delete, we deleted the user from the document. If I click delete over here, we deleted the second user. Okay, so basically everything that I just mentioned that was happening in the logic of our filter function is what is happening visually, but you just don't see it underneath the hood. Okay, you're just seeing the surface level of it. But that is how you can remove elements from the document. But really what's happening is you're just filtering out the array, and you're creating a new array and then updating the states of users with the new array. Okay, so it's not really deleting an element directly from the use array, because again, we don't want to do things mutably. We are basically just creating a new array with a filtered out version of it. So hopefully that makes sense. So now I'm going to show you how we can add elements or brand new elements to our users array and also update the state of it as well, and then have it reflect on our web page. So this is actually pretty simple, but there are a few things that I do want to mention and stress later on, especially when it comes to the unique keys that we're going to need. Because keep in mind that right now we're using these keys, we're using the user IDs as unique keys for our components. But what's going to happen when I add an element and then add it to this user's state variable? What is the unique key going to be? Right? I can't just set an ID for the user on the fly like this. Remember that in a typical application, the identifiers, the unique IDs are typically set by the database or set on the backend somehow, either using a UUID or whatever. Okay, so I will address that towards the end of this section of our tutorial. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set up a simple form, and we can actually do this inside our app component. So I'll set up one real quick. Let's do this. I'm not even going to use the form element. I'll just do inputs. We'll do input, and then I want to set up a label. And this will be for username. ID username. We will need some state as well. I'll do that in just a second. And then let me make sure I have one for email. And then email. Okay, so it looks like this. I will actually add this up top over here. And you know what? I'll just leave it like this for now. And let's see what it looks like. Okay, let me wrap this inside their own divs. Okay, there we go. And last but not least, we do need a button. So you know what? Actually, I will wrap this in a form. So that way I can put the button in there. Okay, so we have our username, email, and add user. I will do this. Let me add a couple of breaks just so everything looks a little bit more organized. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's add some state to bind to our username and email fields. So I'll just go ahead and keep it simple. I'll just use a simple string. But if you want, you can use an object to encapsulate all of this. But I'll just use an individual string for each one. Okay, and let's go ahead and set the value. And we will need event listeners for each one of these. So let's do onChange. That's the event listener that we want to register. Basically, the tech changes whenever we update the input field's value. So all we're going to do is call set username and then pass in e.target.value. Again, this is stuff that we've already done already. So that's why I'm kind of speeding through it. And let me copy and paste this and just call set email. Okay, so now when I click on add user, what it should do is it should add it to the users array, and then it should display in the document. Okay. Now let me go ahead and just fix this part where you can see that it is refreshing the page whenever I click add user. That's because we have a button inside our form and we haven't overridden the onSubmit default value. So we can very easily do that by just adding this onSubmit event listener. And then we can just do e.prevent default, and that will ensure that we don't have the page refresh when I click on this button. Okay, so just wanted to mention that very quickly. So now what I'm going to do is this. So whenever I click on the onSubmit, or whenever I click on add user, it's going to go ahead and trigger this onSubmit event because we're inside our form. That's just the default behavior, right? So I'm going to go ahead and console log username and email just so you can see what this object looks like. So I click add user right now, or I'm sorry, not object, the current values. Right now it's currently empty, but if I type something, you can see that it appears right over here. So what we want to do is we want to wrap this inside an object, and then we want to add it to the array of users, but we also need an ID for the user itself. Okay, so this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky, right? Because now you're wondering, well, what exactly do I use for the ID? Now I'm just going to cut right to the chase, and I'll explain later on why this is very important. But the best thing that you can do when it comes to adding elements to the document dynamically and needing to find a way to associate a unique key with the added element, because keep in mind that these elements right over here, we are assuming that these are unique IDs that come from some API, and those are typically generated by the database, right? In an application where you need to create a list of data on the front end side that is not going to be generated by the backend at all, you're going to need some unique identifier to identify each element. And I've actually ran across this problem myself a couple years ago, and I've had some discussions with some other more knowledgeable people than I am. And we came to the conclusion that one of the best ways to handle this is actually by using an incrementer to keep track of all of the unique IDs. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create some states, and I'm going to call this counter, set counter. This will be a numeric value, and I'm going to hard code this just as an example. I'm going to set the default value to 2 because we have 2 elements by default currently. I'm going to set it to 2, and then I'm actually just going to increment it every single time. Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to set it to, I'll set it to 3. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create this new user object. I'm going to set the username and email, and then I need to set the ID to be what counter is. So counter will be that right over here. Counter will be 3 since that's the current default value. So when we first add a user, the ID of that new user added will be 3. And then all we need to do is just increment the counter by 1. So we can just easily do that by simply just calling set counter. And then we want to make sure that we have the current value of counter. So we're going to use the callback function and pass in that argument and then do current counter plus 1. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to call set users, and then we're going to add new user to the array. And this is actually very easy. The easiest way you can do this is by calling set users, passing in the callback function so you get access to the current user's state. And then you can just pretty much create a new array. You create a new array and then use the spreader operator on the original array. So this will take every element that is inside current user state, which are all of these user objects and whatever has been added to it, and then unpack it and then place it in a new array, preserving its order. And then all we need to do is we can add the new user element at the end, just like this. And again, this does it in an immutable way without directly mutating the array itself. Okay. And if you wanted to place the new user in the front, you would just put it right over here before you spread the current user's state. Okay. So hopefully this makes sense. Now let's go ahead and refresh our page and let's add a user. So let's add Tim. And you can see now it works. I can add more users. There you go. I can even delete these users and add it again. But now you'll see that the ID is 5 because it's preserving that counter as the ID. It's using whatever the value of counter is. Okay. Now I do want to address this because a lot of people will be wondering, well, can't I just use the index of the element in the array as the ID? So what people are talking about is this. So remember that the .map function takes up to 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be the value in the array itself, the current value. The second element is going to be the index, so the current element's index, okay? So for example, the index of this first user object is going to be 0, and then this one is going to be 1. And a lot of people are wondering, well, can't I just use the index as the key and as the ID to uniquely define these users? Well, you can't. I mean, you surely could, but you will run into a lot of weird issues that you won't really understand why is happening because you use the index as the key. Now, let me actually rephrase this. You could actually use it as an ID, just not as a key. And when I say ID, I mean the ID of the user object. There's nothing wrong with that, but you cannot use it to key your component that you are rendering to the document, just to be more precise. Now, in a nutshell, don't use indexes as your keys. There are basically a lot of issues that can come across, such as performance impact and a lot of bugs. So just use an incremental counter, especially if you are just building some kind of application where you need to add data that is displayed on the front end that has not reached the back end just yet. Okay, because again, there are a lot of examples where you need to add information to the screen via a form, and you have not sent that data to a server, so the server can't generate a record for that data, so you can't use the auto-generated ID that the server gives you as a unique identifier. So in situations like this, using a counter is perfectly fine. Just don't use the index of an array. Okay, so hopefully this part makes sense. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you about the useEffect hook. If you've been watching, you have been introduced to a hook called the useState hook, which is used to define state and also manage state. I'm going to teach you about the useEffect hook because this is a very important hook that every single React developer must understand and be able to use inside out. Because the biggest thing when it comes to React is knowing how to properly use this useEffect hook to perform side effects in your application, because oftentimes you will need to perform side effects in your application. So first of all, what exactly is a side effect? A side effect is basically anything that you perform that is outside of the scope of your component, or in the broader scheme, outside the scope of your application itself. So for example, if you need to make a network request that's outside the scope of your application, because once you make an API request to some external server, your application has nothing to do with it. It's just going to get back the response from the server itself. Another example of a side effect is accessing local storage, which if you aren't familiar with local storage, it's basically just a way for you to store data in your browser that you can access later on. Another example of a side effect is being able to directly manipulate the document itself. So if you want to manually update the title of the document, if you want to manually insert an element into the document, that's a side effect. If you want to manually register an event listener onto your document, such as whenever the browser is being resized or if the user is scrolling, these are examples of side effects. There are a bunch of different side effects that you'll come across. These are just common examples that a lot of developers often need to tackle on. So I'm going to teach you all about the useEffect hook, how to properly use it. And I'm going to teach you about the different behaviors of this useEffect hook, so that way you fully understand how to properly use the useEffect hook. So So I know right now inside our app component, we have a lot of stuff going on. And I want to make this as simple as possible because when there's just too many things on our screen inside our code, it can be very overwhelming to just track every single thing. So I'm going to make this very simple. I'm going to remove this username and email. I'm going to remove all of these users. You don't have to remove this if you don't want to. I just think it's better for us to remove this just so that it makes it easier for us to see what's going on instead of just tracking everything that is on in our code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this counter state and I'm going to set this to 0 and I'm going to create a button and I'm going to go ahead and give this button a text called click me. And then I'm going to register an onClick event listener on this button. And every single time we click on this button, I'm going to update the counter by 1. So this will basically track the amount of times we as the user clicked on this button. So let's go ahead and update the state just like this. And then I'll go ahead and display that text to the user. You clicked the button counter times. Okay, very simple stuff just to show you how this is going to work. You can see over here we have our text. Currently it says you click the button 0 times. When I click this button for the first time, it'll update, and each time I click on it, it's going to basically just increment by 1. Very straightforward stuff. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and import my useEffect hook. Now remember that the useEffect hook is also a function. So let's import that first from the React package. And the way that we're going to use the useEffect hook is like this. So we're going to go ahead and just call useEffect like a regular function. And this useEffect hook takes up to 2 arguments. The first argument is mandatory. It is known as a callback function or an effect callback. Okay, so this is just going to look like a regular callback function. And then the second argument is optional, but it is very crucial to understanding how to properly use this argument. Okay, the second argument is an array, or better known as your dependency array or a dependency list. It's basically just an array. Okay, I'm going to explain more about this in just a second. But first, what I want to do is I want to omit this because I want to, inside my callback function of my useEffect hook, I want to basically just directly manipulate the document. And there are a lot of different ways that I can do this. I can access local storage. I can update the title of the document. So what I'll do is right now you can see that the title of our document is Vite plus React. That's just the default title. And what I can do is I can just set the document title like this to React tutorial. And so what's going to happen is whenever our app component is rendered, whenever it's mounted to the document, our useEffect hook is going to go ahead and invoke this callback function. Okay, now remember what I said. Based off of how you set up your useEffect hook, if you have the dependency array or not, it's going to contribute to the behavior of your useEffect hook and how it calls your functions and how many times it calls your functions. So basically right now in this current state, every single time my app component is rendered and re-rendered, it's going to go ahead and invoke this callback function. Okay, so just so you know that there are different life cycles of a component. So for example, when it first renders to the document, after it renders, and then when it needs to unmount from the document. Okay, so in the initial stage, we're mounting the component, we're rendering the component to the document. And then in other situations, our component may perform a re-render of itself. And a lot of things can trigger a re-render. One common example is whenever your state updates, your component can re-render. And I'll show you that in just a second. So watch what happens here. So when I refresh the page, you can see that the title is updated to React tutorial. And it does it so fast that you don't really notice the update happening in real time because it's just happening like instantly. Okay, but I want to show you what happens when I console log this message rendering. If I refresh the page, you'll see that it's going to render, it's going to log twice. Now, this is because we are in strict mode, which is what is enabled by default. You can actually turn this off by just removing this React strict mode right over here. And then you can see now it renders once. Okay, you don't have to turn it off, but just know that you can if you want to. By default in production, strict mode is off. Okay, so when I refresh the page, you can see that it is going to do its initial invocation of the callback function. Now watch what happens when I click on this button. You'll notice that every single time I click on this button, this rendering is being logged to the console. So that implies that this callback function, this effect callback, is being invoked, because obviously in order for this console log to be logged to the console, it has to have this function being called itself. Now, why exactly is our callback function being invoked? So as I hinted earlier, we have some state over here. We have a counter. Every single time I am updating the state of counter, what happens is React is going to unmount and then re-render the component reflecting its new state. Okay, so over here you can see that I am updating the state of counter. So it's going to go ahead and re-render app. And whenever we render app, remember what I said earlier, when app is rendered, by default, it is going to go ahead and call the callback function of this useEffect hook. And that is why this console log is being rendered to the document. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. I can even go a step further and I can actually concatenate this React tutorial title with the counter. And then that way the title will tell you how many times it was updated. Okay, so 18 times, 23 times, etc., etc. You get the idea. So hopefully this makes sense. Each time I make an update to my state, in this current usage of the useEffect hook where I don't have any dependency list or dependency array added at all, by default, it is going to call this callback function every time our component re-renders. Okay? Now, I want you to see what happens when I add the dependency array. Remember, this array is optional. You don't need to have this, but just know that depending on how you use this dependency array, whether you omit it or add it to your useEffect hook, or if you add certain elements to this dependency array, which I will teach you about that in just a second, this will change the behavior of how your useEffect hook works. So let's show you this example of what happens when I add an empty dependency array to my useEffect hook. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page. Now you can see that initially what's going to happen is it's going to go ahead and call the callback function of my useEffect hook. Okay, and it does it twice because we're currently in strict mode. But watch what happens when I now click on the click me button, cause it to update the state of my counter. Okay, I'm clicking the button, but notice how the rendering function, or I'm sorry, the rendering is not being displayed to the console anymore. And you can see that the title still says React Tutorial 0. Okay, notice how that is happening right now because I added my empty dependency array. If I remove it, you can see that now it is going to log rendering every single time I click on the button. Why is this the case? So when you add a dependency array, and more specifically, when you add an empty dependency array to your useEffect call, what happens is the callback function, the effect callback, is only going to be invoked one time only, which is when your app component initially renders. And any state that is updated is not going to cause a callback to be invoked, or it's not going to cause the useEffect's callback to be called. Okay, and it's pretty evident over here because I am making updates to my counter state variable, but the useEffect's callback over here is not being called again and again and again. And that's because I have an empty dependency array. Okay, now I will mention right off the bat that this is a very useful situation when you need to make an API call as an example. So let's say if you are trying to fetch the user from an API and you want to render it to the document and you don't want to refetch the user every single time you're making updates to the state, then you would want to have an empty dependency array added to your useEffect call. Okay, so generally this is very important. It's very common when you only want your useEffect hook to call the callback function one time only. Now, the next important thing to understand is the dependency array and what we can add to our dependency array. So as I mentioned earlier, not having the dependency array will cause your useEffect callback to be invoked upon every single render. Adding an empty dependency array will only allow your callback for your useEffect hook to be called once only, no matter what state variables change. But there are situations where you do want your useEffect callback to be invoked whenever your state is being updated. Now, let's say I do in fact want the useEffect's callback to be invoked whenever the counter state variable or any state is being updated. What I want to do for this dependency array is I want to specify which state variables are a requirement for this callback to be invoked. So this is the reason why it's called a dependency array, because the useEffect hook depends on those state variables in order for them to change to cause the callback function to be invoked. Okay, so for example, by adding this counter state variable to this array, what I'm basically doing is I'm saying, okay, whenever a change occurs to counter, call this callback function. Only when counter changes. So now watch what happens if I refresh the page and if I click the click me button. You'll see that when I click on this button, it's going to go ahead and call the callback function again. Okay, if I click on it twice, or if I click on it a second time, it's going to call the function again and again and again and again and again. And this is the behavior that we wanted, or the original behavior that we had when we didn't have our dependency array. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Now, just to show you another example, perhaps you don't want to necessarily use the counter state variable as a dependency. You may want to depend on a different state variable. So let's do this. Let's say we want to click on the button X amount of times, okay? And then we want to have a synchronize button to basically synchronize the state to show us exactly how many times the user clicked on the button itself, okay? So what I'll do is this. I'll create a variable, another state variable called sync set sync, and this will just be a simple Boolean value that will just alternate between false and true. Okay, and this is a very common approach to being able to detect whenever something is occurring. So what I'm essentially doing is I want to add sync as a dependency to this useEffect hook. Okay, and then what I want to do is this. I want to add another button, and then I'll have the text be sync. And then whenever I click on this button, I'm just going to go ahead and just update the state of sync. I'm basically just toggling it. So I'm going to call set sync, and then current. I'm just going to set it to the opposite value of it. So basically, if sync is true, it's going to update it to false. If sync is false, it's going to update it to true. So we're basically toggling between true to false, false to true. Okay. And whenever I do update sync, what's going to happen is in order for this useEffect hook to be invoked, sync needs to change. Okay. So watch what happens. I'm going to go ahead and click me as many times as I want. Now keep in mind that the counter state is still going to update and it's still going to display in the document just fine. That's normal. But in order for my useEffect hook to invoke this callback function and update the document's title manually, I need to make a change to the current state of sync in order for this callback to be invoked. So watch what happens when I click on the sync button. You'll notice that when I clicked on the sync button, we logged rendering to the console, and then you'll notice that the title was updated from the previous one to React Tutorial 20. I can refresh the page and show you again. Okay, so right now, the callback function of the useEffect hook is called one time upon render. That's default behavior. Okay, React Tutorial 0. So in the current scope of this callback function, counter, the value of counter is currently 0. That is why it says React Tutorial 0. I'm going to go ahead and click on the button 10 times, and you'll notice that the title has not changed at all. But the moment I click on the sync button, the title now is changed, and you can see that rendering was logged to the console. Okay, so hopefully this shows you how powerful this dependency array works. It's only going to go ahead and invoke this callback function whenever specific state variables are updated. One thing that I do want to address is you'll notice that we have this linting warning over here, and it's telling us that we're missing a dependency called counter. You'll notice that if I add counter, it just goes away. The reason why this linting warning is occurring is because basically whenever you're using a state variable inside the callback of a useEffect hook, React wants you, especially if you have a dependency array, React wants you to add that as a dependency. Why? Because you're literally using a state variable that could possibly change throughout the lifespan of your component. It could possibly change, okay? So if that state variable changes, we want to make sure that when we call our useEffect callback function, that we have the latest value of counter, okay? Because right now over here, by omitting counter, I can update counter as many times as I want, but this useEffect hook, the scope of it will never really know, okay? And so you might run into some issues. Sometimes you can get away with running into some issues, but generally you shouldn't use state variables inside a useEffect hook if you don't intend to add it to the dependency array itself. Okay, now obviously by adding this counter variable to my dependency array, it would not give me the behavior that I originally wanted, but this is essentially how you would get rid of that warning issue. You could also just not use the counter at all, and you can just leave it like this, and that would be perfectly fine. So there are many different ways that you can go about this, but I did want to address this issue. Okay. So now I'm going to show you an example where we can fetch data from an API, which is another side effect that you will often need to perform in your React application, because whenever you're building an application, you typically want to serve data to a client. You want to render that data somehow to the user. And where does that data come from? A server, an API, you name it. So I'm going to use this online server. This is free, and they have it set up with mock data. So I can fetch some posts, I can fetch some comments, I can fetch some albums, whatever it is. I'm going to show you how to make these simple HTTP requests. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So inside my code, now one thing that I also want to mention is that when it comes to the useEffect hook, you can have as many useEffect calls as you want. So for example, I can set up another useEffect hook right down over here. And of course, this will call its own callback function. Another thing that I should also mention is that useEffect hooks, the callbacks are going to be called in order that they are implemented. So for example, this useEffect hooks callback is going to be invoked first, and then this one, and then any other subsequent useEffect hooks that you may have after the second one will be called afterwards. So they are in order, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use the default fetch API that is built in to our browser API to get this data from this JSON placeholder server. So all I have to do is just type fetch, and you'll see that it pops up right over here. And we need our URL, the server that we are going to fetch the data from. Now, again, if you're fairly new to front-end development and you don't understand the concept of fetching data or retrieving data from a server, which I assume most people who typically start off with front-end don't really have any back-end experience, let me briefly explain what's going on. So this server, this online server, is basically just going to serve data to any client that wants to make requests to it. So you can see over here, they have a couple of endpoints that they already set up. So I'll show you a simple one. We have this user's endpoint right over here, and we can make HTTP requests. Okay, so that is the protocol that we are using, and the specific method that we would be using is a get request method to get this data, because we're only trying to retrieve this data and serve it in a read-only mode. We're not trying to create data or update data on the server side. So I'm going to go ahead and take this URL right over here, and I encourage you to do this yourself as well. Take this endpoint or any endpoint that you choose to use, and you're going to paste it right over here as an argument for this fetch function. Okay, that's going to be the first argument to this fetch function, is the server URL that you want to retrieve the resource from. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to retrieve this users resource, which is going to give me an array of objects which are specifically users. Okay, so now with the fetch API, we do need a second argument. Actually, we don't really need this, but I will mention this just for the sake of it, because when we show examples of making post requests, you will need to know how to set up this second argument. But this second argument allows you to set up options for your request. So by default, the request method is going to be a get request, which means that you're going to get data, which is what we're going to do. So I don't actually need these options, but what I'll do is I'll set the method to get, just to show you how this happens. And if we were making any post requests where we are sending request bodies, or even a put request or patch request, which I'm sure that this terminology might be brand new to you all, then we would need to set a request body property, which is the body property itself. And then this is where you would actually specify what key value pairs you want to send to the server. So if I wanted to send a username, I would specify that in this body object. Now, obviously, we're not going to be sending any data at all, so we're just going to leave it like this. Okay? So now what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that after I fetch the data, I am going to be able to retrieve the data from the response. Okay? Because when you fetch data from some server, you're basically requesting the server for that data, and then the server is going to send back a response. Now, in this situation, we're going to get a response back, which is an array of users, and we need a way to actually handle that response. Okay, so before I do any of that, I do want to show you the API call occurring in the browser. So what I'll do is I'm going to go into my application over here. I'm going to refresh the page and I want to show you the network tab. This is a great tool to inspect API calls or any API calls, any network calls that are happening on your client-side application. So let me zoom out a little bit. So right now I have it filtered out to fetch/XHR, which basically these are just API requests to some server. And you can see that right over here, it is making two API calls. And remember what I said earlier, that your useEffect hooks are going to be invoked twice, which because we are rendering the component twice, it's going to cause our useEffect callback functions to be called twice as well. Because every single time we render the app, it's going to go ahead and invoke our useEffect hook, at least for this one right over here. So you can see that it is definitely calling this API. If I expand this a little bit, you can see the request URL is this URL right over here, the exact one that we pasted into this argument over here. And then you can see that the request method is a get request, and then the status code is a 200, which just basically means it was a successful response from the server. And there's a bunch of other things. We're not going to really worry about that right now. And then if I click on preview, this would give me a preview of the data that was sent back from the server. You can even just click on response to see the parsed version of this. Okay, so hopefully this is straightforward. Now, as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that we want to handle the API call itself, because right now we're just calling fetch, but we're not actually handling the return value from fetch itself. Okay, so one thing that you must know is that fetch is going to return a promise. Now, if you're not familiar with promises, you definitely want to brush up on understanding what promises are in JavaScript. That is actually, I would say, a requirement, a prereq when it comes to building any application in JavaScript. But basically, promises have states. They have a pending state, they have a fulfilled state, and then they have a rejected state. Okay, so when I call this fetch function, it's going to return a promise, and that promise will be in either one of three states. So by default, it's going to go ahead and call this API, and we need to make sure that we properly handle this promise. Okay, so by not handling this promise, it's always going to stay in the pending state. Even if the API call fails, we need to make sure that we properly handle this promise to get it to the correct status, so that way we know whether or not the API call succeeded or if it failed. Okay, so in order to handle this promise, there's one of two ways. I'll show you both. The first way is you can use .then. So after you call any function that returns a promise, the promise object itself is going to have this .then method, or it will have .catch or .finally. So it's very similar if you've used a try catch clause before or try catch finally. So when you call .then, this is basically handling the promise when it resolves, which resolving a promise is actually a good thing, which means that the promise succeeded. Okay, whatever function that it was invoking underneath the hood, it succeeded. It was in a resolved state, which typically means it's a good thing. So that means that the API call succeeded. It returned a status code of 200 with our data. So by calling the .then method, what we need to do is we need to pass a callback function. Now this callback function, the argument that we're going to pass in is going to be the data that is resolved from the promise itself. So this is actually how you access the response from the API. So I'm going to go ahead and call this response. Okay, and for now, I'm not going to do anything special. I'll just console log response. Okay, and I want to show you what this looks like because we know that this API call is succeeding. So I'm going to go to the console, and you can see already that right over here, we have our response object being logged. Remember, whenever our app component renders, it's going to go ahead and invoke our callback functions for useEffect at least once. Okay, so over here, we can see that this callback function was invoked, and you can see that right over here, it is being invoked twice. It's calling the API twice because of what I said, we're in strict mode, and that's fine. So you can see that the response is logged twice. That's okay. And then you can see that the status is 200, which is good, means a successful response from the server. And the fact that this response object is defined, or the fact that we're even in this scope of our callback function, just shows you that the promise resolved, the API call was successful. Otherwise, we would be in the catch part, which I'll show you in just a second. So you can see if I actually click on body right over here, maybe not body, but there should be, I guess it maybe is body, but we need to parse the data. That's okay. So here's what I'll do. We actually need to parse the data because this is just a response, and we need to actually get the data from the response object itself. I'll show you how to do that right now. So what I can do is I can actually just return response and then call this JSON object. This will actually return a promise as well. So return response.json, this returns a promise as well. And then we can actually call .then again, because when I return response.json, this would also return a promise, and I can actually handle that promise by calling .then again right over here. And whatever value that promise resolves can be passed into this callback function over here. So in this part over here, the actual argument is going to be the actual JSON data. So if I show you what it looks like right now in the console, you'll see that right over here on line 20, which is what I am logging over here, this is the actual JSON data, the JSON array that is returned from the API itself. Okay, we just needed to make sure that we parsed the response by calling response.json and then handle that promise again by calling .then. Okay, if this is all brand new to you, it might be a little bit confusing at first, but I promise you that if you just read up on promises and practice them, it'll make a lot more sense. Okay, so you can see that I can see all of my data right over here, and I can access it however I want. I can render it to the document. I can do whatever I want. Okay, now I want to show you a situation where the API may fail. So let's say, for example, if I just added this incorrect API endpoint, right? And if I refresh, let me go to my network tab. If I refresh, you'll see that right now it's giving me a 404, which means not found. And that's because the API endpoint is not found. Now, because we are trying to fetch an invalid endpoint, what's going to happen is the fetch function, when it returns the promise itself is going to be in a rejected state after we handle it. So it's not going to go into the .then callback function call. It's going to go into the .catch function call. Okay, so this is how you can perform error handling. So what I can do is I can pass in this error as an argument to the callback function for .catch, and I can actually just log the error as so like this. And then if I refresh the page, you'll see that, let's see if it logs anything. Doesn't seem like it will log anything. It seems like the error object is just empty. But what I can do is I can actually just console log invalid endpoints, and that should be logged right over here. Let's see, maybe not. I guess maybe not. I guess the way that fetch works is that it doesn't actually reject the promise, so that's a little bit strange on why it does that, but it should actually log some error. So I actually just Googled this, and it seems like the fetch API does not reject the promise if the API returns a 404, which I think it should in my opinion, but it doesn't, so that's okay. But I'm pretty confident that if it returned anything like a 401 or a 403 status code, which typically has to do with the user not being authenticated, it should reject, at least in my opinion, it should. But if you use different API libraries such as Axios, for example, typically different API libraries will handle errors differently. But I know from experience, Axios will in fact reject the promise. So it will go into this catch block over here if the API endpoint is invalid. But even then, when you handle the API response, this is exactly what you want to do using .then and .catch. Now, I'm going to show you the other way where instead of using .then .catch, we're going to use a combination of a try-catch block as well as async and await. Okay, now, if you're not familiar with the async await syntax, you definitely want to make sure you learn this because you will be seeing this often as well in React code bases, and even some examples of documentation and tutorials will imply that you already know how async and await works. But basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all this, okay? And I'm going to remove this object over here because we don't need this object right now, because by default fetch will default to a get request, and that's okay. Let me remove this extra s at the end. So what I'm going to do is this. First, I'm going to go ahead and create a function inside my useEffect callback function. And this function is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call this function fetch users. And I want to make sure in front of this function keyword, I add the async keyword. Okay, literally just adding the async keyword in front of my function makes this an asynchronous function. Now, all this literally means is it returns a promise, and it allows you to use the await keyword inside the function itself. Okay. Now, why this is important is because remember our fetch function, the fetch API, this function itself returns a promise. Okay. Now there's another way to handle promises. Instead of using the .then .catch syntax, we can actually use the await keyword. And the way that it works is all you do is you use the await keyword in front of any method call that returns a promise. So for example, our fetch function, it returns a promise. So what we can do is we can add the await keyword in front of this fetch function call. And what this does is it basically says, okay, wait for this promise to resolve or reject, and then proceed on with the rest of our logic, with the rest of our code. Okay. So in other words, it kind of like blocks the rest of your code until this is complete. Okay. Until it goes from the pending state to either resolved, or either fulfilled or rejected. We typically want to pair this with a try-catch block because it allows us to perform error handling. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to await this fetch call, but I'm going to go ahead and make sure I assign this to a variable called response. And now this response variable is going to be the actual response object itself, not a promise, because remember, fetch returns a promise. When we await any method call that returns a promise, you get the actual resolved value. If the fetch call fails, it's going to go to this catch block over here, and then you can handle the error accordingly. So in other words, you don't get the actual resolved value. Okay, so let's go ahead and paste our URL again. So let's go back over here, copy that. Let's paste that URL right over here. And remember that we do need to do an additional step where we need to actually call response.json to get the actual JSON data. So I need to go one extra step and call response response.json, remember that response.json also returns a promise as well. So if I don't await this promise, if I don't await this .json call, you can see that if I hover over JSON, the data type of my JSON variable is a promise. But the moment I add the await keyword in front of my response.json method call, the value of JSON is no longer a promise. It's the actual resolved value that the promise gives you when the promise is fulfilled, when it's successful. Okay. So this is very important to understand, like I said, because you're going to be dealing with this often, especially if you're building dynamic applications that fetch data, which is very common. So I'll go ahead and just console log this variable, and then I'll console log the error object down over here. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and inside my useEffect hook, I'm going to call fetch users, but I'm not going to use the await keyword. First of all, I can't because I'm not inside an asynchronous function. If I try to, you're going to see that it's going to give me an error because it says cannot use keyword await outside an async function. Now you might be wondering, well, couldn't I have just added the async keyword in front of this callback function? Now you actually could, but you're going to get this linting warning. And the reason why it tells you this is because it has everything to do with preventing race conditions. So that's why they don't recommend you make the callback function of the useEffect hook an async function. Okay, so that's the reason why we did it this way. And in fact, this is actually what you would see in an example on Stack Overflow or on any help website that is asking how do you fetch data properly inside useEffect hook. The idea is you create a wrapper function and then you just call that wrapper function like this. Okay. So again, this is just a very bare bones, simple example for absolute beginners. In a more advanced scenario, you'd typically want to make sure you handle the situation where the request fails. We're not going to get into that right now, but typically you want to use libraries such as Axios with React Query because those libraries handle that kind of stuff for you. Okay. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave it like this, and I'm going to show you exactly how this works. So I'm going to go back to my tab over here. I'm going to refresh the page. You're going to see that my data, the user's endpoint was called, and you can see that everything is successful on line 19 where I am logging this JSON variable. You can see that I have my user data. Now notice if I were to remove the await call, look at what is actually logged in the console. You'll see that it logs promise, this promise object, and the status is pending. Okay? The status is pending. Okay? So hopefully this shows you why you need to make sure you handle your promises accordingly, either by using .then.catch or async await. Okay? Now, this next thing that I'm going to show you is not really an advanced or intermediate topic. It's a very simple concept to understand, so I do want to show you this. So it has to do with what I mentioned earlier about handling the request when it either is supposed to be canceled or if the component is unmounted. Because let's say, for example, if we are rendering our app, but then something causes the app to unrender, right? Unmount. Maybe the state is updated, whatever it is. We don't want the request to go through. We want to actually abort the request. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to use something called the AbortController, and it basically allows you to control the request so you can have it be aborted. You can basically cancel the request if it needs to be. Okay. So what I'm going to do is inside my useEffect callback, I'm going to go ahead and create an instance of the AbortController class. This is a built-in API. So I'm going to do const controller equals new AbortController, just like this. Whoops. Just like that. Okay. And then the important field that we want is I actually want this signal field right over here. Okay. The signal field. I'm going to show you how we're going to use this field. Okay. But basically this is going to give you the abort signal property. And it basically gives you information about the aborted request, if it is aborted. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is when I make my API call, when I call fetch, we want to pass in that second argument, that object. Okay. But this time we want to set this property signal in this object. And then what we're going to set it to is controller.signal. Okay. And this is basically going to communicate with the request if the request needs to be aborted or not. Okay. So we're going to leave it like this. And then what I'm going to do is inside my useEffect hook at the end over here, and I didn't actually cover this in the previous section when we first talked about useEffect hook, but I'm going to talk about it right now. So your useEffect hook has current stages, right? When it first renders the component, your useEffect hook is called, but then when your component unmounts, when it kind of like unrenders from the document, there is a stage known as the unmounting phase or the cleanup phase. And this is basically where you want to take care of either canceling your side effects, such as canceling API requests, unregistering event listeners from the document because you no longer need them running in the background, and leaving those events registered when you are actually not needing them could potentially cause performance issues and lead to memory leaks. So you want to make sure that you handle this case all the time whenever necessary. So the way that this is going to look like is this. Your useEffect callback actually allows you to return this callback function right over here. And this callback function is all of the logic that you want to perform to handle when your component unmounts. So in a situation like this, when my app component unmounts, an example of that would be if we update some state and it may cause the component to re-render. It goes through the unmount stage first, and then it renders the component again. So when that happens, we definitely want to make sure we are canceling any API requests because those API requests are no longer valid. They are stale, and we don't care about them anymore. So the way that we can do this is we can reference our controller instance and just call the abort method like that. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to my page and just watch this. If I refresh, you can see that right over here, it's pretty evident what's going on, okay? So you'll notice that the first API call was canceled because I have my AbortController canceling or aborting the API call. But notice how the second one is successful. And you might be wondering, well, it's pretty obvious why this is happening, and maybe if it isn't obvious, I'll explain. So remember what I said, we're in strict mode right now, so by default, our useEffect hook is going to be invoked twice because, or I'm sorry, our useEffect callback is going to be invoked twice because the app is rendering 2 times. Okay, that's going to cause our useEffect hook to render 1 time for each render of the app. Okay, now it renders once, but then it aborts this API request because the component unmounts. And then the component renders again, but the component doesn't get unmounted the second time. Okay? So what happens is on the second time, it's going to go ahead and actually make the API call. And since we're not unmounting the component, this callback function down over here that we are returning, this cleanup function is what it's called, never actually gets executed. Okay? So hopefully this makes sense. The cleanup function is called the first time because we are unmounting the components. Okay, then the component is rendered the second time, and then this cleanup function is not called the second time. Okay, but if there was an instance where we were in fact going to go ahead and unmount the component, and based on, I guess, the status of the controller itself, based on that, it would then tell us if we needed to cancel the request or not. And actually, if I were to console log controller, and then if I were to console log the signal, this would actually give us some information about the request if it has been aborted or not. So you can see over here, right over here, it says abort signal aborted false. So it was not aborted on the second time. But the first time it definitely was. Okay, it definitely is. And in fact, I could probably console log the signal down here, and it should tell us that it was aborted. So you can see over here in the cleanup function, in the scope of this cleanup function over here, after I abort the API request, the signal has this object over here, and you can see that the aborted property says true, which basically tells us that the request was in fact aborted. Okay, so again, this is nothing crazy to understand. It's just something that I think is worth noting. But like I said, when you use libraries such as React Query, they take care of this stuff underneath the hood for you, so you don't need to worry about it. But since we're not using React Query right now, I think that is more for an intermediate level, or maybe once you get used to understanding how API requests work, then you should get to using React Query. Okay, but hopefully this part made sense. Now, before we do move on from network requests, I do want to show you an example where we can make a post request to the server. So a post request, if you're not familiar with it, is the type of request that you would make whenever you want to create some kind of record or resource on the server side. A realistic example of this is, let's say, for example, you want to create a new user account on some platform. So what you would do is you would sign up, you would enter your display name, your username, email, password, all that kind of stuff. When you click on the register button, it's going to submit your data to a server via a post request. Okay, post basically is just a different request method. So when it comes to network requests via HTTP, you have GET requests, you have POST requests, you also have put and patch for updating a record on the server side. There are a bunch of different types of requests. Okay, so you basically make a post request, you send that data to the server side via the request body, and then the server side will take care of saving that information on the database. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up a very simple post request where we are going to create a post, like a literal post, like a blog post, okay? We're going to use the JSON placeholder server as well because they do have a post request endpoint that we can take advantage of. It doesn't actually add new posts on their endpoint. It probably uses some kind of mock service worker or something behind the scenes to make it simulate adding posts to the record, to the existing records. So we're going to do that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to set up two form fields because this endpoint is going to require, I'll show you, it's going to require a title and a body as well as a user ID. The user ID, we're just going to hard code that, but the title and body will have ourselves type information into some text fields and then we'll submit that to the server. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. First, let's define some state. I'll go ahead and call this post, I'll call it blog post data, set blog post data. And then this will basically be an object that is going to represent what we type into the form fields. We're just encapsulating everything in a single object instead of defining it as individual strings or state variables that are strings. So we're going to need our title, which is going to be a default value of an empty string, and then our, I think it's the body. Let's double check. Body, yep, and that's going to be an empty string as well. Okay, and then now let me go ahead and set up two form fields. So let's set up a form. We're going to need a label, and we're going to call this label title. And let's set up the input field. And then the ID of this is going to be title. It's going to match whatever this HTML4 value is. So title. And then let's go ahead and set the value to blog post data.title. So we're basically binding this this state object's title field to this value. We need to make sure we also handle the onChange event. So every single time we type into our input field, or if we paste something, or if we cut the text from the input box, that's going to trigger this onChange event. So we want to make sure we update the state. And I showed you how to do this in previous sections when we covered, I believe it was the register form. Yep, the register form. So I showed you how to update the state when it's an object. So this will be a little reminder. We're going to call the set blog post data function. This updates the entire object itself, but we're going to do some JavaScript magic. So first, I'm going to pass in this callback function to get access to the current state of blog post data. So I'll just call this current blog post data. And I'm going to create a new copy of the current state like this. So I'm going to use the spreader operator on the current blog post data object. And then I'm going to explicitly override the title because that is what we are updating. And the value of title will be e.target.value because that is what we are, that is the actual value of the input field. Okay. So every single time we type or paste something or just cut the value of the input box, it's going to trigger this onChange. It's going to go ahead and call set blog post data and then update the object, but it's going to specifically update the title field. Okay, we're going to do the same exact thing for our body. So let me wrap this in a div. And let me just go ahead and just copy this whole thing, paste this, and just change everything up. So I'm just going to call this body, give the ID body, and then just call this label body. And instead of blog post data.title, it'll be blog post data.body. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing when we call set blog post data, but this time it's going to be body instead of title. Okay, so now if I go back to over here, I can easily modify the title or the body. And then if I go to my console log, and I'll just log it to the console real quick just to show you that it is in fact being updated correctly. So hello world is the title, and then welcome to my app is the body. But this is the data that we're going to send to the server side. Now there is obviously one more field, the user ID. We don't have an actual user, so we're just going to hard code this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a button that's just going to have the text of create post. So I'm going to add that button inside this form element. So we'll have the button and we'll just call this create post. And again, we've done this several times already, so this should be familiar if you've been following along with every section of the tutorial. If not, that's okay. What I'm going to do is, since this button is inside the form itself, all we need to do is just handle the onSubmit event, because that is triggered when I click on this button itself. And we're going to pass the callback function. And then the callback function for the onSubmit, I'm going to pass in this argument the event object, and we're going to call e.preventDefault. This will ensure that the form, when I click on this create post, it doesn't cause the browser to do the default behavior, which is going to actually refresh the page. Well, it actually tries to send the data to the server, but it does refresh the page. Okay. And then what I'm going to do when I click on the button is this. It's going to call this function. It's going to call this callback function. And we want to send the data to the actual fake JSON server. So we're going to make a post request using the fetch API. So similar to what we did in the previous section of this tutorial where we made a get request, but this time we're making a post request. So I'll show you how to do that. So first, let's do some validation. Let's make sure that both title and body are not empty strings, because we don't want to send empty data to the server. So I'll do this if blog post data dot title and blog post data dot body. So remember that an empty string is a falsy value. So both of these strings need to be actual, it needs to be non-empty values for this condition to evaluate to true. Okay, so if at least one of these strings, if they evaluate to a falsy value, okay, so in other words, if one of them is an empty string, this whole condition will evaluate to false, which means that this whole block of code will not execute. And that's what we want. We want both title and body to not be empty. Okay, so we're only going to make the API call if title and body are not empty. So if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and use the fetch API, and what I'm going to do, just to keep things simple, I'm going to actually just use the .then and .catch syntax to handle everything instead of just using async await. So I'm going to do fetch, and then we're going to need to specify the endpoint. So that's going to be this URL, and then /posts, which is the endpoint right over here. So basically this is the base URL, and then this is the endpoint that we are making the request to, /posts. Okay. And then we need to make sure that we pass in the second argument, which is going to be our request options. So we want to make sure we explicitly set the method to post, because remember, by default, fetch is going to default to a get request, but since we're making a post request, we need to actually explicitly set that. And then we also need to make sure we pass in our request body. And remember that the request body is basically an object that you are going to be sending. Well, you're not actually sending an object. It may look like an object service level, but when it goes through the whole network, it's actually serialized. But in the end, it's actually going to result into an object. Okay, the way that the server parses it will end up being an object. So you want to always make sure that you have your request body right over here. And what we want to do is we just want to set the key value pairs that we want to send to the server. So the server is going to expect 3 properties in our object. It's going to expect the title, body, and the user ID. So the user ID, like I said, we're going to just hard code this. We'll just set it to 1. And then we are going to go ahead and set the title and the body like this. Okay, whoops, sorry about this. Title is going to be blog post data.title, and then body will be blog post data.body, just like that. Okay, and that should be it. So before I do anything with handling the promise, let's actually make sure that the network request is succeeding. We can verify that in the network tab. So I'm going to refresh the page and watch what happens when I type hello world and then hey. Let's click on create post. Okay, so when you look at the network tab, you can see that a request was made to the server. And I know that this request succeeded because the status code is green. Well, it's a 201 status code, which is a successful status code, and it's green. And 201 basically means that you created the record successfully, okay, which is good. If you look at the payload, you can see an object was sent. If you look at preview, so right now, actually, we have a problem because if you actually look at the payload, this is not what it should look like. And the preview of the data, it should actually return the actual entire object with the title and the body that we sent. But right now, it's not actually returning that. And you can also confirm this if you look at the documentation of this mock server, that this is actually what it's supposed to return. Now, the reason why this is happening is because right over here for our body property, it's not actually supposed to be an object. It's supposed to actually be a stringified object itself. So the easiest thing that we can do is we can actually use this JSON.stringify method and then just pass in the object itself. So what this will do is this will literally just convert the JSON object from an object to an actual string. And that is what we need to do in order for this API request to properly create the data. Okay? Even though the request succeeded, the contents that we send was not correct. Now I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page and I'm going to show you what happens now. So let's do hello world, create post. So the request succeeded. Now notice how this time, if I look at the payload, you'll see that it says body, title, and user ID. If I look at preview, we have 101. Not really sure why it is still, maybe let's see. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add one more thing. Perhaps I need to set the content type to application/JSON. Maybe that's what it is. So that's good that we caught that. So oftentimes when you are making network requests, the server needs to know how to interpret data and how to parse the data as well. So when you set these headers, such as content type, that allows you to specify, okay, this is supposed to be JSON. Okay, so let's go ahead and just add this part real quick. And let's paste that over here, just like this. And now we should not have any issues. We still do need the stringify though. So if I go ahead and refresh, let's just type some random stuff. So now, yep, there we go. We have the correct response sent back from the server. We have the correct preview, and the payload is perfectly fine. And if I were to remove the stringify part and just return, or just send this itself, okay, you can see we get a 500 error code. And this time I can actually handle that correctly in the catch block. Okay, so let's go ahead and just handle our success and errors. So when the response is successful, we're going to get a response back. And all I'm going to do is just call response.json because I want the actual JSON object that was sent back from the server. And I'll just go ahead and say success. And then log the data. If there is an error, we'll just go ahead and catch that. And then I'll just console log the error. Like this. Okay. Again, a very basic service level example of how to make a post request. Now, if I go ahead and refresh the page, and if I try to do this, you'll see now we actually are able to properly handle our errors. On line 33, it is logging syntax error unexpected token S. So yeah, you can see that it is erroring out because of this object over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and just add that JSON.stringify call again to this object, and we should no longer get that error. You can see now it logs success and then the actual response from the server when we successfully created the record. So yeah, hopefully this makes sense. I don't think if you actually were to call the post endpoint, it would actually show you the actual added post. So don't worry about that though, it's okay, because like I said, the whole purpose of this example is just to show you how to actually make a post request. So now that you know how to do this, when you actually have a real API that you're going to make post requests to, you know how to do that. You know how to paste the URL, you know how to specify the method request type, you know how to parse the JSON object that you want to send into a string by using JSON.stringify, and then you know about the headers as well. So hopefully this part made sense. Now, before I move on entirely from the useEffect hook, I did also want to show you a couple of other examples and some other patterns that you can use the useEffect hook for. So as I mentioned earlier, whenever you register event handlers directly on the document itself, that is also another known example of performing a side effect. And it's not that it's a bad thing, because oftentimes you will need to do that. So an example would be if you need to detect when the user is resizing their viewport, their browser, then you may want to perform some kind of action. I'll show you how to do that using a useEffect hook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call useEffect and then pass in my callback function. And I only want to have this callback function executed one time, and it would make sense because we only want to register the event listener once on the document. It wouldn't make sense for us to register it multiple times because there's just no need to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an empty dependency array. This will ensure that my callback executes one time only, no matter how many times we update our state. If there is any state, if we update it, it's not going to cause this callback to execute again. And I showed you that in earlier examples of the useEffect hook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an event listener on the window object. So I'm going to do window.add event listener. And there are a bunch of events that you can register directly onto the window itself. The one I'm going to do is, let's do resize. So this will, of course, occur whenever you resize the browser window. And what I want to do is I could pass in the callback function. This is known as a listener function because it literally listens to the event, and it's going to be what is used to handle the event whenever it happens. Okay, so instead of actually just passing the callback function like this, I'm actually going to go ahead and create a function, a named function specifically. So I'm going to go ahead and call this resize event handler just to be more verbose with my variable names. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass it like this. Now the resize event handler does take in an argument. You can even see that in IntelliSense right over here. If I were to do this, you can see that the event itself is a UI event. So we're going to go ahead and do E. And I'll just go ahead and console log window viewport resized. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and go into my browser now, and I'm going to show you what this looks like. So let's refresh the page. Notice how if I change the size of my viewport, you can see that it says window/viewport resize, which implies that this resize event handler function is in fact being called every single time it detects a resize of the viewport. Of course, if I were to, let me do this. Let me kind of resize the browser itself. I mean, resizing the browser is going to cause the viewport to resize, so it's going to trigger the event regardless. But you can see that the view is changing, and then that event is being triggered. Okay? Now, what we want to do is whenever the component unmounts, because it could possibly unmount, we want to make sure that we are unregistering this event from the window itself. Because if we don't do that and the component unmounts, what's going to happen is that if the component mounts again, which could possibly happen, especially if you're performing something like a conditional render, it's going to cause another event of the same instance to be registered again. So in other words, when the app component remounts, your resize event is going to be registered again and again and again. Okay? So to avoid registering the same event multiple times, what we want to do is we want to use the cleanup function inside our useEffect callback. Now, this is something that I did show you earlier when we first talked about useEffect hooks, but in case if you missed that, the cleanup function is basically this function that you can return inside the callback itself. So it looks like this: return, and then this function right over here, and this is your cleanup function. This function is called whenever your component unmounts, okay? Which happens whenever the component no longer needs to be rendered anymore, no longer needs to be in the document anymore. So it will just unmount from the document. And then if you need to render the component again based on some kind of condition or for whatever reason, then it will basically mount itself and then call the useEffect hook at least once. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call window.remove event listener. And I want to specify the event that I want to remove, that I no longer want to listen to. And that's going to be the same event, resize. Whoops. Right over here. And here's the thing though, as the second argument, we need to pass in the listener function, which is resize event handler, right over here. This is very important because if you don't pass in this callback, you're not going to actually remove this event from being listened to in the documents. Okay, so it's very important. And the other reason why I did not use an anonymous function, like the other reason why I didn't do this, is because you actually need a reference to the function itself. So that way we know which specific event and which function that handles that event to actually entirely remove it from. If you use an anonymous function, there's no way that you can actually know which function is handling that event. And also it's not going to actually remove the event listener from the document itself, or from the window in this case. So that's why we need a named function, so we have reference to it. Okay, so now what's going to happen is it's going to remove this event listener. So let's do this. Let me go ahead and refresh the page. So obviously right now it's still going to work. But let's see what I can do. You know what? Maybe what I can do is I can actually move this into a different component. So let me do this just to show you an example. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this whole thing. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to paste this inside just any component. I'll use the login form as an example. Okay. Any component will work fine. You don't have to use the login form component. You can use any component. I'm going to conditionally render the login form component based on a state variable. So I'll do a toggle variable. So it's going to be toggled between true and false. And then I'll have a button that will allow me to update the state of toggle each time. So whenever I click on the button, it's going to toggle between false to true, true to false. So basically I'm going to call set toggle, and then I'm basically just going to update the state to the opposite value because there's only two possible values, true or false. And then what I'm going to do is this: whenever the button is true, whenever the toggle variable, whenever the value is true, we're going to render login form just like this. Okay. And the whole purpose of this is I want to show you the login form component unmounting, and I will add a console log inside this cleanup function, unmounting login form. And then I'll also add another log removing resize events listener. Okay. So whenever toggle is true, we're going to render login form. Login form will render, and it's going to go ahead and call this useEffects callback one time and one time only, because we have our dependency array set to empty. So even if state changes inside login form, this will not call the callback again, unless if we added that state variable to this dependency array. That's how it works. So now let's go ahead and test this whole thing out. I'm going to go into my browser, and in my dev tools, I'm going to go to elements and then event listeners right over here. And I'm going to show you to verify the event being registered and unregistered. So I'm going to refresh the page, by default, right now, the resize event listener is not being listened to because remember that we are only registering it when the login form is rendered to the document, and currently we're not rendering it because toggle is set to false because we're doing a conditional render. Now I'm going to go ahead and click this toggle button, which will update the state of toggle to true, and that will cause the login form to render, which will then cause this useEffects callback to be invoked. So let's go ahead, click toggle. Now you can see right now, if you look at the logs, it does say unmounting login form and then removing resize event listener. Remember that we're in strict mode, so your component, your useEffect hook, it's going to be invoked twice, okay? So it renders the component, unmounts it, and then it renders it again, okay? So that's the reason why you only see this cleanup function being invoked one time, hence why it logs these two messages one time only, okay? The second time, it renders the component, but it does not unmount, so the cleanup function is not called. Remember, the cleanup function is only called when the component unmounts from the document. Okay, so I clicked on the toggle button and I can see the login form. Now I'm going to go over here to event listeners and I'm going to click this reload button or refresh event listeners because we did in fact add an event listener, but it's just that this thing needs to be refreshed to see it. So you can see now right over here, I can clearly see that this resize event appears and it's on the window and you can see the handler, and I'm not sure if you can probably see the implementation, probably not, but it does tell you that this event is in fact being registered. You can see resize is right over here and it's on the window itself. Okay, that's awesome. Now, of course, to verify even more, I can resize the window and you can see window/viewport resize is being logged, which is what we have being called whenever we resize the window itself. Okay, now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click toggle again. That will update the state of toggle to false, which will then remove the login form from the document because remember, we are conditionally rendering this component. And since toggle is false, login form will not be rendered, so the component will be unmounted. So watch what happens. I'm going to click toggle. Now you can see that unmounting login form and removing resize event listener was logged to the console, which implies that our cleanup function inside this useEffect in our login form component is being called. So window.remove event listener is being called as well. Okay, and to verify, if I refresh this event listener section, you'll see that we no longer see the resize event appearing over here. And I can further verify if I resize the browser, the window, you can see that the window/viewport resize is not being logged. This was from previous, but I'm going to go and clear the console and I'm going to resize. And you can see it's not being logged at all. If I click toggle again, refresh this, I can verify the resize event was in fact registered and I can resize the viewport and I can see that that callback function is being invoked and it's calling the console log and it's logging this message to the console. So I hope this makes sense because it's important to understand that whenever you register an event listener, you need to know when exactly you want to unregister it. And a good time to unregister it is when it's no longer needed. And that really just depends on your application needs. In my situation, I don't need it if the login form is not rendered to the document. So I'm going to unregister it by calling window.remove event listener inside the cleanup function. Okay, now obviously you can register whatever events you want. So if you want to register an event on the document, you can. So document.add event listener. There are a bunch of other events. Let's do a click event, right? And let's go ahead and add a callback function. Let's call this handle document click. So this will basically be triggered whenever we click anywhere in the document. Let's just do click documents. Okay, and then now I'm going to just duplicate this part, but instead it's just going to be document.remove event listener. And it's just going to be click, and then we're going to go ahead and pass the same handler that we used to register the click event on the document. So handle document click. And now I'm going to go ahead and refresh. If I click toggle and if I refresh, you'll see now we have resize and we also have click, which is on the document itself. Now I can click anywhere and you can see whenever I click on anywhere in the document, it's going to go ahead and log clicked document. Okay. If I click toggle, you're going to go ahead and see that when I click again, the logs do not log clicked document because the event was unregistered. If I refresh, you can see that click is no longer there. Same thing with resize. So I hope that this makes sense because it's very important to understand how to properly register and unregister events from your document or really anything. Okay, any HTML elements. Now there is one more thing that I do want to show you, and that's how to write custom hooks in React. So far we've used two hooks. We've used the useState hook, and we've also used the useEffect hook. There are often times where you want to create your own custom hooks because you might have, let's say, for example, a useEffect hook that has a bunch of reusable logic that you may want to reuse in other components as well. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. It's actually very simple. So what I like to do is I like to create a new folder, and typically I call this utils, and inside the utils folder, I create a folder called hooks, and this is where all of my custom hooks will go. So hooks have a convention. Whatever the name of your hook is, you want to always prefix it with the use prefix. So for example, let's say my hook, the responsibility of my hook is supposed to register an event listener on the document whenever I click on anywhere in the document, right? So I'm going to go ahead and name my hook use document click, or you can call it use click documents. Okay, and we're going to do .jsx. Or actually, we can actually just do .js because inside this useEffect, we're not actually returning any JSX at all. It's just all going to be just plain JavaScript. So now this function is going to look like this. Function use document click. We also want to make sure we are exporting it. So I'll do that. Export function use document click. And then what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and inside this function, I'm going to go ahead and call the useEffect hook. And I'm going to go ahead and register the click events inside this useEffect hook. Okay. So we're going to do document.addEventListener click. And it's basically going to look exactly like what we did inside this useEffect. Okay. So I'm going to copy this handle document click callback. And I can actually just put it up top over here. And then what I'll do is actually, you know what? I'm going to put it inside the useEffect. And then what I'll do is I'll just pass it over here. And then we also want to make sure we have our cleanup function to take care of unregistering the events. So return. And I'm going to go ahead and do documents.remove event listener click, and then handle document click. Okay. And so now what I can do is anywhere in my application, I can use this custom use document click hook. Okay. So the way it's going to look like is this. First, let me remove all of this stuff over here. And let me remove this. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead inside my login form. So right underneath this useEffect hook, I'm going to go ahead and call use document click. Just like this. Okay. And now if I go to the browser, well, actually, you know what? Let me do this. I'm going to write a console log, use document click. So let me go ahead and refresh the page. So remember that our login form is being conditionally rendered. So by default, it's not going to go ahead and execute any of these hooks or any of the logic here. So let's click toggle. So that will cause our login form to be rendered. And now you can see that use document click is being logged to the console, which implies that our hook is properly being invoked. Okay. And also one more thing, let me add an empty array over here because I only want this hook to register one time, or I only want this hook to be called one time, the callback function. And then I only want the event to be registered once. Okay. So let's refresh, click toggle. Now you can see that again, because we're in strict mode, it's going to go ahead and invoke that callback function twice because the component renders 2 times. That's okay because we are also unmounting the component after the first render, and we are properly handling the removal of the event listener. Okay. So in the end, our event is only registered once. So you can see over here that we have use document click log twice. After the first time, it's unmounted, so it calls this callback again, and then you can see use document click is logged. So anywhere I click, it's going to go ahead and just trigger this event. Okay, so this is an example of how you can create custom hooks. You can do the same thing with literally any useEffect hook, or even if you're creating a custom hook that defines some state and have it returning those state, you can also do it as well. Okay, so this is just a very simple example of how to create a custom hook. Okay, so I hope this part makes sense. In this section of our React tutorial, I want to teach you about the React Context API. The best way to understand the Context API and the purpose of it is to understand a problem that you will run into. So let's say, for example, I have these three components that I just created from scratch, very simple components. Okay, I have a post container component, and this is typically a wrapper component that contains all of the posts that you would want to display to the user to see, such as social media posts as an example, right? It's supposed to display a list of posts, but just for simplicity, I'm only rendering one instance of the post content component. Now, post content is a child component of post container, and post content has its own child components as well, such as this post content buttons component. In this case, it only has one, but it could have more than one. And then the post content buttons component currently has nothing, but down the road, as your application grows, you may render other elements or components in this component as well. So if you think of it like this, if you think of it in a tree hierarchy, you have post container, post content, and then post content button. And then of course, we may render post container in a root component such as the app component itself. So that would create a hierarchy of 4 layers. Now that's not a problem, but think of it like this. Let's say, for example, down the road, we may have to pass some props from post container down to post content, and then allow post content to use those props to serve data to the user, render it to the document, whatever. And then maybe those props will also need to be passed down to post content buttons as well. And then maybe if post content buttons have its own child components, it needs to pass those props as well. So I'll show you an example where I have some props. So I'll define some state right now. I'll just call this data, just a simple example. Hello world, just a simple string. And then I need to pass data down to post content. So I'll just call the prop data. And then post content needs this prop. And then we need to pass data down to post content buttons. Okay, and then let me go ahead and take that data in. And I'll finally render it inside this component. Okay, we're not going to do the prop validation. I'm just going to show you a simple example. I'm going to go ahead and render post container in my app component, so we can actually see it in the document in our website. And there you go. You can see that this hello world text is being rendered from this post content buttons component. Okay. And of course, if I remove this, it disappears. So if you notice right now, I have to pass this state variable as a prop down to post content, and then I have to pass from post content down to post content buttons. Okay, so I have to pass the prop 2 times. Now, it could be more complicated. I may have, let's say, 10 other child components that are in its own layer in the hierarchy. So for example, post content buttons may have other child components it needs to render, and then we need to pass data down to those child components. Okay, and we don't know how many times we have to pass that prop down until we can finally actually display it to the document or do something with it. And this becomes a problem when you have a very large code base, when you have a bunch of different components, because it becomes very unproductive having to go through a bunch of different files and just drilling the prop down each layer over and over again. This is known as prop drilling. And then if something changes in your application, let's say you no longer need the prop anymore, well, you're going to have to go through each component and remove that prop from the function signature over here, from the arguments section, right? And you're gonna have to remove it right over here. And then it's just a bunch of unnecessary work that you have to worry about, especially if you have a very large code base. Imagine you have to pass your prop 10 times, and then if you no longer need that prop down the road, you're gonna have to go through 10 different files just to remove that prop and then make a pull request and then deploy that change to production. It becomes a headache. So this is where the React Context API allows you to avoid this problem. So think of the React context like this. Instead of having my data right over here inside post container, and then having it passed down to post content and then passed from post content to its child components, what I can do is I can actually have my data, my state, set inside the context itself. And I want you to think of it like this. The context itself is literally just an object, okay? And it's separate from the component level itself. The context can hold information that can be accessible from any component that is within the context, okay? And again, it's hard to kind of like understand how that works just from a verbal example, and that's why I'm going to show you in code how this is structured, okay? But basically, the context itself allows you to store information, and then as long as your components are within the context, if they're wrapped inside the context, known as a context provider, those components can access that data anywhere they want without needing to have it passed as a prop, okay? So, for example, post content buttons, I am in the third hierarchy, or in the third layer of the hierarchy, or actually it's the fourth layer, assuming that we're starting from the app component. Instead of just having our data passed down all the way to this component as a prop, I can easily just reference the context and grab that data from the context. Okay, and again, the context is literally just an object that contains information that you can reference from within anywhere you want as long as you're inside that context. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually set up a context in React so you better understand how this works and so that you can create more scalable code bases for your React project. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and inside my utils folder, I'm going to create a new folder called contexts. You may have as many contexts as you want because different contexts can represent different things. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to go ahead and call this user context because this context is going to pertain to user data. And I'm going to name the file with a .js extension because we're not dealing with any JSX at all, okay? So the way that we're going to create our context is first we need to import the createContext function from React. This is a function that allows you to literally create a context. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a variable and I'm going to call it user context, capital U, okay, equals create context, just like this. And then all you do now is as an argument to the create context function, you just pass in any default value. This can be a string, this can be a number, Boolean, object, array, anything you want, okay? Now, you don't actually have to pass in any specific value because these values are going to get overridden when you actually set the values when we use what is called a context provider. But all you need to do is just shape your data over here. So since I'm dealing with a user, what I'll do is this. I'll go ahead and just have the ID be, I guess, actually I'll set it to 0 since I want my ID to be a numeric value. Username, I'll let that be an empty string. Email, empty string. And then display name, empty string. This can be anything you want, okay? It doesn't really matter what you have set over here. Now, I'm going to also want to make sure I am exporting this user context variable as a named export because I will need to reference this context later on, and we're done with this file. So now what I can do is I can go into my app.jsx file, okay? And I can import the user context from the utils context user context file. And then what I want to do is I want to use the user context provider. Okay. So one thing that I should also mention is that the user context itself is an object, and you have these three values. You have the consumer, provider, and the display name. We want to use the provider itself because we want to use the provider to wrap all of our components that we are providing data for. That's literally why they call it a provider. Okay. So the way that we're going to do that is like this. So remember that our app component is our root component. Okay. So every single component will eventually be part of app. Okay. Well, I mean, it actually is going to be part of app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this div and just remove it. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to reference user context with angle brackets like it's an actual component or HTML element. And I'm going to reference provider, and then you're going to, it's kind of like you're rendering it, okay? But in reality, you're actually just using the provider. This is how you use it, okay? And then you're going to paste your component or your JSX elements, whatever it is, inside the provider itself. Okay, so now what this does is inside my provider, I have my post container component. So any component that is within this provider or any component that is now inside the post container, child components of it, are now part of the user context. That's what that means. Okay, so we are wrapping the user context provider within this whole section over here, which means that any data that we have set on the user context will be accessible in any component from within. So the post container component can access the data of user context. So it can access the ID, username, email, or display name. And then child components of post container, such as post content, as well as post content button, because remember, post content button is a child of post content, which is also a child of post container. Okay, so all of those components are within the context, so they can access that data without needing to have it pass as a prop. And you'll see that in just a second. So before I do anything else, I'm going to show you how we can actually access data. So I'm going to go into post container, and I'm going to go ahead and use a hook called useContext. I'm going to call this useContext hook. And now you can see that it expects an argument, a context argument. And that is going to be this user context object right over here that was created when we called createContext. That's why we needed to export it, because we need to reuse it. So I'm going to go ahead and pass in user context as an argument. And this is known as consuming the context. Okay? When you call the useContext hook and pass in the context you want to consume, it returns an object with the data that you had set. Well, actually, it would return the data that you set as a default value itself over here. So since this is an object right over here, when I reference it, I can reference all the fields. But if I set this to be a literal value like a number, then the return value of this would be a number. As you can see over here, the return value is a number, and I can no longer reference those fields. Okay, these methods are the methods on the number itself. So hopefully that part makes sense. So what I can do now is I can assign this return value to a variable. So I'll just call this user context data just to be verbose. And what I can do in this post container component is I can reference all of the fields on this user context data object, and I can render it. I can send it to an API server. I can do whatever I want with it. Now, right now, if I try to reference these fields and try to render it, it actually won't do anything. And the reason why is because I'll even show you right now. You'll see that if I actually go to the document and if I show you the dev tools, you'll see that right now we're getting this issue that says cannot read properties of undefined. So right over here, even though we do have this default value set when we pass the object into the createContext call, it doesn't actually set the data for you because we need to actually set it at the provider layer over here. Okay, so that's the reason why we're getting this error right over here when I try to reference display name. As you can see, it's giving us this error over here when I try to reference it. Okay, what we need to do is we need to go back to our app component, and then where we are invoking this provider, there is this prop that I can pass called value. And this is going to allow you to pass data that pertains to what you have shaped in your create context over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can set the ID, so I'll set it to 1, I can set the username, whatever key value pairs that you set in this object is going to show up in IntelliSense over here. Okay, so username, I'll just do ansonthedev, email, ansonthedev@gmail.com, and then display name, Anson the developer. Now, if I go back over here, let's go ahead and try to reference user context data dot display name, and I'll render it to the document. You'll now see that the display name that I had set right over here in the value object, okay, that is now being displayed in the document. So let's kind of just recap what is going on, okay? So what I did just now was I passed in my object that is based on my user context's default value right over here. So I passed in an ID, username, email, display name as fields in this object. And when I consume the user context, all of that information is stored into this user context data itself. I can even console log this whole object to show you what it looks like. And you'll see that all of the values that I set are over here. And those values are coming from this object literal right over here that I passed in when I invoked the provider. Okay, so I can go to any component as long as it's within this provider's context and consume the context itself and reference the data. So what I can do now is let's go into post content and let's do the same thing. So what I'll do is I will declare a variable called user context data, and then I'll call use context and then pass user context. So we're consuming the user context. And all I'll just do is I'll just render the, how about I'll render the email this time in post content. So now you can see that the email address is being rendered right up top over here. Okay, it's being rendered over here. And now I'll go into my post content buttons component and I'll do the same exact thing. I will go ahead and declare variable user context data and then call the user or call use context and pass in user context. And then what I'll do, I'll remove this data prop because we no longer need it anymore. And this time, how about I'll render the ID? And now you'll see that the ID is being rendered to the document. Okay, so you see how anywhere in my components, in my component hierarchy, I can access the data that is from the context. So I don't need to actually pass this information as a prop anymore because I can store it in the context and then I can access it from anywhere I want as long as we are within the context. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Now I want to show you this one thing. Let's say, for example, let me remove post content buttons from post content. So we're not going to render this component inside post content. I'm going to remove that for now. And then what I'm going to do is this. I am going to go into my app component. And why don't I do this? Why don't I cut this and use a fragment so I can render this. And then I'm going to go ahead and render the post content buttons component like this. So I'm rendering these two within a fragment, okay? And in post content buttons, we're trying to consume the context and reference the ID. Now let's see what happens, because notice how now the post content buttons is no longer inside the user context provider. It's outside of it, so we shouldn't be able to actually access this data over here. Let's see what happens. So if I look at the document, let me refresh. If I look at the document right now, so you can see that we have our post container being rendered, is currently rendering the display name right over here. And then the post content is rendering the email, which is right over here. And then right underneath, we have our post content buttons, which is rendering the ID right over here. And notice how the ID is 0, and that data is actually coming from this default value right over here. So even though we can actually still access the default value, we don't actually get the updated data that we set in the provider itself. So while we can access the quote unquote the default value, the information that we are passing to the provider as a value, so the ID, username, email, display name, is what is important. Okay? Where we cannot access that actual data because we are outside of the context itself. Okay? Now, you're probably wondering, well, why is this important? Because it may not seem like it's a big deal right now, but keep in mind that we are currently passing an object literal to our provider's value. But what I'm going to show you in the next example is how we can actually create a state variable, and then I'm going to pass that state variable as the value to my provider. That state variable is going to be an object that represents all of these key value pairs. And then I'm going to show you how we can actually make updates to the data that is in the context itself, because obviously over time, we may want to make updates to our data that is stored in the context, because that's just normal for any application. Okay? And then you're going to see how that when I make changes to the data, I want that information to be reflected anywhere else within the provider, within the context that is consuming that data, so that way the latest information is being displayed. So this is kind of like a preview right now, because you can see that although I am outside of the context, and even though I can still access the default value, even if I make updates to the context right now, because this component is outside of the context, it will not be able to access the latest value. Hopefully this makes sense. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to my app component, and instead of just passing this object literal, this hard-coded object right over here, we're going to go ahead and define some state. So I'm going to go ahead and call this user data, set user data, because right now we don't have any actual way to update the context data. This is all hard-coded. We want to be able to update the data for the context itself. So typically in a realistic application, what you would do is in the component that you are actually invoking the context provider, you actually define your state variable that pertains to the context data itself. So since my user context is an object that represents the user itself, it has the ID, username, email, and display name, I want to create a state object that represents that as well, because now I have the state object as well as the dispatch function. And we're going to actually use that dispatch function to update the state itself. So we're going to need to pass that dispatch function into the context, so that way those components can access that function. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So watch this. I'm going to go ahead, and for now, I'm going to set all of these fields, so ID, username, email, display name, in this initial state object over here. Okay, and again, it's going to look like it's hard-coded, which it is, but typically in a realistic scenario, you actually fetch this data from an API, and then you call your dispatch function to update the user data, and then that data would be actually passed into the provider's value, and then your other components consuming the context would have access to it. I'll actually show you another example where we fetch an API to get the data, and you'll see how that works. So that way you have a bunch of different examples to work with. So don't worry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass user data right over here. Okay. And let's just verify that everything else is still the same. So you can see that we still have our email, our display name, and then our buttons component over here is still displaying the default value of 0. I will go ahead and remove this and go back to post content and render post content buttons. Okay, whoops. There we go. And just to confirm, if I go into this initial state object, if I change any of these values, it's going to go ahead and reflect in those components. We're not rendering the username yet. Okay, there we go, right over here. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to my user context, and I need to modify this because right now our context only has key value pairs that are all literal values. We don't have a key value pair that pertains to our dispatch function. We need to basically set a value that represents our dispatch function. So that way, when we consume the context, we can reference that dispatch function and invoke it to make updates to our state. So you can call it whatever you want. I'm going to go ahead and just call this set user data, the same thing that is named after this dispatch function over here inside my create context object right over here. And the value of this is just going to be this function over here that does nothing. And since we're using JavaScript, you don't have to worry about passing in specific arguments and type annotating anything. If you are using TypeScript, you may have to do that. But I assume you're not using TypeScript, obviously, because you're following along with this tutorial in JavaScript. But I do want to mention that in case in the future you do choose to use TypeScript, to keep that in mind. So set user data is going to be a function that returns void. That's fine. And remember that the data that you set in this object doesn't matter because it's going to be overridden when you pass it as a value to the provider. Keep that in mind, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to go ahead and use the spreader operator to just pass in user data like this. So it's essentially creating a copy of user data, but then this will allow me to actually set the set user data property and pass in the dispatch function into this value over here. Okay, so I could do it like this, but since the name of the field is the same name as the dispatch function name itself, I can actually just do it like this. So now, anywhere my components, you can see that right over here, if I reference the user context data, I actually can reference this set user data property. And although it is showing up as an actual field and not a function, I can actually still invoke this. Just keep that in mind, okay? So let me show you right now. If I go to the console, you'll see right over here that in the user context object, I have set user data and the data type is a function. Okay? Function that returns void to be more specific. So what I can do now is anywhere in my components that is inside the user context, I can invoke that set user data function to make an update to the user data state. Okay? So watch this. I'm going to go into post content buttons, and I'll just go ahead and simply add a simple button. Again, this is just to show you a simple example, okay? Nothing fancy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a click event listener. And when we click on this button, what I want to do is I want to call user context data, or I'm sorry, I want to call the set user data function that is on the user context data object. And I can actually just destructure set user data from this whole object like this. And what I can do, let me also destructure the ID as well. And what I can do is I can call set user data like a regular function because it is a function, and I can update the state. So whatever it is that I want to update, I can update literally anything I want that pertains to my user data state itself. So I can update the ID, the username, email, display name, whatever it is. Okay. So just to show you an example, I'll just update the display name. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and pass in that callback function, because remember, this is our dispatch function. So it is going to allow us to take in our callback function. And that argument in that callback function gives me access to the current state. And then I want to basically create a copy of the current state and then only set the display name to my new value. So I'll just set this to, I'll just literally name it updated display name. Okay. And then now let's just see, where are we rendering display name? We are rendering it in post container. So this is what I'm going to do. Let me do this. Let me kind of label everything so I know what is what. Let me just do that real quick. Okay, so this is post container, and then I'm gonna do this post content, and then let me go inside here, and then let me label this as post content buttons, just so that way we know what component is what. So that way we're not just seeing a bunch of data not knowing where it's located. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna refresh the page, and now you can see right over here we have post container, and post container renders the display name. So I'm inside the post content buttons right over here. Remember, this click me button is inside the post content buttons. Okay, we just implemented this button and then the on click logic over here. When I click on this button, it's going to go ahead and update the state of user data. So that's going to basically update this state right over here. And this state is at our app level, which is in the same level where we are using our context provider. Okay, so we're basically updating this user data. The display name is going to be updated. When it is updated, keep in mind that we're still updating state. So our app component is going to actually re-render. And when it re-renders, it's going to pass in the new values to the user context provider. So the new value will be whatever it is that I set to display name, because that's what I'm updating. Okay, so watch what happens when I click on the click me button. Did you see what happened? When I clicked on that button, the display name was updated. Okay, it went from Anton the developer to updated display name. Of course, this can be whatever you want. You can even add in an input field to type whatever you want. So I really hope this makes sense. And this shows you how literally anywhere in your application, you can modify your data that is in the context, the single source of truth. And you never have to really worry about what component has ownership of what state or what props. All we need to know is that we have our data stored in one single place. And then as long as we're inside our context, we can access that data. And then as long as we give an appropriate function to update that data, we can do that from wherever we want inside our context. Okay? So as I promised, I wanted to show you an example where we can fetch data from an API, set that data at the state level, and then have it passed down to our provider for our context. So let's see. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and use the same JSON placeholder API server that I was using in previous examples. And let's do this. Do they have an endpoint to get just one user? Maybe not. So I think what I'll do is I'll just fetch this data and I'll just hard code it to use the first element in this user's array. That should be fine for a very basic example. I think actually if I do user/1, yep, this would give me the individual user itself. There we go. Okay, so let's do that instead. So again, we're kind of combining all of the previous things that we've learned with data fetching and updating state all together in one single example. Okay, and again, this is a realistic example as well, because in a realistic application, you'll find yourself doing things like this. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, and I'll make this very interesting. So we need to fetch the data from this API endpoint, and we want to perform this side effect inside our useEffect hook. So you might be tempted to first implement this useEffect hook right over here. But how about I do this instead? Let's go ahead and write a custom useEffect hook that calls this user's endpoint to get the user itself. So let's go into our hooks folder and let's create a new file, and I'll call this useFetchUser, okay, .js. And then we'll export this function and we'll call it useFetchUser. Okay, and this function is going to take in one argument. We're going to make this a dynamic hook because remember how we can pass in any ID of the user and get a different user. So if I pass in 2 or 3, I get a different user every single time. So let's go back to our code. So we'll just call this argument ID, or let me do user ID, just to be more specific. Okay, so in our custom hook, remember that our hook is literally just a function. And in this hook itself, we can actually use other hooks. So for example, I can use the useEffect hook. And if you missed this example where I showed you how to create this custom use document click hook, you'll recall that we did in fact call the useEffect hook inside our custom hook. Okay, so we're gonna use the useEffect hook, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make an API call. So we're gonna use the fetch API, and we're gonna go ahead and get this URL right over here. And let me go ahead and do this. Let me set the URL to this. Okay, because I want to make this a little bit more dynamic. So we're going to use a template string to reference user API URL. And then we're going to have to add that /, and then we're going to use a template string. Within the same template string, we're going to evaluate the user ID variable. Okay, so this whole thing pretty much evaluates this user API URL. It adds the /, and then it adds the user ID right over here. So this kind of like builds out the entire API URL endpoint without having to hard code it. Okay, so we're going to fetch this URL, and since this is a GET request, we don't have to pass in any additional arguments, any additional options. It just defaults to a GET request. We don't need to pass in any headers or nothing. So we can leave it like this. But what we want to do now is we want to handle the API call, because remember, fetch returns a promise. So what I want to do is this. I want to go ahead and use .then. I'm going to get the response. And remember, we're going to have to call response.json to get the actual user data. Okay, so this itself returns a promise, and what I can do is I can just return this response.json call inside this .then's callback function. Okay, and what that allows me to do is that allows me to handle that promise by calling .then again, and then this time, this callback function inside this second .then gives me the actual data itself. Okay, I'll console log it very quickly just to show you what it looks like. And when there's an error, we'll go ahead and just catch the error, and then I'll log it just temporarily. But there's another thing that I want to show you what I want to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and also add a dependency array. And for the dependency array, I'm going to go ahead and add the user ID as the dependency. Now I know that the user ID is not going to change, at least in our implementation. We won't have it change because we're going to have it hard coded. But just do know that if your user ID does change, this useEffect callback will run again. Okay, this is something that we discussed in the section when we covered the useEffect hook. Okay, we're gonna add some more stuff to this callback, but I just want to show you how this works. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and just make sure that this API call succeeds. So we're not doing a bunch of things all at once. And then if something wrong happens, it's just going to be a nightmare to debug. So we're going to take everything step by step. So let's first go ahead and call useFetchUser. So useFetchUser. And we're just going to pass in our ID. So just pass in 1. And now if we go back to our application, let's refresh the page. Let's go to the network tab and confirm. You can see right over here that the API call is happening. Okay, it is fetching the user with the ID of 1, and you can see that this is the data that we get back from the server. Okay, if I were to replace 1 with 2, it would now fetch the user with the ID of 2. Okay, so our API call is working 100% in our hook, but we're not quite done with this custom hook just yet, because we need to actually get the data from this API call in order for us to actually set the data at our state level over here and then have that data passed into the context provider. So what I'm going to do is this. Remember that inside our custom hook, we can call other hooks, okay? And I can also call the useState hook. So I'm going to go ahead and call the useState hook, and I'm just going to set the initial value to an empty object. And then for the state variable, I'll just call this user data, set user data, okay? And then basically what I want to do is when my API call is successful and when the response.json call is successful, which it should be in this case, then inside this second callback function for the .then call, so inside over here, we're going to go ahead and update the state of user data by calling set user data and then passing in data like this. Okay. Now, like I said before, as a beginner in React, this is the common approach on how you would fetch data from an API and then update your state variable. When you become more intermediate and when you use a data fetching library with a library such as React Query, you never have to really worry about this. But it is also important to understand how to properly fetch data and update state accordingly. Okay, so this is what we want to do. So we're going to call set user data and then update the state of user data right over here. Okay, that's pretty much it. And I'm going to go ahead and just remove all of this to just tidy it up a little bit. So now what I'm going to do is this. In my custom hook, remember that your hook is literally just something that can perform other side effects. It can also return data as well. Okay, so what I can do is I can return my user data. So I can return user data just like this. And then if you actually go to your app component where you are calling useFetchUser, you'll see that if I assign data, let me just call this user for now. If I assign this to user and if I console log user, you'll see that if I go to the console, you'll see that on line 10, that it is logging the user that was fetched from the API. So that user that we fetched from the API, we took that user object and then we set it to the user data state variable, and then we returned it, and then that is assigned to this user variable, and when we logged it, this is the result right over here in the console. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now I'm going to go ahead and add some more things to this hook because we might as well do that because I taught you about that in the previous couple of sections just to make this a little bit more efficient. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to add the AbortController, and this was something that I showed you when we first talked about network requests. So we're going to create an instance of AbortController, and then all I'm going to do is as a second argument to the fetch call, I'm going to pass in this signal property and set it to controller.signal. And then we're going to add the cleanup function for this useEffect hook. And then we're going to go ahead and just simply call controller.abort. So this will ensure that if we no longer need to make the API request, we actually cancel it. Okay. And then there's one more thing that I did also want to do as well that I didn't show you in the previous example. I'm going to go ahead and add another state variable, and I'm going to call this loading, set loading equals useState, and this will be a Boolean value. And this state variable is going to track the status of the API call. So whether the API is still fetching, or if it has successfully returned, or if it failed. Okay, so basically this state variable represents if we are still waiting for a response from the server. So what I can do is the moment that this callback is invoked, it's going to go ahead and call this fetch function, right? So I can go ahead and call set loading to true. And then once I am done with my API call, I can set loading to false. So the best thing that I can do is I can actually call finally. Remember that there's a finally method as well. And this will be called after the promise is pretty much done, whether it failed or if it succeeded. So I can just do this. Finally, finally, and then I'll just do set loading to false. Okay, so even if we go into the catch block in the event of an error, it's going to still call finally. Okay, so the loading variable, it transitions from false to true to false during the life cycle of the API call. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. And I can also do the same thing inside this cleanup function just to be safe, is set loading to false, because we're no longer actually making the API call anymore. So the loading variable should be false. Okay. And then also I can return loading from this useFetch user hook as well. So this will require me to actually return an object with all of the data. So I'll just do return user data, and then loading like this. And another thing that I can do is I can also track the error object as well. Whoops. So I'm going to go ahead and create a state variable for error. Use states, and we'll just leave it as undefined. And then what I'll do is, if there is an error, I'll just call set error inside the catch block, and I'll just set the error object right over here. Now, again, keep in mind that if the fetch API returns a 404, it's not going to actually error out. But if there is an issue with the API call, such as returning a 500 as an example, or 401, then it will error out. Okay, so let's go ahead and set the error object here, and I think that should be it. And then we'll also return the error object as well. Now, some of you may not know this, but all of this stuff that I'm doing right over here is actually kind of like how a lot of these data fetching libraries work underneath the hood. So for example, React Query gives you the data, the loading status, as well as the error object, and a bunch of other different things that allow you to enhance your data fetching. Okay, this is just kind of like a surface level example of how you can create an efficient way to fetch data. Okay, so we are fetching the data. If we need to cancel it, we cancel it. We track the state of loading, and then we also track the error object if there is an error. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my app component. And I know we kind of went a little bit too far with this example, but again, I want to show you a bunch of different things when it comes to this example, because I don't want to leave anything out. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and destructure the user, loading, and error. And then I want to actually console log all of this stuff right over here. So watch this. User, loading, error. Okay. And if I refresh the page, you're going to go ahead and see that right over here. Okay. Right over here on line 10, we are logging the user. Right over here, we're logging false for loading because we're no longer loading anymore. We're no longer in that status. And then we're also logging error, which it seems like there is an error in this situation that says the user aborted a request. I think that has to do with the fact that it is rendering twice. So that may be why that is. Yeah, that may likely be the reason why, because when we aborted the request, it set the error, but we no longer actually cleared the error. So let me actually do that real quick. Let me actually clear the error upon success, because we actually should not have any errors at all. So error should actually be undefined. Okay, there we go. Okay, so right over here, you can see that we have the user object, we have the loading status false, and then we have undefined for the error. Okay, when it first tried to make the API call, yes, that's fine that there is an error because the request was aborted. And remember, that happens because we are trying to perform 2 renders because we're in strict mode. So the first time the component unmounts, which will abort the request, but the second time it renders, it doesn't unmount from the document, so it doesn't abort the request. Okay, so now what I can do is I can actually use the loading status to my advantage to keep track of if the API call is still happening or not. Okay, so for example, let me go ahead and console log loading, and let me go into the other components and remove any other console logs because we have a lot of stuff being displayed in the console and it's starting to look a little bit confusing. So let me just make sure I don't have any other console logs. Okay, so if you look right over here, we're logging the loading status on line 17 in the app component. So if you pay attention, you can see it says false, true, and then false, and then false. Okay, so initially, the status of loading is false. When we make the actual API call, which happens when this useEffect callback is being invoked, we update the status of loading to true. So that's why it transitioned to true. And then finally, when we're done with the API call, we set loading to false. Okay, so why this is important is because we want to make sure that once we have successfully finished the API call and we actually don't have any errors and user is actually defined with data, we want to set this user data state variable right over here. Okay, and I know that this may be a lot to take in all at once, but the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is a realistic example of how you would fetch data in a real application and then update the state and have it apply in your platform, in your app. Okay, so that's the reason why I'm showing you all of this. So here's what I'm going to do. I want to make sure that whenever the loading status is false, so we're no longer fetching, whenever there is no error, and then whenever user is actually defined, then only I want to update user data. So first, let me go ahead and set this to be an empty object. And then we might get a bunch of errors, or yeah, we might get some warnings. I guess not. But our document is still working fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a useEffect hook right over here. So for the useEffect hook, inside the useEffect hook, I want to check to make sure that we're not loading, there is no error, and the user is defined, which means that the user actually has data itself. It's not an empty object or undefined. Because remember, an empty object itself is also a falsy value. Okay? So if all of this is true, then I'm going to go ahead and call setUserData and then set it to user. Now we will need to have a dependency array because at any point, all of these values could possibly change. Okay? And when it changes, we do want to make sure that we run this callback again. Otherwise, we're not going to get the accurate data for our state. So if loading changes, we want to make sure that we tell React, okay, hey, the state of loading changed, call this callback function again. Error may have been updated at some point, invoke this callback again, and then same thing with user, okay? And because we have this condition, as long as this condition is true, then only we're going to update the state of user data. So now, putting everything all together, if I refresh the page, you can see now we have the ID of 2, and then we have this email address that came from the API. But, let me double check to make sure that I have the correct information. I mean, I think the data that I had set overlaps in some way. So for example, we have ID, we have, instead of display name, it should be name. You know what? Why don't I change it to name instead? Let me change it to name. Let's see. I think this should be okay. We have a name and then, okay. All right, perfect. So we have name, email and username both overlap. Let's see, is there any other data? I guess, yeah, we have all 4 properties. Okay, let me go into post container and I'll just render everything over here. So we have name, ID, email, and then let's do username. Okay, now watch this. If I refresh the page, you can see that we have the name, the ID, the email address, and then I guess their name itself, or what is this, their username? Yep, their username. And yeah, and this is all redundant stuff that was rendered from other components. Okay, and to show you even another example that you could do, if your data is still loading, what you could do is this. And typically this is actually something that you would do using React Suspense, but we haven't gotten to that part yet. So I'll just show you one thing that we could do. If we're in the loading status, you could actually return a string that says loading. And then if loading is no longer true, then you can just return the post container. So for example, if I refresh, you see that if I refresh really fast, I don't know if you can see this, but I can actually see it over here. There is this loading text that is being displayed over there, but it is hard to notice. That would actually require us to have the API delay and be slow. But what I could do is I could actually just go into useFetchUser, and I can actually just do a set timeout, just kind of like simulate the API call giving us a delay, just as an example, right? And I'm showing you this because when you build your application, you'll have all of these things noted down, so that way you'll know how to, display a custom loading text or a spinner just to indicate the status of the API call. If I refresh, now you see it says loading, and then notice how the moment when loading goes from false to true, 2 seconds later, it renders the post container component. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. So I hope this example, although it was lengthy, it was worth following through because you learned a lot with, how to create a custom hook to fetch data, how to properly set the state, how to properly check, to make sure we're currently still fetching the data, and then making sure there's no error, and then making sure that our data actually is defined. And then I hope in general that you understand React Context a lot better because it is a very helpful tool that if used properly, it is very powerful and it makes your whole application a lot more easier to manage. Okay, so hopefully this all made sense. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to go ahead and cover the basics of React Router. Now, in case if you may not know what React Router is, it's basically a library that allows you to set up routing and navigation for your application, which is a very important thing in modern applications. For example, if you want to have different pages displaying different content, such as a dashboard page, a user settings page, maybe a logout page, a guest page, things like that, you need some kind of routing mechanism, and React Router does the trick. It's been around for a very long time, I think probably since the early stages of React, so it's a well-established library. I'm only going to cover some basic surface level stuff with React Router. There are a lot of topics and a lot of examples to go over, and I think it would be too much to fit into this whole React tutorial. So I'm only going to cover just the basics on how to get you started. I would recommend after watching this section going to the React Router website, reactrouter.com, and just clicking on their documentation, looking at some examples, and reading up on how to do X, Y, and Z would definitely go a long way. So to get started, we need to install the React Router package. So in case if you haven't already known, React doesn't come with anything except for the 2 core APIs, which is the React package itself and React DOM. So we need to install React Router. It's a third-party dependency. So we're going to go into our terminal in my directory. I'm going to go ahead and type npm I, and then the package is called react-router-dom, just like this. I'll have it up on the screen for you. React-router-dom. You're going to hit enter. And there we go. We have it installed. That was pretty quick. And then we can verify that it was installed in our dependency section over here. We are on version 6, as you can see right over here. Now that we have React Router DOM installed, we want to import a couple of functions from the package itself. Now, keep in mind that so far in our application, we only have just one page. Everything that we were working with was just our app component, and everything was on the base URL. But this time, we're going to have different pages mapped by its different routes. Okay, so we want to make sure that we actually go to our entry point of our application, which is going to be the main.jsx file where we have this React DOM.create root method being called, and then we have our root app component being rendered. Okay, and what we want to do this time is first, let's go ahead and import the necessary packages or the necessary functions that we need from the package. So import from, and then the package is React Router DOM right over here. And then we want to import createBrowserRouter and then router provider. Now, when you go on the React Router documentation, there are a bunch of different ways that you can set up routing, but this is the recommended approach that the documentation suggests you to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove this app being rendered right over here. And instead, we're going to set up our router provider. It's going to look like we're rendering the router provider, but we're basically going to use this router provider to set up all of our routes. Okay, so there's actually this prop called router that we need to pass in, and the value that we're going to pass in will be an instance of createBrowserRouter. So what we're going to do is right up top over here, we're going to declare a variable called router, and then we're going to call createBrowserRouter just like this. And then you can see that the argument that it expects is an array of route objects. So let's go ahead and just pass an array, just like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up our routes inside this array. So if you want, let's say 5 routes, you're going to end up needing to add an individual object for each route, assuming that they're all just root routes, so not nested routes. Okay, I'll explain a little bit more in just a second. So for example, we're going to go ahead and set up an object, and we're going to have the path property sets. Okay, this is going to be the actual location, the actual path that we want to visit in our web application. So we're going to set this to the base URL, just the /. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the element property, and this is going to literally be either the HTML element or your actual component that you want to render. So for my situation, I want to have the app component being displayed for, I guess, the base route, just as an example. So I'll do that real quick. Now I'm going to go ahead and take the router instance. I'm going to pass it right over here. So router equals and then router. And now let's go back to our web page. And you can see that we have pretty much the same thing. Doesn't really look like anything has changed. And that's fine. We'll set up a couple of more routes. So what I'll do is this. I'm going to go ahead and set up another route. We'll do path, and let's do /users. Okay. For the elements, I'll go ahead and just directly have a simple div, because remember, a div is also a component. I mean, it's also valid JSX. I mean, really, the component at the end of the day is just going to boil down to JSX with any state or props that are being used and other logic that needs to occur. So I'm just going to have this div set up over here, and I'll just simply go ahead and say users. And now watch what happens when I go into my address bar, and if I go to localhost port 5173, so my current URL, but I go to the user's path, you'll see now we get back this div. If I open up the browser tools, if I go to elements, you'll see that we still have everything inside the root div. Nothing's changed with that. But when I go to the users path, I get this div, and then I get this other div, and then I get the user's text. Okay? So you can start to imagine, okay, well, if I wanted to set up individual pages, then what I could do is I could create a custom component, let's call it the user's page, and then have it mapped right over here. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So typically what I like to do is I like to create a separate folder in my source folder called pages. And I like to create a new file. And I will go ahead and call this file userspage.jsx. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and create our component, because the page is still technically a component. I mean, it is a component. Okay. It's just, we're just naming it a page. That's really it. You can think of it like a root component that's going to hold all the content in that page itself. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and return a div, and then I'll just go ahead and have an h1, welcome to users dashboard. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and go back to our main.jsx file, and I'm going to go ahead and remove this div, and instead I'm going to render the user's page just like this. And then we're going to have that imported up top over here. And now watch what happens when I go back to the browser. You'll see that the user's page component is being rendered to the document. And we have our h1 tag right over here with the text, welcome to users dashboard. Okay, hopefully this makes sense. And again, you can have as many pages as you want. So I can create another page. Let's call this blog posts page. So this page could be responsible for rendering blog posts made by other users. I'll just call this blog post page. And then we'll just change this to blog post page, just like that. And let's go ahead and copy this, paste this right over here. Let's change the path to blog posts. And for the element, we're going to go ahead and just render the blog posts page, though it doesn't want to auto import. That's fine. I'll go ahead and just import it myself. There we go. Okay, now let's go back to our address bar. Let's change the path to /blog posts. And now we are on the blog post page. Okay, so I hope that this makes sense. It's pretty straightforward stuff. You're basically just setting up a path with a different root component is really what's going on. Now, another thing that you can do with React Router is having nested routes. These are also known as child routes as well. So child routes of the root route. Okay, so far, these routes over here that we have set up are their own individual root routes. And each one of them actually has this children property. And you can use this to set up child routes or nested routes. Okay. So for example, I'm going to go ahead and remove this user's route right over here. And I'm going to actually set up the user's route as a child route inside this base path right over here. So this base route will have child routes. And it's going to look very similar to how we've already been setting up our routes. So we're going to have an object, okay, because you can see that if I hover over this, the data type is an array of route objects, which is it's pretty much the same thing as what you pass in over here, route object, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and set the path to users, and then the element will be users page, just like this. So let's go ahead and try to go to /users right now. So I'm going to go ahead and change the address to /users. And now you're going to notice that right now, the users page actually does not display at all. It's displaying, let me zoom out a little bit. It's displaying the contents of this app component, which is all of this stuff over here. So one thing that you must know is that when you have child routes, this app component over here becomes the parent route. So it's actually going to render the parent element, and then it's supposed to render the child element as well, based on the path. So in this case, it should render app, the contents of app, as well as the contents of users. But for some reason, we're not seeing the contents of the users page component. Now, the reason why this is happening is because we need what is called an outlet whenever we want to render child routes, okay? So the way that we can do this is we need to go into our parent element, which is the app element. And then what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go into, I guess, I'll just do it outside the provider for now. And then I'll go ahead and just render this outlet. Well, let me import it first. So we're going to import outlet from React Router DOM. Let's see. It should come from there. Yep. Import outlet from React Router DOM. Not sure why IntelliSense is being weird about it, but let's just render this as if it's a component. Well, I mean, it is a component. And now this will basically render the child element users page. So now watch what happens when I go back to my application. You can see when I go to /users, I can see the root page element. So this is the app component right here. And then I can see my users dashboard component right over here, or my users page component. Of course, if I were to go to just the base page, I'm only going to see what is on the app component. I'm not going to see what is on the users page itself. Okay, so you can actually use this approach to build layouts. You can have like a global navigation bar, and you can have all of your child paths like defined over here. So for example, I'll just show you a quick example real quick. I'm going to go into my app component and I'll just set up a very simple nav bar. I'll do it outside of the context because we don't really need the context. I'm going to use the nav component and I'll use an unordered list, and I'll just have a very simple list item. So we'll have, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do home. And then let's do users. And then let's do one for blog. And let me also make sure I change the URL. So this will be users, and then this will be blog posts. Okay, this should be fine. And now let me move this into the children array right over here. Let me make sure the paths are correct. Blog post, okay. So right now you can see I am in the home page, the base URL. If I click on users, it takes me to users. If I click on blogs, it takes me to the blog posts page. If I click on home, it's going to take me back home. Okay. Now, obviously, since we are using these link tags, it's looking like we're refreshing the page. If you wanted to avoid that from happening, you don't want to use a link tag. What you would do instead is you can actually just do this. You can remove the A tag over here. And there should actually be a link component that comes from React Router. I'll show you how that works. So let's go ahead and go up over here and let's import the link component. Whoops. Right over here, import link from React Router DOM. And what I'm going to do, instead of using the A tag for all my links, we're going to use the link tag, or it's a component itself. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just have my home text right over here. And then we want to pass this to prop, and this is going to be the actual URL that we want to navigate to. So the URL that we want to navigate to is just going to be the base URL for home. For users, it will be users. And then for blogs, it'll be blog posts. Okay, and let's go back to our page. Let's refresh and watch what happens. So notice how now, even though it technically actually still is, let me show you. It still is an A tag, but it doesn't do that refresh behavior that it did before when we clicked on each one. You can see when I click on the actual page, notice how the data is not being refetched, because before we were actually fully reloading the page, okay? This time I can click on home, be navigated to home. I can click on users, it'll take me to users, and you can see the address bar is updating. And then I can go to blog posts page just like that. Okay, so hopefully this shows you an example of how you can have a root page right over here. You have your root element app, and this is pretty much global, right? Any child element that you go to, so if I go to user's page, will also have the contents of the app component being displayed. As you can see, it's happening right over here. Okay, so if I actually just removed all of this stuff over here, this provider stuff, this would look like a global navigation bar for my entire application. Okay, so hopefully this gives you some ideas on how you can set that up. Now, of course, if let's say, for example, if you want to have individual pages without being rendered within the actual root page itself, then you don't want to have that path, or you don't want to have that route set up in the children array for the root path. You would want to have what we had previously, where we had this user's path as its own root path itself. So now if I click on users, you'll notice that it takes me to the user's route and it renders the user's page, but we no longer see that root's app element on top of it because we are in the user's path right now and it doesn't have any root element that it's rendering. Okay, but if I go back and if I click on blogs, if I click on blogs, you can see that the blog post page will still render the app component because it is a child route of the base path, which is rendering the app component. It can be a little bit tricky at first to understand, but once you play around with this, which I encourage you to do, like try different scenarios out, it'll begin to make a lot more sense. Now, I want to show you how we can programmatically navigate users, which basically just means navigating the user based on either a condition or whenever an event happens. In other words, we're not actually allowing the user to see like a nav bar and then clicking on links like how we have it set up right now. We want to make it so that, let's say if they click on a button and we listen to the onClick event and then we navigate the user, or if we fetch some data and if the API call is successful, then we'll navigate the user. Something like that is what I mean when I say programmatically, right? Because right now I see this navigation bar, I can just click on these links. That's not programmatically, okay? I want to be able to navigate the user during the life cycle of my component or when something happens, such as when we type to an input field or if we receive a WebSocket data from the server, things like that, okay? So to do this, we actually need to use a hook that comes from the React router package called useNavigate, okay? And this is a very popular hook that you're going to want to know about. So I'll show you how that works. So I guess a good example is, let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and go into my... Okay, let's do this. Inside this useEffect hook, I'm going to go ahead and navigate the user to the user's page once they have successfully fetched the data and updated the state. So in the app component, I'm going to go ahead and call this useNavigate hook right over here. We need to import it, of course. So let's import that. Okay. We're going to call this, and it's going to go ahead and return a value. So let's store that in this variable. And this value is actually a function, specifically the navigate function. And you're going to use this function to programmatically navigate your users to the route that you want them to be at. So for example, inside this useEffect callback, after we check for this condition, if this is true, we're going to set the state. And then I'm going to go ahead and call navigate. And I'm literally just going to pass in the URL I want to navigate the user to. So I'll navigate them to the user's page right over here, the user's route. And I can also pass options as well. If I wanted to pass like some state, I could, but I'm not going to. I'll just call navigate. And since we are using this navigate function inside this useEffect callback, it's complaining that we need to add this as a dependency. So let's just do that as well. it shouldn't really affect this logic over here. So let's go ahead and see what happens. So you can already see that behind the scenes or in the background, it already did it for us already. But let's go to the base URL. And you can see now, see how it like instantly navigates us to the user's dashboard now? Okay, this is not really the best example. So what I'll do is I'll show you another example where we can programmatically navigate users. So what I'll do is I'll set up an input field right down over here. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Let's set up a div. Let's give our input field a label. Enter data. And then input. And let's set the ID to data. I don't need any state for this because I don't really care about tracking the state of this input field. I only care about the value of what we type in. So all I need to do is just listen to the onChange event and then handle that event whenever it's triggered, which is basically whenever we type or paste the value or just whenever we change the value of the input field. So I can easily just reference the event object target.value property. So let me just show you real quick, make sure that this works, of course. So notice how I can type. And whenever I type, I can see the value of the input field being logged in the console. So what I'm going to do is I'll just show you this as a very simple example. If the value is, let's say the length of it is greater than 10, then I'll just navigate the user to the blog post page. Okay. Again, this is just a very simple dummy example, nothing complicated. The whole purpose is just show you how this navigate function works. That's really it. Okay. So navigate blog posts and then watch this. I'm going to refresh the page. So let's go ahead and type something that is greater than 10 characters. So I'll type Anson the dev. And notice how the moment I type that last character, V, makes that whole entire string greater than 10 characters. And you'll see that it navigated us to the blog posts page. And that's how you can see over here that over here it says welcome to blog post page because we are now in the blog post page. Okay, so I hope that this makes sense. Now very quickly, I'll also show you an example where we can pass state from the navigate function, because that was something that I did mention very briefly. So for example, if I pass in this object, I can set this state property and I can literally just set any piece of value I want. So for example, I can literally just pass in something like, I don't know, posts, and then ID1, title, posts, or let's do hello world, content, welcome to my first post. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is when I navigate programmatically to this blog posts page, I'm also going to send some state. So it's basically just going to be an object that has this post property, which is an array of post objects in this case. Now remember, since this blog post path is associated with our blog posts page, because we set that up in our router, that means on the blog posts page, what we can do is access the state that we passed when we navigated to that path programmatically. Okay, so this blog post page, we can access this post array. I'll show you how to do that. So in this component, what we want to do is we want to use this use location hook, which comes from React Router as well. So I'm going to import use location from React Router DOM. And then keep in mind that this use location hook will return a location object. It's not the same location object, the global one that is part of the actual browser right over here. So what I'm going to do is I will go ahead and actually just name this router location instead. So that way we don't get confused. And I'm going to call use location. And now watch what happens when I console log router location. I'm going to show you what this looks like. It's an object. So let's go into our page again. And let me go back to the base path. Okay. So currently we're on the base path. Let me refresh again. So notice how now, if I go to the blog post page, this is the object that is the location object from the use location return value right over here. and you have basic properties, hash, key, path name, search, things like that. But you see how we have this state property, and currently it's null. But notice how now, if I go back to the home page, and let me type some stuff into this input field. So I'm going to type ants in the dev. So I typed 11 characters, so that navigated us programmatically to the blog posts page. And you'll see the blog post page is being rendered. And notice how, if I expand this object now, you can see that the state property is now defined. And the state property has this posts property. And as I mentioned earlier, the state property is literally just an object. And it has this post property, which is what I set right over here when I did the programmatic navigation. Okay, so what I could do is I could reference the state and I could get the posts property. You also have to keep in mind that we need to check to make sure that state is in fact defined, as well as the post property is defined as well, because it's not guaranteed that the state will be defined, because you could actually directly just go to the blog post page yourself, and that would pretty much skip this whole programmatic navigation right over here, which means that there is no state being passed. Okay, so you always want to make sure you check for that. So what I could do is, let me just destructure this state property from this use location call. And then what I can do is this. I can actually probably do something like this. I can probably wrap this in the useEffect hook. And then what I could do is I can use the state object as my dependency, and I can check to see if state is defined and if state dot, let's do posts, is defined. Then what I could do is I can actually define some local state for my blog post page. So let's do that. So this will be an array of posts. So if state is defined and if the post property is defined, which is an array, then we'll go ahead and call set posts, and we'll just pass in state.posts, just like that. Okay. And then down over here, I will render posts. So we'll do post.map, and then we'll go ahead and just render a simple div for each post, and we'll render the title and the content. So what I'll do is I'll do an h2 tag, render post.title, and then I'll have a section where I'll render a paragraph, post.content. It's very simple markup. Now let me go ahead and make sure I use the post ID as the key for my div. Can't forget that. And let's go ahead and see if this works. So let's go back into our page. Now notice how now if I refresh, you'll see that we actually still have the posts right over here, which implies that this state and state.post property is defined. And even though when I refresh the page, we're not doing the programmatic navigation anymore. Now you may have also noticed that even though when I refresh the page, I actually still have the state right over here. I have my posts right over here, even though I didn't do the programmatic navigation, right? Because the way that we set up our code is that when we type more than 11 characters or more than 10 characters, it's going to programmatically navigate us to the blog post page, as well as send some state to that page that we can access. But I'm refreshing the page and you can see that I still have the state. So the state is still present and I still have the posts. Now, the reason why this happens is because actually behind the scenes, what's going on is that the state is actually stored in the browser's history. Okay, there's a history API that is being used, and I could probably show you right over here if I were to console log window.history, and then let's see, there should be the state property. It should be stored right over here. So let's see, we're on line 8. So let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see right over here. Yep, right over here, you can see that the state is still over here. When I refresh the page, no matter how many times I refresh, that state is still stored in this global window object, which has this history object right over here. And then we have this state object. Okay, now if I were to actually go to the home page, so I load up the home page, and then let's say if I go directly to the blog post page, you'll notice that now we no longer have that state anymore. So it kind of like cleared, and you can see that over here there's no state in the global window.history object, and then state over here is null, which is from the useLocation hook. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up in case if you were wondering like why it was the case that we still had our post even though I refreshed the page. Okay, that's because that state was stored in memory so that it can be accessed easily. Okay, so but if I were to go back here, let's go back to home, go to blog post, state is still undefined. That's fine. Let's go back to home. Let's type anson.dev. Now we have our state. We're on the blog post page. I can refresh as many times as I want. It's still going to have the state. And another thing that I will mention is that you'll notice that if I go to the blog post page right now, let me just type some stuff. So we have our state. But you'll notice that if I go to the base path like this, where I manage it in the address bar and I hit enter, the page itself actually refreshes, like the entire window refreshes, right? And then if I go to the blog post page, I no longer have my state. And that's because like if I were to navigate in the actual app and not through the address bar, so let's say for example, if I just type, and now if I navigate in the app, I still have my state because that state is still saved in the window. But when I go to the address bar and if I change the address itself, I change the path, and if I hit enter, this reloads the whole entire page. So that state is going to be cleared. So that's the reason why if I go to blogs right now, I no longer have that state. And if I were to go to blog post directly here, I no longer have that state. So I just wanted to mention that in case some of you might be having questions about that. In this section of our React tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to test your components. Now, I'm not going to give you a whole explanation on why you should test your components in React. It should be pretty obvious, but if it isn't, I will quickly mention why you should test. Every single developer should learn how to test their code because when you're deploying your product to your customers, you want to make sure that your application has the least amount of bugs possible. Notice how I said least amount of bugs and not bug-free, because there isn't any such application that is 100% bug-free. There's always going to be some type of bug that is introduced in your application, whether it was because you improperly handled some kind of useEffect hook or some kind of algorithm, or maybe a new feature that you wrote introduced a bug into the application. Testing allows you to ensure that each time you write some code or if you introduce a new feature, that the current state of the application does not break. The behaviors of the application remain the same. Okay, so there's a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the fundamentals of testing. We're not going to dive into that. I'm just going to teach you how to write unit tests for your application, and then we'll dabble a little bit in some integration tests using something called a mock service worker. So with that being said, the tools that we're going to be using are Vitest, which is a testing framework, and we're going to be using React Testing Library. So normally, before Vite was popular, when everyone was using Create React App, we would use Jest, and then we would use it with something like Enzyme or React Testing Library. Enzyme isn't really as popular anymore. I don't really know if there are people still using it, but React Testing Library is the go-to library to use to test the behavior of your React application. So that's what we're going to be using. So we need to install a couple dependencies and set up our project in order for our tests to correctly run. And it's nothing complicated. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our terminal. So inside my React tutorial directory, I'm going to install a couple of packages. So I'm going to type npm i-d. These are all going to be dev dependencies because all of these relate to testing, and testing is primarily for the developer experience, not really for your customers to see. Okay, so we're going to install Vitest, and then we're going to install @testing-library /React, and then we're going to install JS DOM, and then we'll hit enter. Now that we're done installing our dependencies, we're going to go into our code repository, or our project. And the first thing that I'm going to do is go into the vite.config.js file, and we're going to set up this file for tests. So inside this object that is passed into the defineConfig function that is called, we're going to go ahead and set up this test property, which is an object. And this allows you to configure your tests. So the first thing that we're going to do is set up the environment, and we're going to set that to JS-DOM. And we need to make sure we have JS-DOM installed, which we just did. Okay? If you don't have JS-DOM installed, and when you try to run your tests using Vitest, it's going to throw an error and tell you that JS-DOM is not installed. The next thing that we're going to do is set up this property called setup files. And you may recall this was something that was done with create React app, but we're not using create React app, obviously. So we're going to have to set this up ourselves. So we're going to basically have this setup files property mapped to a file called setupTests.js, which we don't have currently, but we are going to create. So I'm going to have this setupTests.js file. Okay, that's going to be in the same directory as my config file for Vite. So we're pretty much done with this. So what I'll do next is I'll go ahead and create that setup tests file. So in the same directory, or you can create this wherever you want. I'm just going to create in the same directory as my vite.config.js file. I'm going to create the setuptests.js file. And now in this setuptests.js file, we're going to actually need to import a couple of functions. So first, I'm going to import after each, and this is going to come from the Vitest package. Then we're going to import this cleanup function, which is going to come from the testing library /React package. Now, there actually is another package that I did not install, and we're going to install it very quickly. And that is going to be the @testing-library /jest-dom. We need this package as well. Okay, there we go. And now what we're going to do is import @testing-library /jest-dom. And we want to import Vitest over here. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to call the after each function. So this is a hook. If you've used Jest before, this is pretty much very similar. Pretty much after each test, it's going to invoke this callback function. And all we're going to do is just call the cleanup function like this. Okay. And then we're pretty much done with this setup tests file. And what we want to do next is we want to go to our package.json file and set up a test script. So right over here, I'm going to set up the test script. And then it's going to execute the Vitest binary. Okay. And you can see right over here in the .bin folder, in our node modules folder, we should have that Vitest package right over here. Okay. Pretty straightforward stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. So whenever we run our NPM script, it's going to go ahead and execute this Vitest binary for us. So that's going to run our tests. So this is pretty much a very, very easy, basic setup. If you need more different things to configure, you can go to the Vitest documentation and just click on config. And then there are a bunch of things that you can configure for your application. Okay, but this is going to be just the bare minimum that we need. So now what we're going to do is create our very first test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my source folder and I'll create a new folder. And typically what developers do, and this is industry standard, is they create a folder called __tests__. And the reason why for the underscores is because it actually moves the folder all the way to the top of the folder tree. So you can easily see where it is instead of having to dig through a bunch of different directories. You don't have to put it inside the source folder. If you prefer, you can put it outside the source folder, but I'm just going to keep it inside the source folder for now. Now, I don't want to make this first example very difficult for all of you because some of our components are using things such as the context API. Some of them are using React Router, and then we're using, we have a component that is fetching data from an API. And I don't want to just immediately scare all of you when it comes to testing. So what I'll do is I'll just create a very easy component. I'll just call this username display.jsx. And then all this component is just going to do is just take in a prop, a username, and it's just going to render it. And that's all it's going to do. Okay, that's literally all this component is going to do. Very simple, and I'm going to show you how to test this. It's complaining about the prop validation. I'm not going to worry about that right now because it's not going to affect our test at all. So what I'm going to do is, since my component is called username display, I'm going to want to create a test file that is matching the component name because that allows me to keep track of it. So I'll call this username display, and then we want to use the .spec extension or .test extension. You can use either one, and then you want to end it with .jsx. So if you do .test.jsx, this would work fine. If you wanted to use .spec.jsx, that would also work fine as well. Okay. So now what we're going to do inside this file is first we're going to import the describe function from Vitest. There is a way to actually set up these functions globally. I tried looking it up on Google, but I think it primarily works with TypeScript, so I wasn't able to get it working. So for now, we're just going to import these functions manually from the Vitest package. Okay, so I'm going to import describe, and then I'm going to import it. These functions may be very familiar if you've used Jest before or something similar. So describe is a function that's going to allow us to set up a test suite. So in other words, it actually allows us to group together our tests. We don't actually write the testing logic inside our describe function body. We just use it to label our tests and group them together. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll just go ahead and give the describe a name inside these parentheses as the argument over here. So I'm going to go ahead and just call this username display. Just very, very basic stuff for now. Okay, and then we're going to pass in a callback function as the second argument. This is how every single describe is going to work. You have the name of the test suite and then the callback function, and then inside the callback function's body is where you actually are going to set up your tests using the it function, or alternatively, you could actually also use the test function as well. So if you wanted to write your first test, you would use the it function or the test function, and it would look something like this. So let's say, for example, for my name, I'm going to go ahead and say it should render username. Okay, and then pass in the callback function, and then this is where you would write your testing logic. If you wanted to use the test function instead, it'd be the same exact thing. Okay, the same exact thing, same arguments. It doesn't really matter which one you use at the end of the day. Okay, so as you can see right now, what I'm doing is I have my describe, my test suite, and I'm just giving it the name username display. Inside the body of the test suite's callback function is where I'm going to use the it function to actually write my tests. Okay, so what we want to do is, for the first argument, you always want to describe, or you want to label what the test is actually going to do. So in this case, I'm saying, okay, it should render username, and that's what our test should do. That's what it should test for. Okay, so we're going to write our testing logic inside this callback function's body, the one that's passed through the it function. And this is how we're going to do this. Okay, with every single test in React, when it comes to testing components, we want to make sure that we first render the component that we want to test. So in this case, we're trying to test the username display component, so we want to render that component. Now here's the question: how do I render that component? You might be wondering, well, do I import the component? So let's import our component first. And then do I just do something like username display like that? Well, not quite. So this is where React Testing Library comes in. So we're going to use React Testing Library's APIs to actually render the element to the document. And then we can actually use a function that comes from Vitest called expect to write assertions. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first import, I'm going to import this render function from the testing library React package. This is something that we installed earlier in this section of our tutorial. And what this function allows you to do is just render your component or element, whatever it is that you want to render, into a container. And then that's pretty much rendered to the document itself, the body of the document. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call render, and then we want to pass in our React node. So it's basically going to be our component over here, username display, but we're going to pass it as if we are rendering it like this. Okay. So you want to make sure you pass it like this, as if you were actually writing JSX instead of passing in like this. Okay. So that's pretty much it with rendering our component. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how you would actually execute your tests. So right now we have no assertions, so our test actually should pass. So what I'm going to do is in my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and execute that test script that I implemented in the package.json file right over here. So we're going to go ahead and type npm run test, and that will execute the Vitest script. And you're going to see that's going to run our username display.test.jsx file. Okay, and let's see what happens. Okay, there we go. So you can see that nothing errored out, which is fine, and nothing bad happened. Of course, it's going to pass. We haven't written any wrote any assertions. One thing I do want to mention is this render function actually returns an object, which is an instance of render result. So we can assign it to a variable, and there are a bunch of different properties that we can reference. You don't really need all of these, but sometimes some of them may be useful. So I'll show you an example where we do something called snapshot testing with the container, because right now this container itself actually gives you the HTML element. So for example, if you hover over this, the type is HTML element, and there are a bunch of properties that pretty much you would see on any HTML element itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you one type of testing called snapshot testing, which is very common, and it is not as popular, and it really isn't super important, but it can be very useful in many situations. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to need to import the expect function, and this is going to allow me to write an assertion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the expect function, and I'm going to pass result.container, because I'm going to write a snapshot test on the container itself, on the HTML element. And then there's going to be this matcher called toMatchSnapshot. And I'm going to go ahead and just call that function right over here. It's just a function on the return value of expect. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this, and let's go ahead and run the test again. And I'm going to show you what happens when we create a snapshot. So you're going to see in the console in just a second, it's going to go ahead and say snapshots one written. Okay. And you can see that on the left-hand side, we have this snapshots folder that was created. And then inside that folder, it created this file, same name as our test, just ending with a .snap extension. Let's click on this. And you can see that right over here, we see our test suite username display, and then we see the actual test name that was ran. And you'll see that right over here, we have the HTML that is displayed right over here. And that is coming from the container itself. So why is this important? Well, snapshot testing is a way for you to detect whenever changes happen to your UI, whether you made it yourself, either purposely or accidentally. And this is useful because sometimes you might have a UI that you don't really expect to change at all. Perhaps that UI is only supposed to display static content, and you don't expect it to change at all. Okay. And then let's say you have a snapshot test, and then your snapshot test fails because now the UI is different. So what happens is it fails, and it tells you about that, and then you can go back and review the test and say, okay, is this snapshot test failing correctly, or do I just need to update my snapshot? So for example, right now, what this is basically doing, it's kind of like taking a photo of your UI, okay? And it allows you to keep track of what it looks like. If I were to go to my UI right now, and let's just say, for example, I change this from a span to an H1, okay? And then if I run the test again, which automatically does this, you'll see that now the test actually fails. And you can see that it says expected a span, but we received an H1 tag. So what this snapshot is telling me is saying, okay, well, your snapshot test failed because the original snapshot that we took, we had a span, but now your UI says it's an H1 tag. So you have two choices. Go back to your UI, go back to your component, and revert the changes from an H1 tag back to a span tag, or update your snapshot. Okay, there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just really up to what your intentions are. If your intention was to actually update the component and actually replace it from a span to an H1, then all you need to do is update your snapshot, and you're basically saying, hey, the previous snapshot is old, we no longer care about it anymore, it's obsolete. Update the snapshot. So right over here, it tells you press U to update snapshot. So if you press U, you're going to go ahead and see now the snapshot was updated instead of it being created. And if you go back to the snapshot file, you'll see that now it's an H1 element instead of a span. Hopefully this makes sense. Now, obviously, this whole tutorial is not about snapshot testing. I just want to very quickly show you how that works. Let's go ahead and actually write the test that we wanted to, which is ensuring that the username is being rendered to the document. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just comment this out, and I'm going to change this back to a span. We no longer care about our snapshot test, so I'll just comment it out for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and write an assertion to verify that the username is being displayed to the document. Now, you're probably wondering, well, okay, I need to make sure that the username is actually, first of all, being rendered. How do we make sure we do that? Well, here's the thing, though. Right now, we are passing the username display node to the actual render function to have it render. But if you didn't notice, in the snapshot test, you'll notice that right over here, we actually don't have any text being rendered at all. It's just an empty H1 tag, or it's going to be a span tag now. And the reason why is because we're not passing any props to our username display component. Remember that your components, if they have props, you need to make sure you're passing them. Otherwise, if it's being rendered, which it is, it's just going to be empty, which is why you saw that right over here, nothing was being displayed at all. Okay, well, the H1 tag was there, but it was just empty. So let's go ahead and pass our prop. So we'll do username, and then we can just literally pass anything we want. I'll just pass ants in the dev. And then now what I'm going to do is just very quickly, I'll actually run this test again just to show you what this looks like. And then you'll see that in the snapshot, you can see we actually have our span element with the actual username because we passed the prop into the component. Okay, so anytime you need to test a component that expects props or needs to receive props, you just pass it in regularly as you would in just plain JSX. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I need to verify that the username is on the screen. It's in the document. Now, the way that we're going to test our user interface is by using this screen API, which comes from React Testing Library. So we can import screen, and this screen is a constant, and it has a bunch of different methods that you can use to query your document, to look up elements, find elements, search for elements, things like that. Okay, and there are a bunch of different ways that you can search for elements. You can search for them based on the text. You can search for the elements based on their Test ID, which I'll explain a little bit more later on. You can search for elements based on their role, such as if it's a button, if it's a text box, if it's a list. I'll explain a little bit more about that as well. You can look up elements based on a bunch of different things. Label text, display value, that's for input fields, things like that. Okay, so I'll show you an example where we can search for our username based on the text using the screen API. So what I'm going to do on this screen object is I'm going to call the getByText function or query, I'm going to use those terms interchangeably. Okay. And this getByText query takes in a couple of arguments. So for example, the first argument is going to be the matcher itself. So here you can either pass in the actual string value that you want to search for, or you can pass in a regular expression to match the string in the document. So for example, I know that my component is supposed to render the username ants in the dev, so I can pass in ants in the dev like this. If my text is more complicated, perhaps maybe I might be concatenating my text with a bunch of other text as well. I could use a regular expression like this. Okay? Whatever you need to do, either you need to pass in a string literal or a regular expression. I'm just showing you these two alternatives. Okay? Since our text is pretty simple, I'm just going to use a string literal. So what this will do is it will make an attempt to find the element in the document. If it cannot find the element based on this text ants in the dev, what will happen is it will throw an error. So getByText will actually throw an error. Or if it finds two elements that are associated with the text, with this text, so if it finds, let's say, two span elements with the same text ants in the dev, it's going to throw an error. And you'll see in just a second how that works. So right now we only have one HTML element, the span tag, the span element with the username ants in the dev. So this test should be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to call expect and then just pass this screen.getByText call into expect. Okay. And then what we want to do is just call the matcher to be in the document. Okay. So basically this assertion that we're writing is we're asserting that this ants in the dev text is in the document. Okay. There is an element with the text ants in the dev that is in our document. Okay. That is what this matcher will do for us. It will verify that it is in the document. Okay, so since I don't need this results object anymore, I'm going to go and just remove this part. We still need to call render. Now let's go ahead and run our test again, and let's see what happens. You can see that it actually did pass, but I'll just rerun it again just to show you. Let me actually update the... let me do this. Okay, so we removed the snapshot because we no longer need it. So you can see right now my test actually passes. Okay, so let me go ahead and do one more thing. Let's go ahead and actually just pass in a value that I know is not in the document just to make sure that we don't have any false positives, which could happen occasionally. So I'm going to pass in ants in the devs with an S, and I look at the console, and you can see our test actually fails. So this verifies that my test that passed previously is actually passing correctly. Okay, so you can see over here, we get some feedback. It says unable to find an element with the text ants in the devs with an S, and it gives you some hints on why that could possibly be the case. And then it renders the body right over here, and then, or the HTML element, which is a body. And then you can see we have our divs, and then we have ants in the dev right over here. Okay, and then it goes ahead and points out what's the possible issue. You get the point. Okay, and I'll show you an example where I can use a regular expression. So let's just say, for example, I only care about matching the text ants in with a regular expression. And then you can see my test actually passes. If I were to do, let's say if I just did something, I don't know, let's just say, I guess developer. Let's try that. That will fail. Okay, but if I did dev, this would pass because dev is is a substring of ants in the dev, so that matches, so it's going to pass. Okay, now let me put this back to a string literal, and I'm going to show you what happens when I actually render the username 2 times, and I'm going to show you how that affects my test itself. So now you can see that when I look at the console after my test reran, it's going to go ahead and fail, and it says found multiple elements with the text ants in the dev. And that's just the nature of this query, getByText. And if you look at the documentation, it'll tell you right over here, the getBy family of queries. So getByText, getByLabelText, getByDisplayValue, getByRole, etc., etc. All of those queries will fail if it finds more than one matching element for the query. Okay, so it tells you to use getAllBy. So if we wanted to search for, or if we wanted to write a test to assert on multiple elements, we would want to use getAllByText instead. Okay, so getAllByText and in the dev to be in the document. And then now, let's see what happens. Received value must be an HTML element or an SVG element. Well, this time this actually returns an array of elements. So we would have to actually modify our test just a little bit. So what I could do is this. Since this is no longer an actual HTML element itself, it's an array of HTML elements. So I probably would have to iterate through. Let me see if there is. Let's see. Let me do this. I'm gonna do const elements equals getAllByText. So now I have an array of HTML elements. And then what I could do is I could just do elements for each elements, expect elements, element to be in the document. There probably is a simple matcher that I can use to check all elements in the document. But off the top of my head, I'm not really sure about that. Maybe some of you that are experienced with React Testing Library can tell me. But yeah, you can see right over here, I'm using a for each method on the array of HTML elements, and I'm writing assertion for each element, verifying that it is in the document, and our test passes. If I were to negate this using the not assertion right over here, or the not operator, you're going to see that it actually fails because the element is actually in the document. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Now, before we move on, I wanted to spend some time to explain the difference between the getBy query versus queryBy. So for example, some of you might be wondering, well, okay, instead of using getByText, why don't I just use queryByText instead? And if I were to rerun the test, you'll see that it passes and it works just fine. So why do I use getByText when I use queryByText, or the other way around? So this leads to the question, when should I use getByText versus queryByText? Like, what's the catch using one over the other? So the important thing that you must understand is this. So I'm going to show you this documentation right over here because it's a great point of reference. So the getBy query and the queryBy query, they both return the matching element from the query itself. So when you call queryByText or getByText, it's going to go ahead and return the actual element itself, granted that it's found in the document itself. But here's the part where you need to understand. The way that these functions handle when the element is not found in the document is different. So if you look at this part over here where it's describing the getBy category, you'll see that right over here, if the element is not found in the document, then it will throw an error. For queryBy, if the element is not found in the document, it'll not throw an error, but it'll return null. Okay, now you're wondering, well, what's the purpose of this? Well, here's the purpose of this. So let's say, for example, if you're trying to test for an element that does not exist, and the documentation tells you right over here to use queryBy to assert elements that are not present, in other words, the elements don't appear in the document itself, then you want to use queryBy because it's not going to error out if the element was not found. So you can easily write an assertion that says, okay, well, this element is not found, so expect this element to be null. Okay? Whereas if you were to try to test for absence of an element using getBy, well, it's going to be difficult because it's going to error out. And I'll show you an example. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and remove this username right over here. I'm going to remove the render of the username, and I'm going to show you right over here. So you'll see that the test actually fails right now, but it's not failing because of this to be in the document matcher. It's failing because this getByText is erroring out. Okay, you'll see that it says unable to find an element with the text, and it points to this part over here. It's not failing because of this. I could literally do something else. Like I could do something like to be, I don't know, to be checked. Like let's just use some random matcher. Okay, and when the test runs again, you'll see that it's pointing to this part over here, not this part. Okay, so it's not the matcher, it's the getByText. And to go a step further, I will just call getByText, and you'll see that now our function still errors out. Okay, unable to find an element with the text ants in the dev because it doesn't exist. Okay, now watch what happens when I use queryByText instead. You'll notice that even though the element is not in the document, it clearly isn't, it doesn't error out, and our test falsely passes. Okay, so now you can see the difference between queryBy versus getBy, and this is the same for all variants of the queryBy or getByText. So for example, it's the same thing that happens if you were to use getByRole or queryByRole. Okay, so now that you understand the difference between both, let's show you an example how you can handle the situation when they're not in the document. Okay, so let's say if you're adamant on using getByText for whatever reason because you enjoy using getByText, but you want to test for an element that doesn't exist in the document, well, how would you do that? Well, the way that you would do this is not by actually writing an assertion that the element doesn't exist in the document. You would actually write an assertion on the error object itself. So the way that would look like is like this. You would use a try catch like this. And then what you would do is this. You would call screen getByText and then ants in the dev. And then you basically write the assertion on the error object to be defined. Now, obviously, this error object is always going to be defined because, first of all, you are setting up your test in a way for this getByText call to fail. And in order for this error object to be defined, you have to be inside this catch clause anyways, right? So this is one way to do it. The other way that you can do this is, I'll show you, let error equals, we'll just do let error. We'll define we'll declare a variable called error. And then I'll do error equals error like this. And again, this is a very hacky way to do things. I would not recommend doing it. But there are times where you do need to write a test using try catch. Not for this case, because we have a queryBy tool to use. So we're not going to obviously do it this way. I'm just showing you an example. Okay. So this is what you would do, right? You would pretty much just kind of like hack your way through this. We know that this getByText call will fail. So inside the catch block, we're going to go ahead and set error to error. And then right outside the catch block, so we're going to write an assertion on the error object to be defined. Now, obviously, if getByText doesn't fail, then this will be undefined, so this whole test will fail. Okay, now again, I would not recommend doing it this way. I'm just showing you it because if you're very adamant on doing it this way, and if you have to use getByText, then this is what you would do. At least this is what I would do if I needed to do it, but I wouldn't do it this way. Okay. Instead, the correct way that we want to do this is like this. So first, here's what I'll do. We're going to go ahead and call queryByText, and then we'll go ahead and pass in the text that we want to query for that we know is not in the document. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to pass it into expect. And now we know that the queryBy query will return null if it's not found in the document instead of erroring out. So what I can do is I can say, okay, expect this whole thing to be undefined like this. Well, actually not to be undefined. Well, we wouldn't use to be undefined because null is technically not undefined. Like that, null is actually still a value is not undefined. We want it to be to be null, I guess. Yeah, to be null is the correct one. Sorry about that. And now you'll see that the test actually passes. Now, there are other assertions you could use. Like, for example, there's not to be in the document. And you'll see that our test passes. So we're writing an assertion. We're saying, okay, this text ants in the dev is not in the document because it clearly isn't. And then we can see our test passes. Okay. Now, of course, if I were to change this to be in the document, our test actually fails. And you can see that the received value must be an HTML element or an SVG element. And that's complaining because this value over here is null. Okay, so again, I hope this makes sense, and I hope that you better understand the difference between using getBy versus queryBy. Now, there is a third type of query called findBy. So for example, I could have also used findByText instead of queryByText, but you're wondering, well, when should I use the findBy queries instead of using getBy or queryBy? In order to understand this better, let's first understand what exactly findBy returns and the behavior of it. So right over here, it tells you that findBy, so in our example, findByText, returns a promise. So that should tell you right off the bat that it is asynchronous. Okay, getBy and queryBy are synchronous. Okay, so it returns a promise which resolves when an element is found. Keyword, when an element is found. So that's basically implying that, sure, maybe the element might not appear right away, but eventually it will. Okay? Now, here's the other thing that you also need to understand is that the promise will reject. So typically that means that the promise is erroring out. It's rejecting if there's no element found within a default timeout of 1,000 milliseconds or 1 second, or if more than one element is found. So similar to our getBy query. Okay, so basically the reason why you would want to use the findBy query is whenever you're dealing with elements that take time to render to the document. So in our example, our elements appear instantly to the document. They're all pretty fast, right? Like our username just instantly renders. So there's no logic that is occurring the username from taking 5 seconds from appearing to the document. But you might write some tests that will often need to fetch an API, or it will perform some kind of complicated logic that will cause the element to appear in the document after like 2 seconds, like give or take 2 seconds or 3 seconds as an example. I'm just throwing in a random number, right? So in a situation like that, you want to use findBy queries because it allows you to wait a certain amount of time to search for the element to appear into the document. Okay. So for example, I could use findByText instead of queryByText or getByText. So let's say, for example, I'm going to remove this whole thing and I'm going to go ahead and call screen.findByText and then pass in my text ants in the dev that I want to search for. And then remember that findByText is asynchronous. It returns a promise, and you can see over here returns the promise. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy this and pass this into expect and paste this right over here. But keep in mind that this is a promise. So by just passing this right over here, or I'm sorry, this returns a promise. So by just passing this call over here, I'm trying to write an assertion on a promise, not the actual value, the resolved value itself. In other words, the actual HTML element that we expect it to return. So I need to actually await this call. So I can add the await keyword in front, but we need to make sure that we're inside an asynchronous function. So I'm just going to go ahead and add the async keyword in front of my function for the test itself, which you can do. And then now what I can do is I can call to be in the document, just like this. And now I'm going to save this, and when I look at my test, let me go ahead and just run this again. You're going to go ahead and see that it passes. And now this works perfectly fine. Let me try to make it fail. And now you can see, notice how this time the test actually took some time to actually execute. I don't know if you may have noticed, but there was like a little spinner. Let me try rerunning it again. You see how right over here, there was that little spinner that was occurring. So it was waiting up to, I guess, 1,000 milliseconds. I guess it kind of went a little bit over, but that's okay. It was basically waiting 1 second to find that element, and it wasn't able to find it. As you can see over here in the documentation, it clearly tells you that the default timeout is 1,000 milliseconds, and then it rejects. Okay, so that's the reason why right now our test, it tells you that it was not able to find the text Anson devs. Now, what I can also do additionally is I can pass in a second argument, and I can go ahead and set the timeout. Let's see, I guess not here, but let me just pass in an empty object, and then let's do timeout, and I'll do 5,000 milliseconds. So we'll give it some more time just to show you that that's why this is spinning. And now you'll notice that when I restarted the test, it took 5,000 milliseconds and then it rejected. Okay, there you go. You can see right over here that it's giving it enough time, 5 seconds, for the text to appear in a document. Okay, I can set this to any number I want. I can set this to 10,000 if I want to, but I'm not sure if Vitest will allow that. I think Vitest has a default value for tests. Yeah, you can see right over here that it seems like Vitest does have it capped at 5,000 milliseconds. So you could change if you want to. I believe right over here in the test, you could set the timeout to whatever you want. So I'll set this to 20,000 milliseconds. By default, it was 5. So now you can see that. Let's run the test again. Though I may need to fully restart my test because I made changes to the configuration. So let's run it again. And now you can see that it is running longer than 5 seconds. And it's going to time out at 10 seconds. Okay? And you can see that it took 10 seconds to search for the element by its text Anson the dev, and it was not able to find it. So it just errored out. It just rejected. Okay? So hopefully this proves to you that this is indeed why we would want to use findByText whenever you're dealing with elements that may not instantly appear in a document. Okay, so let's just pretend like this is some kind of API call, and then finally we get the text is appearing into the document, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this back to Anson the dev, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and render this username to the document, but only after 5 seconds have passed. Now, the way I'm going to delay the render of this username is like this. I'm going to go ahead and define some state. I'll just call this, I guess, timer passed, set timer passed, useState, and then I'll just set this to be false. I'll go ahead and use a useEffect hook. So I'm going to perform a side effect. I only want this side effect to run one time. I'm going to go ahead and call set timeout. So basically, this is how I can delay the execution of this callback. So I'm going to set this to 5,000 milliseconds. So after 5 seconds have passed, it's going to go ahead and execute this callback right over here. And all I'm going to do is just call set timer passed to true. And I'm going to set the timer passed state to true right over here. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and conditionally render username. So timer passed and username just like this. Okay. So now watch what happens. Let's see. Let's go over here. So now our username is going to render, but only after 5 seconds. So let's go ahead and you can see that our test already passes, but let's just rerun it again. And now you're going to see it's going to take up to 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, it was able to find that username because that username, it took 5 seconds for it to render, because when the component renders, the current state of timer passed is false. So the username is not being rendered. Okay. And also remember that when the component first renders, it's going to go ahead and invoke this callback for the useEffect hook. So it calls set timeout. It calls the callback function of set timeout after 5 seconds have passed. And what happens? Set timer pass is called. It updates the state to true. And then when the state updates, it's going to go ahead and re-render and then render username. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. I could change this to literally any value I want. So 1500 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, 1500 milliseconds. And then you'll see that the component, let's restart the test again. You'll see that the test will pass, and it will basically pass after the amount of time it took for the element to be found. So since I rendered the element after 1500 seconds, you can see that it no longer is in this pending state for it to pass after 1500 milliseconds because it was able to find that element. So it is, I believe it is, trying to actively find it periodically within that time span. So hopefully this shows you how this works. And again, you can pretend like this is some kind of API call that is happening. And then once the API call is done, it's going to go ahead and render that data to the document. And there we go. We found it. Okay. And for example, I can change this timeout to 1000 milliseconds, or I can just remove this and have it be capped the default, which is 1000 milliseconds. And you'll see our test is going to fail because it took 1500 milliseconds for this username to be rendered, but the default timeout for findByText is 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so after 1000 milliseconds, it's just going to error out. Okay, so this is just a tip. So in case if you have something that might take longer than 1000 milliseconds, definitely make sure you pass in that third argument and set the timeout field to however long you think you may need. Okay? So hopefully this makes sense. Now, I did spend some time teaching you about how to actually test your components with basic stuff, right? And I also wanted to make sure you understood how to use the different types of queries, such as getBy versus queryBy versus findBy. Not understanding when to use which one is a very common mistake that many developers run into, and it leads to writing poor tests with inaccurate results. So it's important to understand the difference between all three of them. So I'm going to move on and show you more examples of tests. So I'm going to show you how I can test a more complicated component that has a bunch of more different elements. So for example, I'm going to show you how I'm going to test this user details component. In order to do that, first, I'm going to render this component to the document so that way you actually can visually see what this component looks like. Now, the way that we render this component, we actually do need some state, because if you haven't been following along with the entire tutorial, you may have missed on how this user details component was actually supposed to be used. So it was actually a component that is supposed to be rendered based on a list of users. So what I'm going to do very quickly is I'm going to define some state, and I'm going to call the dispatch function set users, because our user details component actually took in this set users function, which is a dispatch function or an updater function to update the state of the users array itself. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and set a fake user. We'll do ID of 1, username Anson the dev, and then email anson@gmail.com. Okay, and these are all of the fields that we need for our user object. Because remember, the user details component, it takes in two props, a user object and the dispatch function, and that user object needs to have an ID, username, and email property. Okay, so let's go ahead and write down over here, and notice how I comment out a lot of stuff in my app component because I don't want to overwhelm you all. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and render the users. So users.map. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in our callback. And then we're going to transform each user object into a JSX element. So let's set the key to user.id, and then we'll pass in the user object like this. And then we'll pass in set users, and that's just going to be this dispatch function over here that was returned from the useState call hook, or the useState hook call. Okay, and then if I show you this, you'll see that this is what our user details component looks like. And again, if I have multiple users, there will be 2 users appearing. Okay, we're only going to stick with 1 for now. So when I click edit, I can edit the username. I can go ahead and edit the email address, whatever I want, right? Very, very simple stuff. Okay, and I can also delete this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I can write unit tests on this component, specifically the app component, because I want to make sure that I am testing the logic of this list of users. Okay, I want to make sure that when I click on this button that I have these input fields, and when I click save, it's going to actually update the state of my username, or it's going to actually update the text in the document. Okay, because we want to test for behavior, not for implementation. So the component under test is going to be the app component. So what I'm going to do is inside my snapshot, well, not snapshot, this is my test folder. I'm going to create a new file called app.test.jsx. Okay, and again, like wherever you are implementing this logic right over here, so wherever you are rendering user details, that is the component that is going to be under test, which is going to be app in this case. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and import my functions that I need from Vitest. So I need expect, it, and describe. So I'm going to go ahead and call the describe function, and I'm just going to call this app. And then I'm going to use the it function to create my tests. So we'll just call this should render users. Okay. And let's see. So now we also need the other functions. We need render, and we also need the screen object. So I'm just going to copy this whole line and whoops, paste this right over here. And we also want to import the app component as well, because that's the component under test. So let's import app from app, just like that. We're going to go ahead and call the render function and just pass in the app node, the React node over here. Let's go ahead and run our test. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's see. Here you can see that there are some errors already. So we'll run npm run test. Okay, so let's see. So I ran both of our tests, and then it failed on the app.test.jsx file. It failed on this test over here. Okay, so what exactly is the problem? Well, right now the problem that it's telling you is that it's complaining about this useNavigate hook being called outside of a router component. And the reason why this is happening is because in previous sections when we were going over the React router, we were actually wrapping the app inside the context of our router, which happened right over here. And since we are rendering app outside of the router provider, and we're trying to use the useNavigate hook outside the router context, that's the reason why it is complaining. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just temporarily comment this out because I do also want to show you how we can write tests with React Router itself. So I'm just going to comment this out temporarily, and I'll go back to this later. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and type npm run test, but I want to actually only run the test on the app for the app file itself. So I'm just going to do app.test.jsx, or you can use a regular expression. And now this will only run tests for app.test.jsx. And now you can see it passes, okay, which is good. I believe it still makes the API call, which is another side effect that we probably don't want to happen in our test, because actually what we want to do in unit tests is we want to simulate API calls and not actually make a real API call. Because right now you can see that in our app component, we have this useFetchUser hook being called, which of course is making this API call to the JSON placeholder API. It fetches a user. In a real unit test, or in a unit test, you don't actually want to make real API calls. Okay, the purpose of a unit test is you want it to be fast. You don't want it to actually make an actual real API call, because that could actually delay your unit test. You want them to be fast. Okay, later on, I'll show you how to use a mock service worker. So for now, I'll actually just comment this part out, and I'm just going to comment out this whole thing. Okay, and I'll comment out user data as well. Okay, so let's just go ahead and make sure our test works. Okay, perfect. So our app test works, and let's just quickly, I'm going to go ahead and get the container. One quick thing that you could do all the time to ensure that your component is rendering properly is you can use a snapshot test, like how I showed you earlier on, to verify that the correct elements are being rendered. So if I click on this snapshot, okay, there you go. You can see that my user details component was in fact properly being rendered, because I can clearly see the username, the email address, and the ID, as well as the button. So this verifies that the elements are in fact being rendered to the document. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave this alone for now. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to write some tests right now. Okay, what tests do I want to write? So a lot of times some people might be confused with what to test. So think about this. Anything behavioral wise on your elements, you want to test. So what do I mean by that? Well, in React testing library, it focuses on behavioral testing, not implementation testing. So what that means is you want to test for behavior. So in other words, whenever you click on a button, what is the behavior after you click on the button? So for example, if I click edit, okay, what is the behavior after I click on edit? What is the expectation that occurs after I click on the edit button? Well, visually as a user, I can see that a couple things happen. I can see that the save button appears, and then I can see that two input fields appear that replace the text. So for example, the username has this answerDev field, and then, or this username field that has answerDev, and then so there's this email field that has this email address populated in there as well. So that is the behavior, that is the expected outcome of whenever I perform some type of action in the document. Okay? Now, when it comes to implementation details testing or implementation testing, what that typically means is you're trying to test the underlying details of the component and not the behaviors. So rather than testing that an element appears in the document, you're trying to verify that the state of a variable was modified. Okay, so let's think about the code for a second. Let's look at the implementation details, right? So in the user details component, let me go up top over here. You can see that we have some state. I have this isEditing state variable that's a Boolean, and you can see that when I click on this button, what exactly happens? Well, when I click on the button, the setIsEditing dispatch function is called, which toggles the mode, it toggles the isEditing value from true to false, false to true. So if the value was false, now it's true. If the value was true, now it's updated to false. Okay? So when we talk about implementation testing, what that means is you're typically trying to test for things like the value of the states, such as, okay, am I verifying the state of isEditing? Is it false or is it true? Or what is the value of username? What is the value of email? You don't want to test for these implementation details, because as a user, you only want to be concerned with what is actually being displayed, what is actually happening to the actual document itself, right? Behavioral driven testing is a whole other philosophy over implementation details testing. And the thing with implementation details testing is that the implementation can change over time. For example, I might make changes to my state variable isEditing, and the way that I render my save button, because right now the save button is only rendered when isEditing is true, it's being conditionally rendered. The way that I might render my save button could change. It cannot be based off of this state variable anymore. Okay? And by testing for implementation, I have to also change the test over time as well whenever I change my component logic. But if I test for behavior, it decreases the chance of me having to test or rewrite my test because we're testing for behavior. So what appears on the screen, I don't care about what the state value of isEditing is. I just care about if this save button appears to the document. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have any questions or if you need clarification, post a comment down below and I'll be more than happy to explain the differences, okay? Let's go ahead and move on. And let's go ahead and write our first test. So what I want to do is I would want to write an assertion. So let me refresh the page. What I want to do is I want to write an assertion that whenever I click on the edit button, the save button appears. Okay, so let's do this. So what I'll do is I'll leave this test alone and then I'll create another test down over here because why not? You can create as many tests as you want. And it's always good to test for different things in its own individual test itself. So what I'll do right now is I'll write a test and then I'll call this test. Again, you want to be descriptive. Well, you want to be concise, right? You treat it like this. Treat your test names like a git commit message. If you're familiar with Git, which I'm sure many of you are, you obviously don't want to write a whole essay. You just want to write something short that describes what the whole purpose of your changes are. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and keep it nice and simple. I'm going to go and say it should render save button when edit button is clicked. And this is, short and simple. Okay. It should render save button when edit button is clicked. And it's important to have your tests, the names make sense, because oftentimes experienced developers, what they will do to understand a brand new code base is they'll look at the tests and they'll read it to understand what exactly the behavior of each part of the application is. So for example, if I didn't understand, what this React application was supposed to do, I'll go into each test for a component and I'll read the test itself. And if I read this, I'll say, okay, it should render save button when edit button is clicked. So that tells me right off the bat that if I go to this component on the screen, when I click on the edit button, the save button should be displayed. And slowly this knowledge builds up, and that's how you become experienced with a brand new code base that you were not familiar with before. Okay, so what I'm going to do is first we always need to make sure we render our app, because in each test itself, it's its own environment, right? You have to always make sure you render the component that you want to test. So I'm going to go ahead and render app, but this time I'm not going to do anything with the return value. I just want to render it to the document. Now remember that our app component is pretty straightforward. There isn't any complicated logic. We have state that is already defined with a default value with one object in the array, and it's just rendered to the document. There's no data fetching going on. We're not waiting like more than a second for our data to be rendered. It's almost as if it's rendered instantly, right? And well, I mean, it's going to be rendered fast enough that we don't need to use findBy queries instead. So we can actually just use getBy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use screen getBy, and you're probably wondering, well, now which getBy query should I use? Should I use getByText and then pass in edit, which is the text of the button that I'm trying to search for, right? That's the text of this edit button right over here. Okay, now while you could do this, like you technically could do this, right? Let me show you the return value of getByText. You'll see that when I use getByText and pass in edit, this will actually give me an HTML button element right over here. Let me restart the test. And you'll see that right over here, it logs HTML button element. So we're basically searching for any element by the text, and that element could be anything. In this case, it just happens to be a button. Now, while this does work, you shouldn't do it because there actually is priority whenever it comes to certain elements that you're trying to search for. So what do I mean by that? Well, according to the React testing library, they actually have certain principles and they describe to you what type of query you should use based off of the element that you're trying to search for. So for example, right over here, you can see that getByText is like number 4 out of, I guess, all 5 of these rankings, right? So for example, right now we're trying to search for a button, okay? In case if you didn't know, the button element actually has a role property, okay, which tells you the purpose of the element itself. What is the purpose of this HTML element? Well, the purpose of this is a button. So it's meant to be clicked on, right? So what you want to do is you want to use the getByRole or queryByRole or findByRole query whenever you're trying to search for a button. Okay, and it even tells you right over here, this should be your top preference for just about everything. There's not much you can't get with this. So like right over here, getByRole, they show you an example of how to search for a button. So you just literally pass in the role itself and then the text for the button. And there's also this section that gives you a bunch of different roles. So for example, you can search for buttons, checkboxes, links, menu items. So anything that has a role itself, you want to use the getByRole. That's like the number one priority that you want to pay attention to. Okay, so let's go back here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this part and we're going to go ahead and call screen getByRole. And we're going to go ahead and specify the role that we want to search for, which is going to be button. Again, there are a bunch of different ones, so just pick the one that you ideally want to search for. In our case, we want to search for a button, so I'll specify button. And then now, keep in mind that your application, the component that you're rendering, may have multiple buttons, right? In our case, my component, my user details component, has 2 buttons, so how do I know which one to search for? Well, remember that there was this second argument, which was an options object, and the name property allows you to specify which button by the text you can search for. Okay, so for example, I can pass in name, and what I can do is it tells you that you can filter the return elements by their accessible name. So in our case, the edit button, the name of it that we can use is literally just edit. Okay, the text of this button itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to our test. And for the name, I'm just going to set this to edit, just like that. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and just write a console log just to show you the return value of this. And since I know that this button, in fact, does exist in the document, this test is not going to error out. Let me run the test again. Okay, and you can see right over here, it was in fact able to find the element. Okay, you can see that we have a bunch of different properties on this element as well. And it should show the text somewhere for this button. Yep, children edit, that's the text of the button over there. So that is the correct button. Okay, so what exactly do I want to do with this button now? Well, first, let's go ahead and just copy this. And I want to store this in a variable. So I'll just call this edit button because I possibly might want to reuse this edit button over and over again. And then what I want to do now is I want to click on this button. So this is the part where I'm going to teach you how to actually simulate events, specifically click events on your components, on your elements. So right over here, what I want to do is I want to click on this edit button. We have the element already. We want React Testing Library to actually click on the button itself. So the way that we can do this is as follows. So what we want to do is first, we need to actually install the user event library. It's part of the testing library API. It's just kind of like a companion library is the way that they describe it. So by default, you don't have user event, but you have to install it, okay? It's still made by the same creator of React Testing Library, but it's just its own separate package, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to install this user event package. So I'm going to go ahead and type npm i-d at testing-library /user-event. Okay, and then the way that we're going to import it is like this: import user event from, and then the name of the package. So I'll just copy this part over here. And then what I'll do is I'll import it like this. So import user event from, and then @testing library user event. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reference user event because this gives me a bunch of different methods that I can use. So you can see by just hovering over this IntelliSense, you can see that we have clear, click, copy, cut, double click, hover, keyboard, paste, pointer, a bunch of methods and events that you can simulate, or methods that simulate events, right? So the one that we want is click because we want to click on a button. So user event.click. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in the element we want to click on. And you can pass in literally any element you want. It doesn't have to necessarily be a button. It could be like a div, for example. So you pass in that. And then there are also options that you could pass if you need, or we don't need any for now. Now, this click event is asynchronous. It returns a promise. So we want to make sure that we handle that accordingly. So I'm going to add the async keyword in front of my callback function that I'm passing to the test, and then we'll await this call. Okay, so after I click on the button, we can expect that the save button will appear in the document, right? Well, at least that's what we can see when we actually interact with the component itself. And then that's what our test is supposed to be testing for. So when I click on the edit button, the save button should appear. So we actually have to write the assertion for that now. So again, we know how to search for buttons in our test. Okay, we use getByRole. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do this: const save button equals screen getByRole, and then the role name is button, and then now, and for the name is going to be save because that's just the name of the button right over here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to write an assertion. So expect save button, and then we're going to use to be in the document matcher. Okay, so just to recap, what's going on is first we are searching for the edit button. We click on the edit button. We have to await this call because it's asynchronous. And then after this has been clicked on, we're going to go ahead and search for the button, the save button. And then we're going to go ahead and write an assertion that that button is in the document. We're not going to do anything with the save button. Okay, the whole purpose of this test is to just verify that the save button appears. So let's go ahead and see if our test actually works. So npm run test, and then I'll type in the test file name, and let's see if it passes. And there we go, it passes. But what I'll do additionally is I'll go ahead and negate the test to make sure that it in fact was passing correctly. So you can see that it says expected document not to contain element, but it did in fact find a button with the save name over here. Okay, so this was passing correctly. So there we go. So this test verifies the functionality of the edit button. So when I click on the edit button, the save button appears, and then this test verifies that. So we're good. We're done with this test. We don't need to do anything more. Now, obviously, we still want to make sure we're testing other parts of this component because, for example, I want to make sure that these input fields are also there, but I don't want to write all of that assertions inside this test because you want to keep your tests clean and concise. You don't want to write like 500 different assertions in one single test. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and write another test. And this time, I'm going to go ahead and say it should display username and email input fields when edit button is clicked. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Now, one thing that I also want to mention is that sometimes you might run into a hard time where your name of your test, it's hard to kind of like keep it short. So one thing that I like to do is I like to actually use another describe test suite inside my already existing test suite right over here. So describe app, and then inside over here, I have another test suite. And then I can just label this test suite as something that groups together similar tests, right? So what do these two tests have in common? Well, they have in common the behavior of whenever the edit button is clicked. So what I can do is I can say, okay, well, this test suite is supposed to be for edit button, okay? So the purpose of this specific test suite is to basically tell me or another developer that's reading the test that, okay, everything that's within this test suite has to deal with the behavior of edit button, okay? So what I can do now is I can just copy these two tests and I can paste it inside here. And now I don't even need to mention the edit button at all, okay? So let me do this. I can remove, let's do this. Let's see. Edit button, describe edit button is clicked. Okay, so describe edit button is clicked, should render save button. So basically this test suite, the name of this test suite is allowing me to kind of like prefix or describe each test that is occurring. So it saves me, you know, the ability to write like a long description. Okay, so I'm shortening this part and I don't have to mention the edit button because I'm inside this test suite, which implies that everything that I'm dealing with is the edit button itself. So now I can go ahead and remove this. It should display username and email input fields. So notice how now it's a lot more shorter. Okay, so hopefully this part makes sense. So let's go ahead and actually continue with our test. So we'll go ahead and render our app. We do still need to search for the edit button. So I'll do that right over here. And then what I want to do now is I want to click on the edit button. So I'll do that as well. So I'm just going to copy what I had in the previous test because it's all redundant. And now this time, instead of searching for the save button, we just want to verify that the username and input fields are in fact in the document. So the question is, can we also use the getByRole query to search for our input elements? And the answer to that question is yes, you can. Now remember that according to the documentation, the official documentation of React Testing Library, is the priority is getByRole, and then getByLabelText is the second one. So technically you should use getByRole over getByLabelText to search for an input field. In case if you've forgotten or didn't know that input fields can have a label associated with the input field itself for accessibility. So when you click on the label itself, or if you hover over it, or if you tab to it and then you hit spacebar, it will actually focus on the input field itself. But not all the time you will have a label text. So I'll show you how we can do it by using getByRole. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'm going to go ahead and do screen getByRole, and the role of our input field is text box. Okay, text box, just like that. And now for the options, we need to make sure we specify which text box, which input field we're trying to search for, right? Because there's two different ones. There's this one and there's this one. They're both different. So we need to basically filter it out, essentially. So we can actually use this name property, okay? Now, this actually requires us to set an ARIA label on the field itself, on the input field itself. So what we can do is this. Let's go into our user details component. And for this input field, what I'll do is I'll set ARIA label to username. So that way, this will actually give the input field a name called username. And then I'll do the same thing for the email input as well. Okay. And you'll notice that when I actually go into the browser tools, so if you see right over here, the name of this input field is username. If I were to remove this ARIA label, you'll see that the name is an empty string. Okay. So we can use this ARIA label at the very least to search for the element by the text box if we don't have a label. Okay. But again, like I said, getByRole has a higher priority, so you should use that. So what I'll do now is I'll set the name to match the name of the input field that I want to search for. So that's going to be the value of this ARIA label, so username. And then we'll do username like that. And if I go ahead and just cut this, and I'll do expect, paste that in there. And I want to verify that this is in the document. So we'll do to be in the document. And let's just see our test. We can see that our test passes. And of course, if this screen getByRole call didn't find the text box, it would throw an error. Okay, remember that's what the getBy query does. So this test is passing. If I were to do not to be in the document, it would obviously fail because it is finding it. Okay, so let's do the same thing for our other field. So screen .getByRole text box, and then the name will be email to check the email field itself. And there you go. No errors with that whatsoever. If I were to pass in emails with an S, it goes ahead and it errors out. And you can see that it actually gives you some decent, I would say this is pretty good feedback. So it tells you the accessible roles. So you can see that we have our buttons and the name of the buttons are edit. And then for the input fields, we have username and email, and that was set by the ARIA label, not the actual name attribute itself. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Let me go ahead and just remove that. And yep, everything passes perfect. Now, as promised, I will show you the alternative way to search for input fields whenever you have a label. Okay, now you could still use getByRole because, like I said, it is a higher priority versus getByLabelText. But I think getByLabelText is not a bad way. I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing to use getByLabelText, right? Because it is a lot easier to use getByLabelText when you do have it, that is. So here's what I'll do. So right now I am rendering a bold tag for the username. So why don't I do this? Why don't I conditionally render a label? So if we're in editing mode, because remember this is editing state variable, is what is allowing us to conditionally render the input fields. So when we click on the edit button, we're setting the state of is editing to true, or we're toggling it basically. Okay. So let's do this. When we are in edit mode, so when is editing is true, instead of rendering the bold element, which is what it's currently rendering, we'll render a label. So if is editing, I'll use a conditional, I'll use a ternary operator for this. So what I'll do is this. If is editing is true, I'll render a label. Otherwise, I'll render a bold tag right over here for username. So we need the HTML4 attribute, and that's just going to be the ID of the input field that I want to associate this label for. So username, just like that. Okay, and then let me go ahead and just use the long syntax to render this label. So that way I can just do a username. Let me just see what that looks like in the document real quick. Okay, username. Let me add a colon and a space as well. Okay, there we go. And then let's do the same thing for email address. So let's do this. Okay, and then just copy this, paste that there. Change up the attribute value and then the name of the label. Okay, so now if I look at my app, you can see now when I am not in editing mode, so is editing is currently false, it's going to go ahead and just display the bold tag right over here. When I click edit, these are now labels, and you can verify that by just looking at the document itself. You can see we have our labels, okay? And notice how if I click on this, it'll focus on the actual input field. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the getByLabelText query to get the actual input field itself. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into my test, and I'm going to go ahead and modify this call. So instead of getByRole, I'm just going to do screen.getByLabelText. So what exactly is the label text? Well, it's literally what this text is over here. So I can be very specific. I could do, let's see, we're trying to search for the username. I could do username, colon, and a space. You have to be very specific. So I'll comment this part out over here. So watch what happens if I just did username. Okay. it's going to go ahead and fail, unable to find a label with the text of username. If I did username colon, let's see what happens. It passes. So I guess it ignores the space. It doesn't really care about the space, but as long as I have the colon, then that works. Okay. And we can do the same thing for email. So I'm just going to copy this part over here, and then we'll do email colon like that. Okay. There we go. So we're able to find both input fields based on the label text. And again, if you want to be if you wanted to make sure that your test is correctly passing, okay, you can even just modify just a little bit and see what happens to the text, or see what happens to the test. So right over here, I added a space, and let's see what happens. Unable to find a label with the text of username colon space. I wonder if it trims the space itself, because it doesn't seem like it trimmed it over here. Because if I were to remove the space, let me see. Yeah, there is a space over there, so I'm not sure why. Yeah, so I don't know. I wonder if it trims the text. But anyways, so you can see that this works with getLabelText. And again, if you have the opportunity to use getLabelText, personally, I would prefer using getLabelText over getByRole. But if you don't have a label, then you could just use getByRole, and that would be perfectly fine. Okay, so hopefully this part makes sense. Now, before we move on completely with labels and input fields and searching for them, I did want to show a situation where you could possibly have conflicting elements, right? Because keep in mind that right now we're only using one user that's being rendered to the document, and we only have one username field and one email field. But what if we had two users displayed to the document, and then both of those users are being edited simultaneously? So I'll show you an example. So currently I'll go into my user details component, or not here, but the app components. And I'll go ahead and just copy this user, and I'll just change up the data. So I'll just set the username. Let's do Michael. So we have two users that are rendered to the document, right? And then you'll see immediately that our test actually just fails instantly, because we're trying to find a button with the name edit, but it tells us right over here that it's not, it found multiple elements with the role button and name edit. Okay, so you can see immediately that we have a problem. So in situations like this, how do you ensure that you can set up your code in a way that we can actually test it correctly? Because this is actually more so a problem with the way that we are rendering our elements rather than the way that we're writing our test. Keep in mind that when you are writing tests, right, the more difficult that you make your components, the more difficult it will be to test it, okay? So what we want to do to fix this, well, there's a lot of ways that we can do this, right? Like, for example, like if I wanted to, what I could do is I could use getAll instead of just getBy, right? getAllByRole, getAllByLabelText, okay? And then what I can do is I can, you know, just write some assertions on all of the roles or all of the buttons to verify that they're all in the document. But I have a better idea. What I'll do is this. I'll go ahead and for each button that I am displaying to the document, okay? One thing that you could do, and again, this is one thing that you could do. There are many ways that you can do this. But one thing that you could do is you could actually use a custom data test ID to verify which button is which. So you're able to distinguish each button for each user, right? Because we have one button for this user, or a pair of buttons for this user, and then we have a pair of buttons for this second user, okay? So what I like to do is I like to set a data test ID. So you can just go to the button or any element and set this data test ID attribute right over here, okay? And then what you can do is you can set the value of this. So I can set this to anything that I want, But remember that you're going to have multiple user details components being rendered, okay? Which means that you're going to have multiple edit buttons that are rendered, one for each user. So what you can do is you can actually do this. You can do edit button or edit btn, and then the ID of the user like this. I will mention that something that you should keep in mind is that you should avoid using test IDs if you don't need to, right? Because according to the documentation, you can see that right over here that getByTestId is actually the last recommended query that you should use. And they even tell you that you should only use this where you can't match by role or text, okay? Or it doesn't make sense. In an example, the text is dynamic. So if you can use getByRole, you should. So I'm only just showing you this as an example. I'm not going to actually recommend to prioritize using a test ID over getByRole. I'm just showing you this as an example, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and give this a unique test ID because each user will have its own edit button. Same thing with the delete button as well. So I'll copy this attribute, paste this here, and I'll just change this to delete button. And remember that each user will also have its own username and email input fields as well. So we can also set IDs on there, data test IDs on those fields as well. Okay, but before I do that though, let me go ahead and go back to my test. And I'll go ahead and actually just, I'll comment this test out because I know this is going to fail, but I want to just go back to this first test that we have inside this edit button is clicked test suite. So our test is still failing because right now we're still using getByRole, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to use getByTestId instead. And of course, this requires us to know what the test ID is. And remember, our test ID is going to be dynamic because we're using the user's ID prefixed with a hard-coded string edit button. Okay, so if we want to verify that the edit, the edit button for the first user is in a document, we just have to do edit button and then the ID of the user, which we know is going to be 1 because we have it hard-coded. So what I'm going to do is I'll just do getByTestId, edit button 1, and then I'll do the same thing down over here, screen getByTestId, edit button 2. And now you'll see that our test should pass, but the snapshot is failing. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and just update the snapshot. So now you can see that my test is passing because I have everything hard-coded. And if you look at the snapshot, you can see that everything is obviously different now, okay? So like I said, I would not recommend doing it this way because one, you're hard-coding this. And again, getByTestId has the lowest priority. And you should only do this if you cannot find the actual element using any of these queries, okay? So only use getByTestId if you just cannot match by the role or by text. So now, okay, is there a solution where I can search for each individual button for each user? Well, in the way that we set up our UI, no, because keep in mind that without this test ID, there's no way for us to know which button is unique to the user, right? Like for example, if I just undo everything right now, remove all of the, let me remove all of the test IDs. Okay, let me undo everything that I had in here. If you were just to look at this right now, you wouldn't be able to tell which button is associated with which user, unless if you were to, you know, set the text of the button to include the ID of the user, but obviously you wouldn't want to do that because it just doesn't make any sense. Like the user is going to be confused. Like, why am I seeing the ID on the edit button? It doesn't make any sense, right? So there are different ways that you can tackle this. There are a bunch of different ways that you can tackle this specific problem. Now, what I would recommend, and again, there are a bunch of different solutions out there, But I think one of the best solutions that I would recommend is this. So we know that the user details component, the amount of times it is rendered is based off of the number of elements in this user's array. Okay. So instead of associating a data test ID with every single button, because that's what we were doing before, and then same thing with the input fields, instead of doing that, what I would recommend is we can actually associate a data test ID with the root element of our user details component. So this div right over here, I can add a data test ID to this. And then I can just call this user details and then user.id, just like that. So that way I am uniquely adding this user details data test ID to each user details component. And then it will look like this in the document. You'll see user details 1, user details 2. And if there are 100 users, it will just go all the way from 1 to 100, right? And then what I would do is this. I would query for the user details. I would query for the user details by the ID, by the data test ID. Okay, so I'd query for the component by the user details ID. And then I would use the within API to query for my buttons and my input fields in that specific element. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean by that. So what I'll do is this. I still want these tests to pass. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make my component a little bit more dynamic. So watch this. Here's what I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to go ahead and take a user's prop into the app component. And let me go ahead and do this. I'll call it user's data. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass user's data to the default state of useState. So whatever I'm passing into app as a prop, which is going to be an array of users, will be set as the state for users itself. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is in the, let's see, in the entry point of my app where I am rendering the app element, so right over here in the router, I'm just going to pass users data like this. Okay. And then that will require me to pass this data in my test right over here. So I need to pass users for this. I'll just pass an empty array because I'm not really testing for anything over here. And then let's see. For this first test over here, I'm going to pass users data, but this time I'm only going to pass an array with one element, just like that. So that way my test is still passing because I'm going to have separate tests, okay? So our test should pass. Let me update the snapshot because that's what's failing right now. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on? Oh, it's because I need to update this part. Can I read properties of undefined reading map? Users data is complaining about something being undefined. Let me double check my app components. So we pass that in here, which is an array. We know that it's going to be an array no matter what. And then users.map. Interesting. I'm not sure why that is erroring out. Oh, I'm sorry. It's failing over here. Users data. Sorry about that. Okay. There we go. I knew something was wrong with the way that we did it. Okay, there we go. So we have users data set as the prop and passing in this empty array right over here. I just misspelled it. It should have been users data instead of users. Okay, good. So all of our previous tests pass. I don't want to remove this because I want to keep it as a reference so at least you all can still see it. Now, I will just update a couple things. What I'm going to do is because now we're dealing with altering our mock data over here, because right now this is mock data, right? And we have different scenarios. We have a scenario where we have only one user, but now we're going to write tests where we have multiple users instead. So our scenarios are going to be a little bit different. So what I'll do is this. I'm going to go ahead and take my whole describe. And again, you can have as many test suites as you want. You can have an infinite amount of test suite hierarchies. So I can wrap multiple describes within the describe. And I think it's good practice because, again, you want to be specific with what you are testing and what your scenarios are. So over here, I'll just say when describe, I guess the best way that I can give this name is, let's see, when users is only one. Okay. And then what I can do now is my tests are still going to pass. And then what I can do is this. You know what? I don't need this snapshot anymore. I'm just going to remove that because that's an unnecessary test suite. So describe when users is only one, or when there is only one user. I think that's a better description. And then now I'm going to write another describe when there are two users. Okay, so we're describing different scenarios and we're testing different scenarios. And again, I think it's important to test every possible scenario you can think about, because this will cover every single angle of your application. Again, you're not trying to aim for 100% bug-free code base, because there's no such thing as that. There's always going to be bugs no matter what. You're just trying to reduce the amount of bugs that your application could possibly be exposed to. So even if you have a code base that is 99.1% bug-free, that is still fine. Okay, again, there's no such thing as 100% bug-free. There's always going to be bugs. So when there are two users, and then what we'll do is this. Our test is going to be a little bit different this time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and let's do this. I'm going to copy that, and I'll say it should click edit button for first user. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and inside, I need to also call the render method as well. So inside here, I'm going to call render, pass in my app. And again, we need to pass in the user's data prop. But this time we need two users because we have two users, okay? Otherwise, our test wouldn't make any sense, right? So we'll do ID of 2, and then we'll do username Michael, and then email michael@gmail.com. Okay. Now, ideally, what you could also do is you can also have another test before this one that verifies that there are actually two users that are rendered to the document. So very quickly, what I could do is this. I can write a test should have username. It should have two users, and you should have two users. And again, we don't want to test. We don't want to actually verify that the array has two elements. We just want to test the behavior of the document itself, which means that there are two. There are users with two. There are two usernames displayed to the document. Okay, one is Anson the dev, and the other one is Michael. So the best thing to do is first let's render. Let's render the app. And then what I'll do is I'll say expect and screen getByText, Anson the dev to be in the document. And I'll just duplicate this test for Michael. Michael. Okay. So this test should pass. Okay. Let me update these snapshots because we don't have them anymore. And then notice how if I set this to Michael's, this will fail. Okay, yep, you can see that in the actual snapshot or in the actual render itself, you can see that we have username Michael over here and then username Anson the dev over here. Okay, so this is kind of like an entry test. Like you're verifying the most basic thing before you test any other behavior. And that is verifying that both users are actually in the document. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'm going to test when I click on the edit button for the first user. So I'm rendering the app, and then what I want to do is first let me make sure that I have my data test ID. I do. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use multiple different queries. Okay, we're going to use expect, and then we're going to do screen getByTestId, and then the test ID for the first user is just going to be what we set it, which is a dynamic value. So it's prefixed with user hyphen details hyphen and then the ID of the user, which is going to be 1 for the first user. So I'll just hard code this, user details 1, expect screen.getByTestId, and I can write a bunch of assertions. The first thing that I may want to do is verify that this actually exists in the document. So I'll do user details equals that, and then I'll do expect user details to be in the document. And then our test passes. Okay, great. Now this actually is a little bit redundant because getByTestId will actually fail. So we actually don't even care about us writing this assertion because this will fail if it can't find it in the document. So if I set this to 3, this whole thing will fail. So writing this assertion is not necessary. So I know some of you might be eager to write a bunch of assertions, but sometimes you can just skip writing specific assertions just because we know that getBy will fail if it cannot find the element in the document. So if this doesn't fail, it implies that this was able to be found. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this within function. We're going to need to import that from testing library DOM. So let's go ahead and import that real quick. We're going to go top over here, import from, at testing library and then /DOM like this. And then we want to import within, let's see. I'm not sure why that function doesn't appear in IntelliSense, but it should. Okay, it is being correctly, it is actually part of it though. I'm not sure why it didn't appear in IntelliSense, but it is actually there. Yep, within. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to use this within function, and then literally all we're going to do is just pass in the element that we want to search elements from within. That's literally why it's called within. So all that means is we're going to query for elements that are inside this user details element, which we got using the test ID. So what I'm going to do is this within, and then user details, and you can use findBy, getBy, queryBy, whatever it is that you want to use. I'm just going to use getBy, and then this time, what do I want to get by? Well, again, I'm trying to click on the edit button, but this is not really a meaningful test, so maybe I might want to change this to what we had above. So it should click on the edit button for first user, and save button appears. It should click edit button for first user, and I'll call this and display save button. Okay. So within user details, so within the first user details element that is rendered, we're going to get the edit button by the role. So getByRole button. The name of it was edit. Okay. And then now what I'm going to do is I want to click on that button. Okay, so we're going to do this const. Let's do let's do edit button. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire an event. So that's going to be asynchronous. Let me add the async keyword. So wait, user events, and then click edit button. And then now what I want to do is I want to verify that the save button appeared. So what I can do is I can do the same thing. I can use within. So I can use within user details, getByRole button, name, save. And then additionally, I can wrap this whole thing with an expect because I want to verify that this is actually in the document. Okay, I know this was a lot. but let's just make sure the test passes. So, okay, there we go. You can see that the test passes. So when there are two users, should have two users, should click edit button for first user and display save button. Okay, so let's walk through this step by step. Okay, first, what we're doing is we're rendering the app with two users passed in for the user's data prop in the array. We first get the user details for the user ID of 1. So that is going to be for ants in the dev, okay? And if you want to be even more specific, you can literally use the within query, within user details, and then you can do getByText and specify the username to verify that it's ants in the dev and not Michael that we're working with, okay? So let me do this, getBy, whoops, sorry about this. It should be within getByText, this whole thing inside the expect, and then to be in the documents, and that passes. But though I do think a better test would actually asserting that Michael is not inside this user details element, because it shouldn't be, right? Because Michael should be inside the element that is associated with user details 2, the test ID. So what I'll do instead is I'll do within user details queryByText, and then Michael, and then remember we use queryByText to assert that an element, it's best used to write an assertion that an element does not exist. Okay, so within this, what I'll do is expect to be null, like that. Okay, and then you can see that the test still passes because this, in fact, does return null. If I were to set this to be ants in the dev, the test is going to fail because there is actually the text ants in the dev. So that's the reason why this is not null. Okay, so this asserts that we are in fact working with ants in the dev and not Michael. Okay, now we get the button that has the name edit that is inside this user details element, which is associated with the user details 1 data test ID, which is for our first user, ants in the dev. Okay, so we get that specific individual button. So it's literally just grabbing this edit button right over here. And then we click on that button. So we click on that, and then the save button appears. And then what we do is within the user details element, because we're still inside the user details 1 element itself, we verify that the save button is in the document. Now, you don't actually need to even use within at this point because there's only one save button currently. But if you want to be more verbose, if you want to be more specific, you can use within as well, right? Like even if I did screen getByRole, because there's currently only one save button, right? There's only one save button, this would still pass. But if you try to work with a second user, you would need to actually use within because there are 2 save buttons in the document. Okay, so hopefully this all makes sense. So let me go ahead and just fix this back to have within, just so that we're more specific. And now you can see that we are able to handle the case where we have multiple users rather than one. Okay, and if you want it to be even more verbose, you can write a test to verify both users. Okay, so this one and then this one right over here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually do something with the save button, right? Because so far we're just clicking on things. We're not actually, updating state. We're not doing anything. Let's actually update the state by clicking on the save button and verifying that the username was updated, right? So let's go ahead and do this. So let's see, should click edit button for first user and display save button. So why don't I write another test? Let's do this. It should edit second user. It should edit second username and save. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just add the async keyword for this callback function. So this test, what it should do is it should edit the second username and then save by clicking on the save button and then verifying that the username was updated in the document. So there's a lot of redundancy with our rendering. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this, render this, okay? And then this time what I'll do is I'll get the user details with the ID of 2. So screen.getByTestId, and then we'll pass in user details 2 because we have 2 users. And then what I want to do is I want to grab the edit button. So what I want to do is this. I will go ahead and do within user details, getByRole button. The name is edit. And I want to click on this button. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to store the return value of getByRole in a variable like I have been doing previously, because we're only really using it once. So there's no point for me to store it. So I'll go ahead and do await user event.click and just paste in this whole entire thing right over here, because the end return value is whatever getByRole returns, which is the actual button element itself. So we can just pass it in right over here. So we're going to click on the edit button. Then what I'm going to do is I don't even care about verifying the save button appearing because we already verified that in our previous tests. So we don't need to basically assert that again. Okay, there's no point for us to do that. Okay, and remember that by calling getByRole, and if it doesn't fail, it pretty much implies that if it passes, it implies that the button element was found. So there's no reason for us to assert that the element exists, because if it didn't, it would just fail the entire test anyways, because that's what getByRole does, or that's what the getBy query does. So we're going to click on the edit button, and then what I'm going to do is I want to target the username. So remember, the whole purpose of this test is to update the username. I don't care about the email field. That can be for a separate test. So I want to target the username field. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab the username field. Okay, now you could get away with using screen and then getByLabelText and then specifying the username field itself, because currently, let me refresh, right? Currently we are editing the second user, and there's only one there's only one input field for username, right? But again, like I said, you might have a point where you might have 2 username fields in the document. And in situations like that, you would want to make sure you use within to specify the user details component that you are working with. Okay, so that's the whole reason why we're even using this within function call in the first place. So you could get away with doing just screen getByLabelText because there is only currently one input field for username and one for email. But if you were to click edit for both users, then you would have trouble with that, because now there are 2 username input fields and 2 email fields. So we'll just be consistent and we'll just use within. So we'll do within user details, then getByLabelText, and then username without the space. And then what I'm going to do is I want to perform another user event. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to do await user events. This time the event is going to be type. Okay, there are a bunch of different events. For example, you can paste, you can cut, which is will get rid of all the entire text. You can copy. I believe the best one that we would want is probably type. So user event.type. Okay. And then I'll just take this whole thing within and then getByLabelText, because remember this returns the HTML input element for us. Paste that in there. And then what I want to do is I want to specify the text that I want to type. So keep in mind that we're actually just adding to the current value of the input field. Okay, so what I can do is I can just type something like 123. Okay, so this will literally add 123 to Michael. Okay. So now let's go ahead and continue. So when I go ahead and type 1, 2, 3 in the label, we want to make sure we click on the save button. So what I'll do is this. We also want another user event. So await user events, click. And then within user details, we want to search for the save button. I'm kind of just going through this a little bit faster because a lot of this stuff is pretty much what we already covered already. So it should be pretty straightforward if you understood everything before. So within user details, we're getting the save button for the user itself that we're editing. So we click on that button. And then now what we can do is we can write our final assertion to verify that the text was in fact updated. And if you look at it from an actual user perspective, I click edit, I type 1, 2, 3, I click save, and then now the actual text should be Michael 1, 2, 3 instead of just Michael. So what I'll do now is I'll actually write 2 assertions. I'll assert that the username field is not in the document anymore, just to make sure that that username field is gone after I click the save button. And then I'll assert that the username, the new username is actually in the document. So first let's do this. Let's do, let's see, within user details, we're going to go ahead and do queryByRole button, or I'm sorry, not button, queryByLabelText, I'm sorry. queryByLabelText, and then username. So we're writing an assertion that this username input field is no longer in the document. So within queryByLabelText to be null, let's verify that the test passes. It does. And if I were to negate this, so not to be null, it will fail because it's actually null. Okay, you can see over here, expected null not to be null, which doesn't make any sense, right? Because null is null and null is not null. Okay, so there we go. We're verifying that the username field is not in the document. That's great. So now what I can do is I'll go ahead and write another assertion. Within user details, we want to verify that the text Michael 1, 2, 3 is in the document. So let's do getByText Michael 1, 2, 3 to be in the documents. Let's see what happens. There we go. So it seems like getByText Michael 1, 2, 3 is in fact, so Michael 1, 2, 3 is in fact in the document. So it seems like the update was correct. Notice how now if I just try to do Michael, it's going to fail because if you look over here, it says unable to find an element with the text Michael, and that's because the actual username is Michael 1, 2, 3. So I hope this complicated test, I mean, it's not really that complicated, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes easier, right? And that's the reason why I'm showing you these different scenarios when it comes to testing, because the more difficult scenarios you test, the better you become at it. So I hope that this helps you better understand how to test your components, even when you have more difficult scenarios, such as having, possibility of multiple elements of the same instance of the component appearing in the document. Okay, so I hope this all makes sense, and we'll go ahead and move on to other examples. Now, there are also a bunch of other different ways that you can query for elements with React Testing Library. So for example, so far we've used getByRole, we've used getByLabelText, we've used getByText. There's also getByPlaceholderText. So for example, if you don't know what a placeholder is, I'll show you very quickly. So if you have an input field, you can add this placeholder value, and you can just type whatever you want, enter data. And if you go to the document, you'll see that we have our input field and we have our placeholder value displayed over here. And the moment that I type something, that placeholder value disappears. Usually placeholders are useful to kind of like give a hint to the user on what to type in there. Like for example, you see them often in a website that has a search box. You'll see like a magnifying glass and it'll say search So that hints to the user that this is used for searching across the website. Okay. So for example, if I wanted to run a test to get an input field based on the placeholder value, you would want to use the getByPlaceholderText query. Okay. Again, the priority of this, it's not really something that you would want to prioritize over getByRole or getByLabelText. But like I said, in your application, not all the time will you have a label for every single input field. And sometimes you may not be able to use getByRole, so you can use getByPlaceholderText. Okay, so I'll just quickly show you a simple example. So what I'll do is this. I'll go back into my components. I'll create a very simple component. I'll just call this test input field.jsx because I can't think of any other better name for this component. And I'll just go ahead and do this. Give it an input field. Okay, and then I'll go into my test folder. I'll create a new file, call it test input field.test.jsx. And now we'll write our test. So first, I'm going to go and just copy all the things that I need. So let's copy this. I guess that's it. And now what I'll do is you don't even need a test suite. Sometimes you don't even need a test suite if your test is as simple as possible. You can just easily just write your test using the it function. I wouldn't recommend it because, again, test suites are great for grouping tests together, but you don't need one. Okay, so just for this simple example, I'll just avoid adding one. I'll just say should find input by placeholder. Okay, and then what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and do this. First, let's render our component. So test input field, going to have the auto imported with VS Code right over here. So we render the input field, and I'm going to go and just do expect screen get by placeholder text, or whoops, placeholder text. And then what I'll do is I'll just do enter enter data ... and then to be in the document. Okay, and let's go ahead and let's see. So our test passed. It was able to find it. Notice how if I remove these 3 dots, it's going to fail because we're using a literal string. To fix that, you can use a regular expression like this, enter data. That way you don't have to be more verbose. And it's able to find that input field by the placeholder value. Okay, there's also the getByDisplayValue, which is literally the value of the input field itself. So for example, say if I do value hello, and then if I go over to here, well, I guess I'm not rendering it right now, but I'll show you what it looks like when I do render it. Let me render that real quick. Let me import that up top over here from... Not sure why my IntelliSense is messed up over here. From components, test input field. Okay. There we go. You can see that when I render this component, I have test input field's value attribute set to hello. So that is what's going to be displayed over here. Now notice how I'm not able to modify it. If I try to type, you can hear my keyboard in the background. I'm trying to type stuff into this input field. It's not being updated. That's because we need to register an onChange event. I'm not going to do that just for this simple example because I'm just trying to show you how we can search for the element by the value, the display value. So let me go into my test file, and then I'll just copy this, paste this, and I'll say should find input by display value. So we'll render the input field, and then instead of using the getByPlaceholderText query, I'll do getByDisplayValue query. Whoops. And then this time, because we have the value set to hello, I'll just do that. And then let's go ahead and see our test. And you can see our test passes. And if I were to add an invalid value, it's going to go ahead and fail for that specific test, the second one. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, there are a bunch of other queries. Well, actually, not really. There's really just like a few more. There's getByAltText, which is for images. Well, primarily for images. You can use it for images. You can use it for other things too, as they describe over here. There's getByTitle. There is getByTestId, which we already covered. And we just covered getByDisplayValue and getByPlaceholderText. So these are all of the queries. I encourage you to practice the other ones that we didn't cover. They're pretty straightforward, and just pretty much do what we've been doing so far in this tutorial. Practice them and then verify that it was correctly passing by just placing in a value that will cause the test to fail. So that way you know that you're not dealing with false positives. Okay. So that's pretty much it with all of these different queries. What we're going to do in the next part of this testing tutorial is I'm going to show you how we can actually test our components whenever we have more complicated situations, such as when we are using React Router or a context such as our user context. Okay, so stay tuned for that. Now, in this section of our React testing tutorial, I'm going to teach you how you can test the component that depends on the React Context API. So to be more specific, remember how earlier I commented out this whole user context part? So you can see that our post container component was wrapped inside this user context provider. So if I take a look at the post container component, you can see that it's literally just a very simple component. It renders data that is coming from the context itself, the user context specifically. I'll very quickly show you what the user context looks like. So it has an ID, username, email, name, and then it also has this set user data function, which is actually a dispatch function, which is used to update the state of a component that actually passes the data down to the context level. And that was what was going on in our app component. You can see over here, if I were to uncomment this out, and let me uncomment out all the other stuff, such as this user data state and the set user data function that we have. And let me uncomment out this useFetchUser hook call. And let me uncomment out this useEffect hook, because this useEffect hook updates the state of user data. So what happens is all of this data right over here for user data and this set user data dispatch function, they are passed to this user context provider right down over here. And in case if you missed the part where we went over React context in our React tutorial, go ahead and check that part out. Okay, everything is timestamped, but all that data is passed into the provider. So that way, any component that is wrapped inside this user context provider, in this case, post container, will be able to consume the context and access the data. If I go back to my document, if I go back to my page, you'll notice that right now, if I refresh, okay, it's fetching the data. Once the data has been returned, you'll see that it is displayed to the document. Okay, so we have post container, and then all of the data right down over here is rendered, and that's perfectly fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to comment out all this stuff again, because I actually don't need this in order to write a test for it. Because in our test, we're actually going to be passing the data as a mock data. Okay, so you'll see in just a second. So let me uncomment all this out, because by leaving this, I think it might break our tests, I believe. So let me actually show you. If I rerun, well, it doesn't break the tests, but it allows these hooks and all these side effects to happen in the background, which I don't want to happen. So I'll actually just comment out all this stuff. And let me comment this. Whoops. Comment this back. And then let's go down over here and comment this out. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to write a test for post container, but this time what we're going to do is we're going to wrap the post container inside our context, and you'll see how that's going to be done for our test. So what I'm going to do is I'll go into my test folder and I'll create a new file, and I'll call this post container.test.jsx. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the same exact stuff that I need. So I'm going to import, I guess let's import all this. Okay. And then what I'll do is, let's see, I guess what I want to test is I want to test the name, ID, email, and username are in the document. Okay. So we'll just do this describe, display, render, context, values. Okay. And we'll write a bunch of different tests to test for each, to write assertions for each field being rendered correctly. Okay. So here's the thing though, when we render, so let me first do this, it should display correct username. When we render our post container component, right? Let's do that real quick. So first I'll do render, I'll call render, and then we're gonna render post container like this. Right now, okay, post container itself, again, remember, it doesn't take any props. All the data that it is referencing comes from the context itself. Okay. Now you'll actually notice that right now, let me try to run this test. It passes, but we're not writing any assertions, right? Now it's not throwing any errors. It's not complaining about it not being wrapped inside a context, because currently post container is just being rendered isolated away from everything else. It's not wrapped inside a provider. So when you go to try to write assertions, well, I mean, we aren't even passing any data to the context. So like, how are we going to write assertions, right? And to even go a step further, here's what I'll do. I'll show you the snapshot. I'll show you what it looks like in the default state when we're not in the context. Like, you're not going to get an error by calling the useContext hook when you're outside of the context. But I'll just show you what the document looks like. Okay, let me save. So let me show you the snapshot. You'll just see that it's just a bunch of, it's just all the default values that were set right over here. So you'll notice how 0 is being displayed for the ID. And then all the other things that are supposed to be rendered, such as the name, email, username, are not there. It's just all empty because it's an empty string. Okay, and I'll even be more specific. Let me go ahead and label this with display name, ID, email, and then username. Let me save. Let's update the context. Update the snapshot. And now you can see that we have display name empty, ID 0, email empty, username empty. Okay, so even though it's calling the useContext hook, it's just going to give you literally this value. But again, what we want to do is we want to actually pass values into the context provider for our post container. Okay, so this is actually how we do this. It's actually a lot easier than you might expect. All you need to do is literally just get the actual context provider itself. So we're going to import user context just like this. And inside our render function, we're just going to go ahead and do user context.provider like this. And then put the post container inside the provider. It's literally the exact way that we had rendered our post container wrapped inside the provider. Now all we have to do is just pass in the values for the provider. Okay, so you just do value, and then you can pass in a username, ID, and then the set user data function. Literally, it's that easy. Okay, here's what I'll do though. I'll go ahead and set up a fake user. So const mock user, and then we'll do ID. We'll do, let's do 1001, username, Johnny, email, johnny@gmail.com, and then name, Johnny. Okay. And then we'll pass in the mock user like this. And then we still need that set user data. Let's see. Actually, you know what I'll do? Instead of doing this, I'll actually do mock user context data. That way I can set the set user data property right over here, so I don't have to use the spreader operator. So for set user data, this will just be a very basic function that does nothing. And let me go ahead and just take this and pass it as a value over here. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and show you the snapshot. Let's update that snapshot because our UI changed. You'll see that in the snapshot, you can see the actual data that is in the context that we just passed being displayed. So I can begin writing assertions, okay? So I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to remove this part over here, okay? And then what I'll do is I'll just say expect screen.getByText. And then we'll do, let's see, Johnny to be in the documents. Okay. And then let's just update this. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, you know what it is? Let me do username : Johnny instead. There we go. That passed. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to use a regular expression because it's going to go ahead and search for, it's going to match this email address as well. Like if I were to use Johnny like this, it would pick up email and our test would actually fail because it found multiple elements that match this regular expression. So I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to do username : Johnny. And then we can just literally write a bunch of other tests to verify the other things were correctly rendered. But, you know, sometimes you don't even need to do that. You could just literally use a snapshot test to verify that the UI is being rendered correctly. Then you can just look at the snapshot and just make sure that everything is rendered correctly. And again, snapshot tests are not useless. They're very useful for situations like this where you just want to verify that basic data is being displayed. So what I'll do is I will leave this alone. And then I'll just go ahead and write another snapshot test. I'll just say it should render all. I'll just say it should match snapshot because it is redundant for me to literally copy this test multiple times and just verify every single data, email, and name. Like it is redundant when I can just look at the snapshot and verify that it is correct. So I will go ahead and I'll move this up top over here so I can reference it again. And then I'll render my data and then I'll go ahead, I'll render my component and then go ahead and get the container and do expect container to match snapshot. Okay. And then let's update everything. Okay, there we go. I can just look at my snapshot, verify that everything's good, and then we are good to go. And again, if I were to make changes to my post container component, my snapshot would fail, and then we have to determine whether or not it was supposed to fail. In other words, is the UI change supposed to happen? And if it's not, then we have to modify our UI to make sure we are not changing it for no good reason. Okay. All right. So while this test shows you how to actually verify data in the context is stored properly, and you can see it from the snapshot, the question is, how do we actually interact with our component where we can actually modify the data in the context, right? Because actually in the post container component, we actually did render this post content component as well. And then we also rendered the post content buttons component. And what this post content buttons component did was it actually updated the name value in the context. So I'll actually just re-render post content again. So let me render post content. And I need to import that again. So let me import post content from post content. Okay. And then let's see, we're not using data anymore. So I'm just going to remove this prop. And as you can see, post content renders post content buttons. Okay, so let me just show you what was supposed to happen. Okay, let me refresh the page. I do need to make sure post container is rendered again, so I do need to uncomment all this out. And I'm just going to uncomment all of this out for now because it's not breaking our other tests, so I'll just leave it like that for now, okay? And all of our tests pass no problem. Well, the snapshot needs to be updated because we made a change to our user interface. Okay, so all of our tests are passing. That's great. Okay, you can ignore the warnings for now. Okay, wonderful. So our tests are good. So this is what was supposed to happen, okay? So right over here in the post content buttons, let me actually let me do this. I should have done this earlier. Let me change this to an H3 tag. And then let me change this to an H3 tag as well. That way it's easier for me to distinguish everything, okay? So right now you can see that when I refresh the page, you can see that I have my post content component, and then inside the post content component, I have post content buttons. So what actually happens is when I click on the click me button, you'll see that the context display name value was updated. Notice how it says updated display name. Okay, obviously not the most useful update, but I just did this as a very easy example to show you how this worked. Okay, so what I will do is I will actually add another input field, and I'll actually do this. I'll add some state. I'll call this value, set value, and I'm gonna actually make it dynamic, so I'm not just hard coding some text that is meaningless. So basically what I'll do is I'll do this. I'll bind the value to my state variable value, and then I'll register the onChange event listener. And then whenever the onChange event is invoked, we'll call set value and pass e.target.value. And then what I'll do is whenever I click on click me, or I'll actually rename this button update or save display name. Okay. And then I'll set this to be value, just like that. Okay. And then now basically whenever I type something into this text, I'll say Johnny, and if I click save display name, whatever I type inside this input field is what will be reflected on this display name over here. If I type Johnny123 and click save or save display name, it's going to go ahead and display Johnny123. That is how we're going to test updating the context. Now you're wondering, well, in our post container component for this set user data function, we just passed in this this empty function that does nothing. So even if we were to call set user data, it's not going to actually update the actual data in the context. So here's the thing. We cannot test the actual update of the context from the post container itself. We need to go one step above, and we need to basically go to the layer where we are actually rendering the provider with the component itself, which in this situation, that's our app component. Because the app component has the useState call, which is going to give us the dispatch function that we can actually call to update the state user data, which will then in turn update our context for us. Okay. Now, the other problem here is that the user data is currently updated whenever the API call is done, useFetchUser. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go ahead and just comment out this useEffect hook, and I'll comment out this useFetchUser API call. I'm going to leave this useState hook alone because we will need this. And the only difference is, I guess what I'll do is I can actually just pass in a hard-coded value. So I'll just do ID 7000, username Johnny, display, or not display name, email johnny@gmail.com, and then name Johnny the developer. How about that? So now what I want to do is I actually want to write my tests on the app component instead of the post container component itself, because obviously I can't just call the useState hook inside my describe function right over here. That's not going to make any sense. And this set user data function is a mock function, so it's not going to do anything even when it's invoked. Okay, so we need to do it from the component that actually defines the state that is passed into the context provider. In our case, it is the app component itself. For you, it might be something else. Okay, so just keep in mind that whichever component actually defines the state, so in this case it's app, then we need to make sure that we are rendering the app component and then writing our unit tests. Okay, in this case it's more so of an integration test rather than a unit test, because a unit test, you're actually testing an isolated component, just one individual component, and an integration test, you're actually combining multiple components, multiple features together and testing them as a whole. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is this. Let me make sure that nothing is failing. I do need to update some snapshots. Okay, so let me just make sure all my tests are passing before we continue. And yes, everything's passing, so that's good. Okay, so now what I'll do is this. I'm going to go into my app.test.jsx file, and we're going to go ahead and go down over here and set up another test suite, because right now this test is completely different than all the other tests that we wrote previously. Okay, so this time we're going to describe updating user context. Okay, and again, like I said, this is just a very basic example. We're only updating one piece of information, which is the display name, but you might have a more complicated form that allows you to update different fields such as the ID, email, or username, or all three. So what I'll do is this. I'll just set up one test. It should update display name. Okay. And now again, if we look at our components, okay, if we look at our component, we're dealing with an input field, right? So right off the bat, I need to make sure that my input field is actually queryable, like I can actually look for it. So again, earlier I mentioned something where I said that writing tests require you to also set it up to be successful, right? If you purposely go out of your way to set up your components and your elements to be difficult and impossible to test, you're going to have a hard time writing a meaningful test and writing a test that can actually, search for your elements and perform operations on it. And I'll give you an example. Okay, right over here in my post content buttons component, which I know it says post content buttons, but I did add an input field. We'll just go with it for now. So this input field right over here, I need to be able to actually get this input field in my test, right? But how do I get it? Because right now in the app component, I have this other input field over here. So there's going to be a conflict between knowing which input field to query for. And especially this input field doesn't have any other meaningful data. Like it doesn't have placeholder text. It doesn't have a default value set. It doesn't have an ARIA label. Okay, so how do I grab this input field? Okay, so again, this is what I mean. You have to set up your components for success, right? What I can do is I can either give this input field a label, which is what I would prefer to do. I think every input field should have a label. That's just me. You can also set an ARIA label, so you can query the label by the name, or you can get it by role and set the value of the ARIA label to the name. However, I'll just go ahead and use a label. So we'll do HTML4, and then we'll go ahead and just do this. For the ID of this input field, I'll call it update display name, and then pass in that as well for the HTML4 attribute. And then we'll call this update display name. I'll call it update name just to be more simple. Okay, update name, and let's refresh the page. And there you go. That's our label right over here. Okay, so again, these are things that you want to always make sure you're considering. And like I said, setting up your components for success. Okay, and is there a reason why your input doesn't have a label associated with it? Well, I mean, usually for good practice, you should associate your input fields with a label because it makes accessibility for it a lot easier, right? Like I can just click on this label and I can easily start typing stuff into the text box. Okay, you don't need a label, but it does make life a lot easier when you have one. Okay, anyways, let's go ahead and continue. So what I'm going to do now is everything that we've been doing before. So we do know how to search for an input field by its label text. So we're going to go ahead and first render the app component. So render app. Okay. Now this time, when we render the app component, keep in mind that I don't need to actually wrap the app component inside the provider, because the app component actually renders the components that are wrapped within the provider. Okay, before in my post container component, I had to wrap the render of the post container inside the user context provider. But in the app component, we are already rendering this post container inside the provider. So we don't need to do it anymore. And all of the values that are passed in are already defined right over here. Okay. If you wanted to make this more dynamic, what you could do is you can actually allow the app component to take the user data as a prop and then just set that as the initial value, kind of like how we did for users data. Okay. But I think for this example, we probably don't need to do that. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to render the app and let's just make sure. Let's see. What's going on with our tests? Can I read properties of undefined map? Let's see what's going on here. I think it's a snapshot issue. Okay, so one of them was a snapshot issue. Should update display name. Can I read properties of undefined? Oh yeah, that's because we didn't pass in the user's data. I forgot about that. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll just pass an empty array because that has to do with all of this stuff over here. We don't really care about that because we're not testing for that, so we can just ignore it. And this is the nice thing about writing tests, is because you don't need to always pass in the same exact props for every single thing that you're rendering. Okay. So, okay, our tests are all passing, but let's actually write an assertion for this test because we didn't write any assertions yet. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll do screen getByLabelText update name colon. So that's going to target this label right over here and give us this input field. And then we're going to use this input field and we're going to fire an event. So we're going to use the user events dot type method. We're going to paste in that element and then we're going to type, we'll do, let's see. You can literally type whatever you want. I guess I'll just do Jonathan, the dev. How about that? And then we need to make sure we await this user event.type call because it's asynchronous. It returns a promise. Let's add the async keyword in front of this callback and await this call. And then we want to make sure we click on the save display name button. So that will require us to fire another event. So we'll do await user event dot click. And then we need the actual HTML element, which is the button to click on. So screen getByRole button. And then the name of the button is literally just save display name. Okay. And then this is asynchronous. So we await the call. And then now we want to write a test, or we want to write an assertion to verify that, let's do this. Verify that display name colon Jonathan the dev is in the documents. Okay. And I'll also do this. Let's do this. Let's see. Screen getByText display name Jonathan the dev. Okay, and let's go ahead and run our test and let's see what happens. So let's run it again, and you can see that everything passes and nothing fails. So that's wonderful. Okay, and if I want to make sure that, oh wait, actually I didn't even do anything. Sorry about that. Got a little bit too ahead of myself. We actually need to write an assertion, expect. Well, I mean, you know, like I said, if this was actually supposed to fail, like if it didn't find the text in the document, this getBy query would fail, right? Remember, getBy will throw an error if it cannot find it in the document. So the fact that it didn't throw an error is good, but still, let me actually fix this real quick by doing expect screen.getByText and then to be in the document. Let's just make sure nothing fails. Okay, that's good. And then I can just kind of like mess this up a little bit, make sure that we don't have any false positives. And you can see that it fails now because it cannot find this text in the document. And then you can see right over here, the actual display name is Jonathan the Dev. Okay, so hopefully this shows you how you can test updating the context. Okay. All right, so now in this section of our React testing tutorial, I'm going to teach you how we can actually simulate network calls for our components that need them. So for example, in our app component, we were calling this useFetchUser hook, a custom hook that we created that makes an API call to this JSON placeholder user's endpoint, and it gave us back a user. Now, obviously, we're sick and tired of having to comment this out, but like I said, in a unit test and in an integration test, you don't actually want to call any real API. You don't want to actually make a real API call, okay? Because again, your tests are supposed to be fast. They're supposed to give you instant feedback. Whenever you actually want to actually call a real API, or if your API is calling a real database, you do that in an end-to-end test, okay? We're not writing end-to-end tests right now. We're writing just basic unit tests and integration tests, okay? So in a situation like this, you want to simulate network calls. You don't want to just get rid of them because your components rely on them. You want to simulate them, mock the response, so that way your component can actually use that data that is returned from the quote-unquote mocked API call, okay? So I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to need to use a tool called Mock Service Worker. Now, I actually did a tutorial about this probably like a year ago where I taught I taught people how to use Mock Service Worker. But I'm just going to show you how to set it up again because there's no point for me to just tell you to reference that video when you're already watching this video, okay? So basically, Mock Service Worker can be used in two different ways. One, you can use it for a React application to mock and intercept and mock responses, okay? So for example, let's say you want to build your React application, but you don't want to worry about setting up an API just yet because you're just probably not ready for it yet. And maybe you're not a backend dev and you only want to focus on the front end side of things. So you can use a mock service worker that will basically run in the background of your React application. And then whenever you are making requests using, let's say, the Fetch API or Axios, what Mock Service Worker will do is it'll basically just intercept those requests, and then it will basically mock the response. And so it'll basically seem as if you're calling the API, but in reality, the Mock Service Worker is pretty much like taking over that request and giving you the mock response that you set up yourself. So that's one way they can use Mock Service Worker. The other way they can use Mock Service Worker is on the server side, the Node.js integration. Well, there's also React Native as well. We're not going to talk about that. But you can see over here on the sidebar, there's the browser integration, which is what I just described. Okay. And they show you an example right over here. We're not using the Mock Service Worker for the browser, okay, because we're actually making real API calls. You can if you want to, but you don't have to, okay? Especially if you already have a real API endpoint for development purposes that you can call for localhost. Now, if you go to the Node.js integration, you can see that this Node.js integration part is useful whenever you want to use a mock service worker for Node.js processes. Okay, so in a situation where we are actually writing tests, this is the perfect example to use a Node.js integration with the mock service worker. Because what we can do is we can actually write our tests, and then we can set up a fake server and then set up a bunch of fake handlers that will give us back our mock response. Because remember that Vitest is actually a Node.js process Okay, it's not running, although it is actually, simulating the JS DOM environment, right? Like it's rendering the data to the document. It still is a Node.js process at the end of the day. Okay, so when you set up your mock service worker, you want to make sure that you're setting it up for the Node.js integration. So the first thing that we're going to do is install mock service worker. So in the terminal, just type npm i-d msw at latest. Okay. This will just install the latest version of mock service worker, msw being the package name. Okay, now what we're going to do is I'm going to go inside my source folder. I'll create a new folder called __mocks. And let's see. I'll actually create another folder called MSW. And I'll create a new file, and I'll just call this, I guess, server.js. And then what we're going to do is import the setup server function from MSW. And notice how there's Node and there's browser. There's also native as well, which I believe that's for React Native. But we want it for Node, okay? Because we want to use this in the Node.js environment. So we're going to import this setup server function. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to export a variable called server, and we're going to call setup server. And then we need to pass our handlers. Okay, so it's an array of handlers, but we want to actually use the spreader operator on it. Okay, so currently we don't have any handlers, and you're probably wondering, well, what are handlers? Well, handlers refer to the request handlers. So that's basically how you're going to set up your API routes for this mock server. So basically the way it works is you set up these fake endpoints that the server is going to quote unquote listen to. So whenever your React components are making a call that match the handler, mock service worker will basically match that and then give you back the mock response. That's how it works. And I'll show you how to set up handlers. So what I'll do is I'll create another file and I'll call this handlers.js because I like to keep it separate. And then all I'm going to do is just export a variable called handlers, which is going to be an array. And then we want to make sure we import this HTTP from MSW. And this is actually a constant that has a bunch of methods that we can call. It looks like the Express.js instance, the app instance itself. So for example, I can do HTTP dot and then the method that I want to replicate, that I want to mock. So what I can do is http.get, and then I can go ahead and simulate the route. So in this case, what we want to do is we want to actually provide the actual route that our component is calling. Okay, so in this situation right over here, if I go to the hook useFetchUser, you can see that the hook itself is calling this endpoint with a dynamic user ID. Okay. Now, typically, whenever you use a mock service worker, it's good to use the mock service worker for the browser as well as for your tests as well. So for good consistency, but you're not always going to get that case because, for example, we're using an actual real API endpoint to get the data. So in the test, I don't want to actually replace that API endpoint, but I don't want to actually call that endpoint as well in my test. So I can just paste in this whole URL. I can also just paste in the actual ID. Now we obviously don't want to hard code the user ID because it's dynamic. So what you can do is you can actually use a wildcard by just adding the asterisk instead of the hard coded ID. So any API requests made to this endpoint during our tests and with the dynamic user ID will be resolved right over here. So the second argument that we need to pass into this http.get call is the resolver function, and it takes in one argument. And the argument itself actually gives you a lot of different properties. So I'll show you. So this is what it's going to look like. Resolver. Whoops. Resolver, just like that. Okay. And I can actually just reference this right over here. And you can see that there are a bunch of properties. We have cookies, params, request, and request ID. So for example, the request property gives you an object it's identical to an actual request object on the server side. Like for example, if you're using Express.js, it looks similar to this, right? So if the request itself had form data, or if it had a request body, you can get it from this request object. If you wanted to get request parameters or the cookies, you could get it from the resolver. Okay, but what we want to do is we actually want to return a response. Okay, we want to return a response, and this time, since we are mocking this API call, we can return literally anything we want. We don't have to return what the actual API endpoint returns, but in order to be consistent with our application, we should make sure that we return the bare minimum that we are using. So in our case, we're using, let's see, the ID, username, email, and name field. So we should make sure that our mock response includes all of those fields for that endpoint. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to return, and we're going to reference the response interface like this. This is part of the actual, this is built into JavaScript. Then we're going to call it .json. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return. So keep in mind that this API endpoint, it allows you to fetch the user by the ID, right? So let me just show you real quick. So you can see that I can fetch the user by ID 1. So we should make sure we should also return the same ID that we are fetching the user by. So what we can do is first, I'll actually just destructure the params property from the resolver object because I don't need the entire resolver object. So for the ID, I'll just set it to params.id because that ID is a route parameter. And then we can literally just send back whatever it is that we want. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to send back the username. We'll just do Josh, name, Josh, and then email, josh@josh.com. Something like this, right? Again, just a very plain, simple example. Now let's go back to our setup server. And what we want to do is first, let's import handlers from the handlers file that we just created. And then we want to make sure we pass in handlers, but use the spreader operator on it. Okay. And that's how we set up our mock server. Okay, that's literally it. And again, if you want to add more handlers down the road, you can. So for example, if you want to mock post requests, you can do that. If you want to mock put requests, you can do that. If you want to mock more get requests, you can change the endpoint, right? And keep in mind that during your tests, you can also override the handlers, which I'll show you how to do later on. So in order for us to enable our mock service worker for our tests, because we only want to use this for our tests, again, you can use it for your actual React app if you want, but that involves a different setup. So we're not going to do that. We want to enable it for our tests. So what we want to do is we want to go to our test or our setup tests file right over here. Okay. And then what we want to do is first, we want to import this before all hook. Okay. And this before all hook will be called, the callback function of it will be invoked before all of the tests. And what we want to do inside this before all hook, the callback, is we want to start up our server. So our mock service worker server. So we're going to go ahead and first import the server that we created from the server.js file right over here. This is what we're importing into the setup test file. And then we're going to reference server.listen, just like this. Okay. Then what we want to do is after each test, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and call server.resetHandlers. And then what we're going to do is after all the tests, so let's go ahead and import the after all hook. We're going to go ahead and just call server.close because we obviously don't want it open, and this will avoid memory leaks and stops requests in general. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and try running our tests. Let's just make sure nothing breaks with what we're doing currently. Okay. All right. So everything is working just fine, but let's actually write some tests that use the mock service worker, because right now we're not really doing anything with this. We just, called server.listen, big deal. We're not doing anything with it. So now let's actually go ahead and write some tests that do that. Okay. So how do we actually write a test to successfully use our mock server? Well, first we need an actual component that is making an actual API call that is matching our handlers. So remember what I said earlier, we need an actual API call, a GET request specifically, because that's the one that we currently set up, to this endpoint with the user ID. Okay, so we already have that. This app component currently calls the useFetchUser, or it doesn't. We need to uncomment it. So let's uncomment it. Okay, so we are invoking this useFetchUser hook, and all it's literally doing is making this call right over here, this callback function. Okay, and then it makes an API call to this same exact endpoint that we are mocking. Okay, and then it gives us the data back right over here. Okay, so earlier I did hard code my data right over here. I hard coded the user data, but we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually remove all of this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to uncomment this useEffect hook that I had before, that I originally commented out in the start of this React testing tutorial. And just to explain what's going on, basically what we're doing is we are checking to see if we're not loading, because remember, loading is a Boolean value that gives us the status if we're loading or not. So we want to make sure we're not loading. We want to make sure there's no errors. So if error is if no error, in this case it's checking to see if error is falsy. So if it's not falsy, then this whole thing will be true. And then if user is defined, okay, so if this whole condition statement is truthy, then that means we're going to go ahead and update set user data. We're going to call set user data to update the state of user data. And that is going to be the data that is given from the actual API server itself. But remember, we're using the mock server. Okay. And we have all of these variables as our inside our dependency array. Okay. So now we're no longer using, well, we're still using mock data because we're mocking it with the mock service worker. Don't get me wrong. We're still using mock data. Okay. But at least this time we can actually have our API call in the component without needing to worry about it hitting the real server, and we can still mock the data as needed. Okay, so now our user context is going to have our user data state, which is going to be the data that is coming from the mock service worker. So let me actually run all the tests again. And let's just see what happens. It's hard to kind of tell right off the bat. So we want to make sure that the mock service worker is in fact being used. And right now, let me see if there's any way for us to tell. Because typically what will happen is, at least in the browser side, it will tell you that certain requests are being intercepted. But right now, it's not telling us anything. Okay, so I think the best thing that we could do is this. Why don't we do this? Why don't I write an assertion? Let's see, because right over here, we're just updating the user context, okay? Why don't I write an assertion on the app component asserting that the username Josh, or maybe email josh@josh.com is being rendered. Okay, so let's see, what does that look like? Email, okay, yeah, let's do that. So why don't I do that real quick? Let's do this. Describe rendering context data, I guess. So what we're going to do is we're going to say it should render correct email. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to render the app. And then keep in mind that this time, our data is not going to appear instantly. It's coming directly from the mock service worker, though we could actually delay it. But I mean, again, we're using the mock service worker, so it's not actually calling the real API. So I think it should return almost instantly, or at least before the default timeout is reached. Okay, so let's actually see what happens when I do expect screen getByText and then email josh@josh.com. Let's actually see if the service worker is working. Okay, so right now it's not. And you can see that everything is currently empty. So it seems like it is taking some time for the data to display. Okay, and that's okay. So what we need to do is this. Instead of actually just using getByText, we'll use findByText. Okay, so expect, and then we'll do await screen findByText. Because remember, this actually will search up to 1 second for the element itself. And again, even though we might be using the mock service worker, it doesn't necessarily mean that the data will appear instantly. So let's actually see what happens. Okay, so 1 second has passed, and let's see. Seems like the data has not appeared. So this tells me that perhaps the service worker may not be actually being hit. And one thing that I can do is I can actually just set a timeout. So let me pass a timeout of 10 seconds, or yep, 10,000 milliseconds. And let's see if this gives us any more information. Okay, so now our test actually passes, and it says, okay, it's able to actually find the text by email. So I guess it takes longer than 1 second for it to appear. Let me just kind of see if I can pass in an invalid email. Okay, so I pass in an invalid email. It's going to take up to 10 seconds because we set that right over here to find this element by the text, and it's not going to find it because, as you can see, now the data is actually being displayed. Okay, you can see right over here that we have, yep, so it seems like the actual data from the mock service worker is in fact being used. Okay, because you can see username Josh, name Josh, and then josh@josh.com are all being used. Okay, if I were to actually remove this handler, if I were to remove the handler and run the test again, you can see what happens. It's going to take up to 10 seconds to search for the text right over here, and it fails. But if you look at the actual data, all of this data is actually coming from the real API itself. Don't believe me? Well, just take a look at what is displaying on our actual component. Okay, right over here. And if I open the dev tools, you'll see that the network tab right over here, this is what it is giving back. The name, username, all of that stuff is literally right over here. So this proves that when I remove that handler, the server, the mock service worker, is not able to, it doesn't match any of the handlers at all. Okay, so it just lets the real API get called. But if I were to set up a handler where I match the same exact URL, then the mock service worker will intercept that request made, and we can change the return value. So I hope that this makes sense. Now, one thing that I do want to do is I want to avoid modifying the timeout. So one thing that you could do is this. You can actually do await and then use this wait for method that is imported from the React package. It didn't auto import for me, but I'm gonna import up top over here. So you can use this wait for method, and this literally will allow you to pass a callback to wait for an element to appear on the screen. So this is good to use it with the screen.findByText call. Okay, so we can literally just do async and then await screen.findByText. And then what I can do is I can actually remove this async keyword from this callback function. Actually, I still need it, sorry. But instead, what I want to do this time is this. I want to instead, I want to do this instead. Expect to be in the document. And we're going to do it. We're going to just put the actual real value that will be in the document. Not the real value, the mocked value. Okay, so let's run the test again. Hopefully it passes. Hopefully wait for will work. Let's see what's going on here. Did it time out? Let me see. Yeah, it timed out. I wonder if, yeah, I guess it takes too long. I wonder if there's a way to speed this up. So I tried to do some digging, and I don't think there's a way to speed up the response from the mock service worker. So what I'm going to do instead, because I don't want to actually set the timeout manually every single time, because right now, right, if I use a wait for, I can pass in an object to set the timeout to be 5,000 milliseconds, and then the test will actually pass. Right over here, you can see that. It takes up to, I guess, 3 seconds for the response to come back. So the best thing to do when you're dealing with a lot of asynchronous calls to like an API, for example, is just set a global timeout. And one thing that you can do, so for example, I don't have to manually go to every single test and set the timeout to 5,000 milliseconds. I can go into my setup test file, and there's a function called configure that you can import from the testing library /React package. And then all you need to do is literally just call this function, and then you can just set async util timeout over here, and you can just set it to whatever you want. So I'll just set it to, I'll set it to 4,000 for now. You can set it to whatever you think is appropriate for your application needs. Okay, so I don't have to worry about setting this extra option anymore. And let's go ahead and rerun everything, because we're making changes to the setup test file. And now you can see that everything passes. So yes, it does take some time for the API to give back the response, at least the mock API. Okay. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. Now I'm going to show you an example where we can override the default handlers, because right now we have these handlers set up over here, and these are kind of like global handlers, right? Like they're kind of like just default handlers that any test can use, but sometimes you might want to use a different handler. You may want to return a different response. You may want to override the behavior of said endpoint, right? So for example, you might want this endpoint to be mocked in a way to return a 403 to handle that status code. So that way you can display a conditional message to the user saying that, oh yeah, you're not authenticated, please log in. These are just examples, right? So I'll show you how you can override the handlers in real time in the actual event of the test going on. So this is how you can do this. Okay, right now I'm writing an assertion to the document that this text email : josh@josh.com is in the document, which it does appear after about 2,900 milliseconds. So what I'm going to do now is inside this test, I can actually reference the server, the mock server right over here. Okay. And then let me first import it up top over here. So let's import server from, and then we have to go into mocks, MSW server, just like that. Okay. Then what I can do, let's go down over here. Okay. Then what I can do is inside, right before I render the app, I can reference server. And then what I can do is I can go ahead and call the use method. Okay. Server.use. And then I can just pass in any amount of handlers I want that I need. Okay. So let me just copy this. And let's see. I do also need to make sure I import the HTTP constant from MSW. Yep, there we go. Let's go back down over here. And then I can literally add as many handlers as I want. In my case, like I said, my app component only makes one API call, so I only really need to just pass in one. Okay. All right. So now I can go ahead and change the behavior of the resolver, right? So I can go ahead and override the response.json. So for example, I can return a username of Joshua. For the name, I'll do Joshua. And then for the email, let's do Joshua at yahoo.com. Okay. And now watch what happens with my test. You're going to see that my test should fail. In fact, it will fail. You can see now it says timed out, okay, because it can't find that specific text where the email :josh@josh.com is there. Okay. And if you look over here, the actual text is Joshua at yahoo.com. Okay. So now you can clearly see that we are manually overriding our handler during the runtime of our test, which sometimes you might need to do because not all the time you want to use the default handlers that you set globally when you call the setup server function. Okay, so we can go ahead and modify our test, and I'll just say email Joshua at yahoo.com. That's the text that we're trying to search for. And now our test is going to pass after 2000 milliseconds. Okay, so I hope that this shows you how you can actually use the mock service worker to literally intercept these requests and then return a mocked version of that request. Again, you can return anything you want. So another example is I can return an error if I wanted to. So what I can do is this. Instead of using response, let me actually use HTTP response instead. Let's import that from the mock service worker package, and we'll go down over here and I'll return HTTP response dot error like this. And let's just see what happens. So we're responding with a network error. And if we look in our test, you can see obviously it's going to fail. Does it log anything? Don't think it does, and that's okay. But it's failing, so it's not able to get the data. But again, like I said, our application currently, we're not handling errors, which we should, but you can basically write like a custom error message page. So like if the data was failed to load from the API, you can just say failed to fetch, something like that, and then you could test for that. So again, I'm just trying to be creative and show you all different ways to return different things. So I hope that this makes sense and hopefully it gives you some creativity on how to test different scenarios. Now, one more thing that I do want to show you is you can also delay requests as well. So I'm going to go ahead and import this delay function from mock service worker. And what I'll do is right over here. Yep, right over here. First, you need to make sure that you're inside an asynchronous function. So notice how, I guess I added this off camera, but you want to make sure you add the async keyword for your resolver function right over here. Just like that. So async. And then what you want to do is you want to call the delay function that we just imported. And remember, this is asynchronous, so you need to await this call. It returns a promise. And then you just pass in the amount of milliseconds you want to delay the request by. So you can delay it by 2000. And then basically it will just literally just delay the call by 2000 milliseconds. So to show you, if I run npm run test, I also did update my, let's see, where was it? I updated the async util timeout property to 5000, just to let you all know. And then now you can see that it takes about 4000 milliseconds for our app test to finish, Specifically for this test, I wanted to show the actual test itself. Let me see if I can get it to display. Because normally this test right over here takes about 2 seconds, but now it's taking, I guess, 2 seconds plus another 2 seconds, okay? And notice how if I were to add, let's say if I add 1 more second, I believe this will probably fail because it'll go over 5,000 milliseconds because it times out at 5,000. Yep, there you go. You can see that it took way too long and it timed out, so the API call failed. So this is helpful if you need to delay requests. Perhaps maybe on your front end, you have some kind of logic where you are going to cancel the request if after, let's say, 15 seconds, a response was not received from the API call itself. So then you want to cancel it and then display some kind of custom message to the user, and then you want to write a test for that. So this delay function is helpful for that case. So I'll go and I'll just remove this because I don't really need it. I just wanted to show you all how that worked. Now in this section of our React testing tutorial, I wanted to show you a couple of examples on how we can write some tests with our React router. So let's say, for example, we want navigation in our website and we want to make sure that our navigation is working correctly. So in other words, I want to verify that when I go to the base URL that this app component and all of its contents are rendered. When I go to the blog posts page, all of the contents of the blog posts page component are also rendered as well. And then if I go to the users page, so this users path right over here, then all of the content of the users page is rendered. So it's also an important thing to know how to test your application when you do in fact use React Router. So I might as well just cover some examples and show you. So this will require a little bit of a setup process, but it's not that complicated, don't worry. And I will also warn you that we do have a navigation bar right over here, but the moment that I uncomment this out, all of the current tests in our app.test.js file, it will actually throw an error. The reason why is because currently the app component itself is trying to use these link components. And in order for you to use these link components, you need to be inside a router provider context, which currently by rendering app by itself, it's not going to give us that router provider context. So what we need to do is we actually need to set up a custom render that will actually render the router provider for us. And then it'll also set up a temporary, or not temporary, but a memory router. And then that's how we can actually render all of the correct routes with the corresponding components. So I'll show you what I mean. So what I'm going to do is inside my main.jsx file, I'm going to copy this array and I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to go into the utils file or utils folder, and I'll create a file called, let's see, constants.jsx. And then what I'll do is I'll export this routes variable, and it'll just be my array right over here. And then now I need to just make sure I import all of the necessary imports. I'm going to import app, import the blog post page component, and the users page component right over here. One thing that I do also want to stress is that since you are dealing with JSX inside this file, you need to make sure that this is a .jsx file and not a .js file extension. Otherwise, you will get some errors when you're trying to run your tests, or any file that will import this constants.jsx file. If you don't have that JSX extension and you're trying to use JSX, it's going to give you some weird issues. So just make sure you have this JSX extension. Okay, so now I'm going to go into my main.jsx file and import that routes array that I just created. So this makes it more reusable. So we're going to go ahead and import that from constants. There we go. So we're done with that, and I can just remove all three of these imports. We no longer need them. So what I'm going to do now is in, I guess, let's see, inside my tests file, my folder, I can go ahead and create a utils folder inside the test folder, because we will need some utilities for our tests. But most importantly, I'm going to create a file called, I guess, helpers.js. And then what we want to do is we want to create a custom render. So typically they call this render with router. And what we want to do is basically just render. Well, there's two things that we need to do. First, we need to create a memory router. So we're going to need to import this createMemoryRouter function. So let me do that real quick. So import createMemoryRouter from, and that comes from React Router DOM. And then we basically want to take that routes array that we just moved into the constants file right over here, and then just paste it right over here. We do need to import it, of course. So let's import that. And then we need to pass in a second argument, which is the options. And then this is where you want to set the initial entries. So initial entries is an array, and it basically just allows you to populate the history stack. So for example, I can do base URL, users, blog posts, things like this, okay? And you can also set this initial index. And then, for example, if you want the initial entry, the initial path to be this base URL, you could just do the index of that. So that's 0. If you want it to be users, you could just set that to 1. Personally, what I like to do is I like to actually pass these in as options. So for example, you can have your render with router function take in an object that has initial entries set to an empty array, or initial index set to 0 like this. Okay, and then what you can do is you can just assign it to this object right over here, and it would work fine. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to import the render function from the testing library React package. And then all we're going to do is just return render. And then you want to render the React node. So in this case, the only thing that we're going to render is the router provider. And then set the router prop to the memory router we just created. So this will basically just do what is happening inside our entry point over here. So you can see that we're rendering the router provider, and then the router prop gets passed, and then pretty much all of these routes that we have configured will end up getting configured with the correct path and then the correct component that relates to that path itself. So the same thing will end up happening when we render this router provider. It will render all of the entries that we have set up, which is just going to reuse this routes array right over here. And then we should be able to just access each path. The only thing I don't like about this is that it doesn't allow you to get immediate access to the individual component. So when you're trying to test your app component with a router, you can't pass in custom props like this. But then again, though, in a realistic application, you're not going to actually pass in hard-coded data as props to this, to this app page itself. We need to eventually update this to have it fetch the data from an API. But for now, we can leave it alone because that's not really an important thing to fix right now. So now I'm going to go ahead and show you what happens when I do this. So I'm going to just leave the app.test.jsx file alone for now. And I'll just go ahead and create a test. I'll just call this app with router.test.jsx. Okay. And then all I'm going to do is just import the custom render, this render with router file. And then we need to import all the other functions from Vitest. And then we also want to import screen and wait for. Well, we don't really need wait for. I'll import that if I need it, and then I'll remove the render import because we're using render with router. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'll also use user event as well because we do need to click on stuff. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and write a simple test. I'm not going to use any test suite just because I want to speed things up a little bit. So I'll just go ahead and say it should render navbar and click. Actually, I'll do this. It should click on users link and navigate to users routes. Okay, bit of a long test name, but that's okay for now. So what I want to do is I want to call render with router just like this. And then you can set the initial entries. So what I'll do is I'll set it to be just this base URL for now. And then I'm not going to do anything for the initial index because by default we have it set to 0, so that's okay. So now remember that by setting the base URL, this base path, it's going to go ahead and render the app component for us, okay? Because that's how we have our routes set up right over here. So the first thing that we are going to see, or not we, but like the test runner will actually be able to interact with, are all of the elements that are inside this app component, which is fine because we're going to go ahead and click on the navbar links right over here. I'm going to uncomment this out for now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and click on this user's link, and then I'm going to write an assertion that will allow me to verify that the user's dashboard text is in the document. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to render with the router. We're going to set the base, we're going to set the initial entry to be the base URL. And then what I'll do is I'll write an assertion to verify that the user's link is in the document. So the way that we can do this is we can use screen.getByRole, and then the role is going to be link, and then the name will be users like this. Okay, and then I'll just say to be in the document. Though I probably don't even need to write this assertion because, like I said, getByRole will fail if it cannot find this. So I'll actually just immediately just fire the event on the element. So I'll do await user event.click. So I'll just click on the link immediately. And then what I'll do is I'll write an assertion, and I'll go ahead and say, okay, expect screen getByText. And remember that when we're on the user's route, I'll show you. When we're on the user's route, all it shows is welcome to user's dashboard. Okay. So all I'm going to do is just hard code the text, welcome to user's dashboard, just like this. And then we'll use the to be in the document matcher. And let's go ahead and run this test and see if it works. So in my terminal, I'll go ahead and just do npm run test app with router. I only want to run this test file for now. And right now it's complaining, it's saying expression expected. So I was running into this issue for like the past hour. So the reason why this is happening, it has to do with our name, the file extension. And I'll show you real quick where this issue is coming from. So I believe it's right over here. Yep, this should be named helpers.jsx. The reason why is because we are using this route. We're importing this routes array, and it's using an object with JSX. So that's the reason why. And if I save now, I believe this should fix the error. Let's see. Okay, so it does fix the error, but now it's going to error out with a different thing, and it's saying that cannot read properties of undefined, reading path name. So let me see what's going on with this now. It's complaining about this part right over here, create memory router. Initial entries. Oh, you know what it is? I think I may have messed this part up. I need to actually pass an object and set initial entries to this. That should fix it. Okay, there we go. So now you can see that the test passes. Sorry about that. Okay, so our test passes. Now notice how if I were to just change one little thing in the getByText call, it now errors out, and you can see that this verifies that we are on the user's route because this entire component, this user's page component, is rendering with the H1 element with this welcome to user's dashboard text. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And of course, you can write a bunch of other stuff if you want. Now, currently the user's page does not have the actual navigation bar, but the blog post page does. So what I can do is I can write some tests to verify that we're navigating successfully from the base path to the blog post path and then back to the base path. So why don't I do this? I'll go ahead and copy this whole thing, and I'll just change up the name of the test. And I'll go in and name the test this. It should navigate to blog posts and back to base path. Okay, so the initial entries will set it to the base path. So this time, what we'll do is we'll change the users to, I believe it's going to be blogs instead. That's the name of the link. So we're going to search for this link right over here, blogs, and we're going to click on it. And then now we're going to go ahead and write an assertion. So instead of welcome to users dashboard, it'll just be welcome to blog posts page. So I'll just hard code that string right over here. Let's go ahead and just run the test again, make sure that part worked. So it did. Okay, and these console logs, I believe, are coming from the blog post page. It's logging the state.posts or the state object right over here and the window.history.state. I can just remove this because we don't need to have that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and write this assertion, which we just did, to verify that we are in fact on the blog post page. And then what I'll do is I'll search for the home link, click on it, and then verify that the welcome to blog posts page text is no longer in the document. And that should be pretty easy based off of what we've learned in this whole testing tutorial. So what I'll do is I'll copy this part, await user event.click, screen.getByRole. We're still going to have the link role, but this time the name of it is going to be home. So we're trying to look for this home link right over here. And then we're going to click on it. When we click on it, we're going to go ahead and verify that the welcome to blog posts page is no longer in the document. So the way that we can do that is using the queryByText function. And then instead of checking to see if the element is in the document, we just verify that this is null. So remember that queryByText will return null if it cannot find the element in the document based off of this match. Okay, so it is going to be null, and let's verify that by looking at our test. So let's run the test, and you can see that it does pass. And what I could do is I can just go ahead and say not to be null and see if that fails. And it will fail because it is in fact null. Okay. So yeah, again, like I said, there are many ways they can customize this. And like I said, this render with router, you can always customize this to your need. Like I said earlier, I don't like the way that this is set up, but this is what I could find on Stack Overflow as a good solution, because the reason why I don't like this is because you don't have full control over these components. But like I said, it doesn't really matter because ideally in the actual real application, I'm not actually going to pass this hard-coded data. And in fact, I would actually just remove this entirely, this user's data array. And then what I would do is inside the app component, I can fetch a list of users the same way that I'm fetching an individual user. And then when it comes to testing, I can actually just use the mock service worker, which I showed you in the previous section of this testing tutorial, how to mock the response back from the API. And then I can just basically store that data in some state the same way that I'm doing it for the individual user itself. And instead of referencing this users right over here, which is just the data passed from this prop, which is hard-coded, I would just reference the fetched data. Okay. But like I said, you can always customize this. You can find a bunch of different instances on this render with a router function. This isn't something that I came up with myself. If you go to the React testing library docs, they actually have a page where it teaches you how to actually create a custom render. And this is just one variation with it that I believe is as basic as possible, but I encourage you to customize it to fit your needs. So I believe that's pretty much it when it comes to testing with React Router. And that's going to be it with just testing in general. So I hope you all enjoyed this part of the tutorial, and I hope you enjoyed the entire tutorial in general if you've watched the entire thing. So I'll see you all in my next episode. Peace out.